Taking on gas, rapping.
Push through, too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we don't want they afraid of.
Give me low. Am I not? No.
Ain't no stopping us, we do impossible. Straight to the top. We're the top dogs, and we're not. Too good, never fake it. So close, I can taste it. We're running. This is coming. No, want it.
This is worth living for.
TSM have to try and win this engagement. Oh, they're making the play as well. They're trying to take height here, and they will take height.
Push up if you can. Drop the ult on them.
Yeah, shotgun pitch.
Back to giving. I'm running towards Nautic. Crack TV. 45 flash on Val. Focus them into the routine. Gibby's one. He's gonna armor swap.
They have a shot, I think.
They're just stuck down there. There are nades. Nice!
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Once again, into the skies to usher in round number 4 of the Apex Legends Global Series. My name is Kate, and joining me in this here dropship, we got T-Squared, we got Vicky Kitty. Now today kicks off our final rounds of group stage play here in NA. That rhymed. I was a poet, and I knew it. Tom, the last time these groups met, however, ESA came out swinging.
There's been a little bit of changes, though, in terms of everyone kind of catching up, I feel like, because while they were looking extremely dominant the first day, people are slowly creeping up in the points, and it is an absolutely stacked lobby today.
It is indeed. Speaking of that lobby, let's take a look at who we have in today's sights, of course. This is groups B versus C right there on your screen. Now, Vicky, I want to talk to you real quick about this factoid. First in overall in our North American region, ESA, they're in the lobby. Second overall, NRG, also in the lobby. Third, 100 Thieves, in the lobby. And of course, the fourth overall, C9. Just to name a few, Vicky, stacked is exactly correct, Tom. Vicky, talk to me about what that stacked means here with 1, 2, 3, and 4 in our overall points in our lobby today.
I mean, just kind of like what Tom was saying. We've seen Group B versus C before. We saw how ESA dominated over this group, but I don't think this is going to be the same results as we had seen in day number 1, because you got Energy here, you got 100 Thieves, C9 has been popping off. I'm really excited to see how these teams were able to catch up, especially since we've been seeing EMEA over the course of the last few days.
Absolutely, and so many of these teams here have been in that final circle, have a W next to their name, so certainly don't count anybody out. But, Tom, one thing that we do need to make mention is that today is the first part of our second round robin. It's our second round through these groups, which means we're flip-flopping those maps. How much do you think that'll change today's gameplay?
It's going to help the teams that have had more longevity than others, right? So you're looking at ESA. I feel like they dominate on both maps, but World's Edge seems to be the map that where the teams that have stuck together, it's paying off big time. And for these new teams that are coming in, maybe from the Challenger Series, it seems like they've been doing better on Storm Point, which is what we've been recognizing.
Absolutely. Little young challengers, young blood, but coming in on the newest map, and now we've got that switched. We no longer have that, I guess this is sort of like an on-ramp if you've been used to World's Edge. But let's take a look at something else that you should see. I'm talking about looking, I'm talking about seeing, I'm talking about multi-view. And that is something that we have here on the ALGS Pro League. I am so excited. If you're watching Twitch ALGS channel, that's twitch.tv/playapex, you can go ahead and click the command center below the Twitch channel player near our follow button. Perhaps you could click the follow button too. We wouldn't hate it. It'd be great. Choose which perspective you want to follow. And of course, something to remember, you can see and hear. You are basically the pro viewer we know and love. You are the director here, and you're able to see any and all of these pros and these teams throw down. And I cannot, Vicky, think of a better lobby to have this multiplayer in, because the stacked is real and the lobby is scary.
You want to hear everybody. You want to figure out how these teams are making their rotations, what decisions are they making that could either get them killed in the middle of those rotations, or where do they want to place themselves in that final circle. I love multi-view because I get to learn a lot from these players, so that way I could replicate something similar in my own gameplay, especially listening to those comms.
Straight from the player's mouth. You got to appreciate that. Well, this lobby has a lot of things, and they're called a lot of things. Record breakers, wild cards, young guns. But who should you keep in your sights? Well, we got T-Squared and Vicky Kitty here to answer that right now. Okay, Tom, write me a letter, sing me a sonnet. Who has your heart this moment, this day?
Well, you do, Kate, but how about 3 letters, okay? ESA, Esports Arena. Look out for them. Duplex, Knocked, and Skittle Cakes. Knocked is fitting in perfectly for when Verhulst went on over at TSM, and they haven't missed a beat. Actually, they look even stronger than they ever do. I love the way Skittle Cakes plays on this Caustic. Really, in my opinion, by far the best Caustic that we have in our region. But yes, watch out for ESA.
Oh, yeah. All right, smooth operator. I got another one here. NRG, 2 back-to-back first-place finishes for day number 3 and number 5. Sweet is such a good IGL. We're talking about it a little bit in between the break, and I just have to highlight how Sweet really does help keep this team together, and I absolutely love hearing their comms, too, and how much trust that NRG really has in his IGL. But they're looking stronger on Storm Point now, and you can only imagine the heat that they're going to bring on World's Edge.
And 100 Thieves, yes, they are disgusting, and they're playing Apex really well at the right time. I think that they're just continuing to improve. Amu, one of the great leaders that we have inside of Apex Legends in North America region, also really good at calling the shots in terms of where to go for the zone. Baxon came on over from CLG, and he's been fitting in perfectly.
Well, a huge thank you to Vicky and Tom. And you know what? Set up your multi-view accordingly, because Game 1 is coming up right around the corner. Well, now comes the moment that some of us dread and some of us look forward to, and really it's just a grab bag of emotions across the board. And of course, I'm speaking of the moment where our cast puts our money where our mouth is. Talent predictions. Here we go. Now, I'm going to start with Vicky Kitty, because I think that was absolutely a great choice. In fact, I don't think there's any wrong choices in this particular talent predictions, but I'm going to start with you, and then we'll go to Tom.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We have C9. You chose C9 with Rain Day. We got ESA with Bardoff and I, and then there's T in the back there. Not a bad choice whatsoever. It's funny because we were making some jokes about how our Avies just look with the way that we're turning away from T-Squared, but this is all such a solid lineup because, like you highlighted before, Kate, we have ESA in this lobby. We have Energy, who is tied for overall 2nd place in the overall standings. 100 Thieves, C9. I mean, it's so difficult when you have such a stacked lobby to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm over there trying to explain to Vicky why I'm choosing NRG and why she should, but she's got her headphones on and she's not even hearing it. But I really like all of these picks. You can't go wrong with any of them. And C9, I love what they're doing. I love how they played last time. Was in Naughty's stream beforehand, and I love the vibes that were being put down. Not only that, the shots were looking crispy, and I love the intensity that he was bringing to the table. He's like, T, today's a big day. We understand what's at stake with so many top teams in our lobby.
Oh my goodness, I am so very excited. Appreciate that naughty chat you had there, Tom. Can't get enough. My C9 pick. I'm here for you, boys. Let's see if their momentum can sustain them. Well, that is all they're going to have for me for this moment. But don't you worry, I'll be back in just a little bit. Enjoy game number 1 with T-Squared and Vicky Kitty.
Thanks, Kate. Yeah, Vicky, it's time. I mean, we saw some great matches in the EMEA region earlier, and now it's time for North America. We're so blessed to have top 4 teams all in one lobby, but we can't count out these other teams, right? We're talking about, NRG, ESA, 100 Thieves, Liquid. We've seen all these teams, but what about the other teams? What are some other teams that have your eye? Maybe like the OXGs or the Ghost Gamings?
Honestly, I want to see Furia come up. I haven't really been able to see Furia very often, and I want to see the adjustments that they're going to be able to take away from the last time they played, now going into such a stacked day today. I'm excited to see RCO Esports. They've been pretty silent, but they've been consistently in those top 10 in the overall standings too, so I want to see more RCO Esports, because that's one of the teams actually making their waves through the Challenger circuit, now kind of hanging out with the pros currently in Split 2 Pro League.
And they picked up their first win, I think it was last time we watched North America, over towards the thermal station zone, and they were stoked on how they executed it. They didn't pick up the most kills in the world, but still getting a dub in any of these lobbies is really big, because keep in mind, we didn't get a chance to talk about it in the pregame show, everybody's trying to make their way to the playoffs, right? You have to get top 10 in each region in North America and EMEA to be able to go there, and it was just announced that that's going to be live and in person in Stockholm, Sweden. And there it is. You can see the teams in green. Those are the teams currently on their way to the playoffs if it was to end today.
And something we have to highlight, look at the other teams in the yellow. These teams are not qualified yet here. Complexity right there on that border. W right behind them. Exit as well. Some of these teams a little quiet here. I was rooting for Nightmare Day #1. This is a team also coming away from the Challenger circuit, now putting on a performance in the Pro League. I can't wait to see more of that team when we get to highlight them in their own day, since they are in Group A. But looking on the other side here, looking on that second page, look at the teams that are currently highlighted in red, Tom.
Yeah, red, that means that you're going to have to go back on through the relegation process just to make it into the next split. So that's tough. Wash sitting there with the goose egg, not able to put up any points quite yet. But to me, it's surprising to see teams like GeForce down there. I feel like they've been playing great in the esports arena tournaments. I'm expecting OXG to bounce back with Kubsky, Protectful, and Aiden as well. And also Ghost Gaming with 6, Rakinishu, and Impulse. Those are teams that I'm looking out for. Renegades has been pretty surprising seeing them in 26 as well.
Yeah, you highlighted it perfectly. Surprised to see some of these players in that red, and it's just because it highlights further the competition that we have in these NA lobbies. A lot of these teams were getting used to Stormpoint, as Stormpoint was the first map that we started on for those first 3 games. Now that's not the case anymore. We are going back to the home, the pride, the true World's Edge, so a lot of these teams can start figuring things out, get those early points before swapping over to Stormpoint, where they get to determine how they want to play into their team compositions. Do they want to play more passively? Do they want to play for positioning for end circle, or are we going to see a team very similar to Solo Q Goats earlier today in the EMEA region, where they're going to be very frag heavy?
And I think that we have to pay attention to what teams are going to be making adjustments very early on, especially the teams that may be in that yellow or in the red, maybe going through that relegation process, because we saw a team like Alliance in the EMEA region switch up their composition, and they went from having 1 point to 27, 1 point after 4 games to 27 points for 2 games. And that's phenomenal, considering that all they really did was make a change in their legends. So that's going to go a far way for some of these teams. Maybe we'll see some Gibby-less comps. Maybe we'll see more Bloodhounds. You were expecting more Cryptos.
Yeah, we saw so many Bloodhounds in EMEA. We saw a lot of Cryptos on World's Edge in EMEA. And I do feel like, looking at the past and how the Pro League has gone down for a lot of these different regions, you're looking at APAC. You're seeing a lot of Crypto. You're seeing a lot of Watson. They usually bring out the unorthodox compositions when it comes to the ALGS. Then you take a look at EMEA, and I feel like EMEA does pave a road for what we could expect as the compositions transition into a more steady pace here. And I am expecting to see much more Cryptos, but we didn't really get to see, if not any, Bloodhounds when we took a look at North America before we went into EMEA, and I'm wondering if that's going to have any influence in our North American lobbies.
And if you're new to competitive Apex and you're wondering, hey, what legends are really strong right now? What are the pros picking? Well, right now there's a very high pick rate going for Gibraltar and Valkyrie. That's kind of the staple of the 2 legends that are going through. And then that third pick can kind of be a flex. So expect a lot of Caustics to come in there. Ash, we've seen Loba. That's what C9 was rocking. And then we're seeing a lot more Ash going through onto Stormpoint. We're seeing a lot of Bangalore. So maybe expect some Bloodhound coming through too, because that was really the original meta, right? It was like Wraith, Gibby, Bloodhound, and it was like you have Wraith for the portals and making sure that you have the entry frag and you're going and hitting rotations that way. But now Valkyrie is just so strong with the rotations, and you could play Edge with Gibby. Why wouldn't you want to have those 2 legends?
Absolutely. And now we have a bit of a change here. You take a look at the compositions that have been missing in EMEA and that have been more prevalent in North America. So much more Horizons. That verticality that is provided by the Horizon, by the Ash on Stormpoint, has been a must pick in North America. On the other hand, we don't really get to see those picks as often in EMEA. Yeah, we have maybe 1, 2 Horizons, but in comparison to North America, it's kind of like the Bloodhound pick that we see more from EMEA versus North America.
And that reminds me of what Zach Mazer did, where he switched off of Horizon, went on over towards Caustic and to Loba, and they won, which is kind of crazy considering he doesn't have much experience on those legends. It was really awesome to sit there and get a chance to interview him because of the fact that you're playing at the highest level with a legend that you barely have any time under. So that is just some inspiring Apex right there. And it's also very based on where people are landing and things like that too. So maybe if you are getting 50-50, you're going to consider getting that Loba, or if you have a POI that you're trying to dip out as fast as possible, like a team like W, they get their loot and then they're out of there. And expect very, very fast rotations, probably the fastest rotations that we're going to see in a very long time, right? I'm expecting with 2 minutes on that clock, a handful of teams are already moving to the zone.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy that you brought up rotations and 50-50s because we saw a lot of that day one in North America, the day that we had seen these two groups face off against each other. So I'm wondering here, are we going to still see some of these 50-50s? Are they going to persist, or have our teams kind of figured out which teams to contest, which areas that they want to rotate through so that way they can get the most loot? And how can they utilize a Trident on Storm Point so that way they could play into the team comps if they are missing out on a high mobile character?
Not gonna lie, I love me some 50-50 beef. I love the Twitter beef. Send me all the smoke. I want to make sure that, you know, when we get the kills on the 50-50, go and post that on Twitter. All right, say, stop contesting me. What are you guys thinking? It's all friendly, though, honestly. And it's tough if you are getting 50-50, Vicky. 1, because you run the risk of potentially dying. 2, it takes longer for your rotation. And 3, your loot isn't nearly as good. So those are the things to watch out for. And with these teams already having played each other before, you know that they have an idea of where they're going to land.
Yeah, I'm wondering here how those rotations are going to work. And on World's Edge, it's a little bit of a different story. In comparison to Storm Point, there's much more POIs. A lot of our heroes here just feel much more comfortable on World's Edge. And you could see already the gameplay in mind just when you load in and you get to take a look at the compositions. A lot of more teams run the Caustic on World's Edge because you have the ability to bunker down. Much more cover and buildings available to you on World's Edge.
No doubt about it, and it's going to be pretty exciting as the players are getting loaded up into the lobby. Thanks for your patience here as we get game number 1 underway here very shortly, and it is going to be an absolute banger of a lobby, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. And honestly, I'm not quite sure who's going to win this. Yes, I had NRG in my predictions, but after seeing Naughty and seeing his attitude going in from the C9 team, you know, and going through and just talking to him, his shot was on point. I didn't really see any mistakes or any flaws in Naughty's game. He's playing on controller. He was going through hitting armor swaps immediately. If all the members are playing the way that he was playing, we are in for some of the best Apex we've ever seen, Vicky.
I mean, yeah, let's kind of talk about what we were able to see from Groups B versus C prior in that first day. I mean, ESA broke records. They literally won 4 games back-to-back. That's insane to me. They won with triple digits. Just to bring some comparison here, with ESA sitting in first place in that group, they had 123 points. Second place was 100 Thieves, who have just made a comeback here, just completely dominating right alongside ESA with 64 points. And then between them and third place was another gap, with CLG sitting in 44 points. So a lot of these teams may be having to adjust onto Storm Point because, again, they did play those first 3 games on Storm Point, but it really seemed like ESA was the only team that was really able to figure out both maps and to be as consistent as they can be. Now we have the likes of Energy, who, just like in Split 1, kind of started things off slowly, started picking up the pace into Week 2, just like what Energy was able to do here in Split 2, and now it seems like teams like Energy has started to figure out Storm Point a lot more. So that's why today is going to be really exciting, because this is basically the run back here for this lobby.
And Sweet said, hey, when we're playing, we're the best. So that's what I'm interested in seeing is I feel like they're coming in after watching ESA dominate that lobby. They all said, all right, we're going to put down our foot, show what we're able to do. And Sweet put that perfectly. And I just am excited to see how they're able to perform. And that's why I chose them in my predictions. But you could have went either way. But who's going to be the spoiler teams, right? Who's going to be like the RCOs, the Ws? So much is on the line for these teams because no one really put them in the playoffs, Vicky. Let's be honest. If you looked at it and you said, all right, those 10 teams on the left, that looks pretty fair, right? And then Complexity, maybe they should be in there. But you know what? How awesome would it be to see a team like RCO? What kind of story would that be? Nobody counting them in. They're sitting, with 30 points inside that top 20. It's completely possible. I think W sitting in 12th place too. So really, you got to look out for all of these squads.
Yeah, that's really a good point. A lot of our Challenger Circuit squads have been making waves here within North America, and I love to see that. It's the underdog story that you really like to see really shine through. I mean, originally here, you could see how ESA has just completely taken North America by a storm. Looking at some highlights right now, Renegades here coming in. You see C9 also being able to pop off with that charge rifle. Weapon that I feel like we don't really get to talk about enough. I feel like just putting on not only an onslaught of pressure on Storm Point, just being wide open areas in the middle of these rotations, but of course here on World's Edge too.
Yeah, someone roasted me on Twitter and was like, hey, when you said fake damage with the charge rifle, I took offense to that, and then I apologized. Damage is damage, all right? Kills are kills. It doesn't matter how you're able to do so. But, yeah, the charge rifle, that thing is in reps' hands for TSM all the time, just like how Hal is rocking an R301 or a Wingman right now. But I've seen Albrilla using it. A lot of times you can expect Gibraltar to be rocking that one. G2 is a team that we don't have in our lobby today, but they've been playing phenomenal and out of their minds throughout the splits as well. Not as consistent as they were hoping for, but you can see the level that North America is bringing to the table.
That's another team that I have my eyes out for. Of course, yeah, they're not playing today, but G2 has been popping off. Really happy for G2. But, you know, you highlight the charge rifle in the hands of these Gibby players. Let's talk about Reps in TSM. He's been the first Gibby that I've been able to really see put on an onslaught of damage with the charge rifle before we got started with Split 2, and I already knew, oh, this is going to be a problem here. Because you know when you get tickled by that charge rifle, it's a little grieving sometimes. It's almost like when you take that tick damage from the caustic barrels when you could actually destroy them now after that nerf. So it could be a little ticking, but at the same time, it's so important, especially in the middle of those redeploys like we saw in those highlights.
Yeah, nothing's worse than running across the map and getting tagged for like 6 or heck, even 50 or 90 or something along those lines, as you see just great tracking coming through when Albrilla was following the players on the skyward dive. And it's one of the easier weapons to shoot, right? Let's be honest. It's not one of those guns that with the longbow you have to lead your shot. You do have that immediate tracking with the charge rifle, with the hit scan. So it's nice to see players put that to use. But at the same time, how are you able to capitalize on these kills from long range, right? It's going to be more of a pestering maneuver to try to filter players in and out of situations, and it's also to charge your Evo shield up. But if you're able to do what we saw earlier in EMEA, maybe you get the crypto drone in the air and you're able to fly around just like GMT was doing and find out how you're able to find the kills with the charge rifle, that's going to be the big key.
Yeah, talking about picking up these good weapons as we, again, thank you so much for the patience. We're waiting for the lobby to start, waiting for our players to be ready here too. But highlighting not only some of these weapon compositions, these team comps, want to highlight the drop spots that we have for these teams coming in. Again, we've seen these teams already compete with one another. We have to talk about the weapons that could be provided by ESA when they land Big Mod. They have the beacon accessible to them. They have all the rotations open to them. Then you look at the other side of the coin, because if there was another team that I could choose on my team Preds, it would be Energy. And Energy, usually landing over by the other side, they like to go in for those quick rotations closer to Train Yard, or rather Landslide now, and you could travel north up towards Sorting and through Drill Site and through all those spots in the map where you could actually get around the northern part of World's Edge to actually figure out where you want to push to. Because a lot of times if we do see either those hard heavy pulls toward the north or the heavy pulls to the south, Energy's kind of in the middle, so they could actually go in for those quick rotations.
Vic, you said that if you could, you would have picked Energy, but from what I recall, you did, and then you bailed on me. So let that fact be known, everybody in the chat. Vicky bailed on me on the predictions. We were supposed to be in cahoots, but then she goes and jumps ship off of Energy ship and onto the ESA bag. It's totally acceptable to me. I don't hit you for that one, Vicky. So I totally feel that. But you know what's crazy? They get so much loot down there, right? You're landing over towards Lava City. You're getting Big Mod. We've seen a pretty decent amount of Big Mod endings, and if you're able to lock that down, we've seen ESA get over towards there and then coexist with a team like TSM who's rotating over towards the fragment side. So I'm excited to see what happens if we're going to have any 50-50s, but one thing's for sure, watch out for ESA over towards that southern side of the map. I'd be terrified to be landing anywhere near them.
Yeah, because again, it's just those heavy choke points depending on where the circle is going to be pulling. ESA is kind of like Energy. Since they land staging, they have north and south available to them to quickly rotate. With ESA, they could rotate through Geyser if they wanted to leave Big Mod. They have all the loot from Lava City since nobody wants to contest them. You could travel going through Dome. If we see those heavy southern pools, usually we see those southern circles by Lava Siphon. They have a quick rotation there. So I'm excited to see how a heavy hitting lobby like this one is going to make their plans here on World's Edge, since again, this is going to be the first map that we're going to have within the first 3 games.
And we're getting word that they are in the Legend Select, so hopefully we're able to get this lobby started here very soon, and we can get game number 1 underway. Again, a lot of different storylines going into this one. We know that we have the top 4 teams. We have a handful of teams that are looking to make their way into the playoffs. I can't wait to also see how these teams that are forcing maybe the relegation, they're sitting in the red, like the OXGs, how are they going to respond? Kubsky, again, when we were looking at previous seasons of Apex, he had the highest placings in terms of in the game at one point, averaging 5th place from placement points. That's pretty big in terms of being able to have that circle knowledge. I think they've been playing a little bit too passive. I'd love to see a team like OXG play a little bit more aggressive, put themselves out there to try to get more kill points along the way. But here we go, match number 1. The players are loaded in. You're loaded in, locked and loaded for this awesome lobby underway. Let's get it going, Vicky.
Yeah, I'm so excited. We were talking so much about it. I couldn't wait to see it. And here we are, loaded up in. All our legends are in this lobby. And game number 1 here on World's Edge is just about to start. We highlighted some drop spots. And now we can see if any of those early 50-50s are potentially at stake. Or are we going to have a much more cleaner start to our games as we get to take a look at Energy. We were just talking about the rotations available to them. They land in staging. And they're going to have so many options available to them because they're right next to the circle.
And just pay attention to how everybody splits up on the team. Nothing's worse than a ranked teammate or just a teammate in general that follows you to your landing spot. So listen, if you're not getting contested and if you're new to Apex, split from the jump master, spread out, loot evenly. It can help everybody.
Yeah, but don't go too far. Hold up.
Yeah, don't go too far. Don't go too far.
Yeah. Don't get too excited. Sometimes you have those Lobos that take the tridents. They go absolutely crazy. They open up those black markets, and the moment they see you coming, they'll close that black market for you. We don't like a grieving teammate, but what I do like to see is the synergy that NRG has, and a nice gold extended energy mag right there going in the hands of Sweet. And did I curse this? I feel like I kind of did, because we were just talking about those lava siphon circles. We are going all the way south here, and launch site may be where our destination ends up being.
Looks like you have literally vibing taking No Name and Overlook, which is a lot of POI for one team to go and own. So if the zone ever bounces over there, they're going to have a great spot. But you can see the pushing is coming in from the bottom hand side already. They're already pushing on to Built by Gamers. Watch out for, of course, the team over towards Lava City in Big Mod to see how they're all spread out, right? You have one player that's already looting all of Big Mod to themselves, and then 2 players splitting Lava City. If you've ever landed down there, you know that is just so much loot.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy. And the team that's going to be able to be by a launch site built by gamers are also going to have that beacon available to them. So it's going to be like Christmas morning once they figure out that that circle is going to be pulling in their direction. Let's take a look at 100 Thieves, who also playing a little spread up just to be able to get all the loot that they need, putting down some of those pings. And Scurry already rocking that purple Evo. Talking about some Christmas here, early Christmas for Scurry, as he is going to be able to make those quick rotations with a nice and healthy purple Evo shield.
And Skyhook is one of the scarier places to land, but in competitive for the most part, you've already gone through the motions here, and there's some sort of mutual respect, right? The teams over there, they know they're so far from the zone that they say, hey, let's just loot up. There's no reason to fight. A lot of times in ranked, you go over there, there's 3-4 teams. If you're the first team to fight, you know you're getting third-partied. Very similar here, right? So they kind of have a mutual respect. They gather their loot, and then they just continue to go because there's just so much ground, especially when you have that zone pulling all the way over towards the southern side. On board with RCO, Holiday coming through with the car, Wingman. And this is, I think, the setup that Naughty was saying he's going to have today. He goes, yo, I'm going to rock the Wingman car. Watch out for it. The Digi threat is so big when you have Caustic. We'll see if any teams are going to be able to pick that one up. But we haven't seen any Bangalores quite yet. It's been pretty standard compositions.
Yeah, you got the Caustics instead here, especially since we started on World's Edge. So that Digi is still going to absolutely come in clutch as RCO continues on their rotation. Meanwhile, Energy, they're so quick to rotate themselves away from staging all the way down to Tree here. They have Nathan on the Valk, but they haven't used the redeploy yet. They haven't needed it. They're holding on to it to see where they want to rotate. And Charlotte Phoenix actually on the other side here. Wondering if we're going to see a fight soon, because Charlotte Phoenix looks like they're getting shot by another team. And you already know that Energy is sniffing out that fight.
So if it is a pull over towards Tree, the endings where Charlotte Phoenix are fairly easy to hold if you have a Caustic inside of this building. So that's going to be big for them to try to get this placement points. But you can see they're not in the zone here, right? So it's more or less going to be maybe where NRG is going, because NRG, you would assume if they're going to go and turtle inside of a building, that has to be one of the ending spots or the ending spot. They would not put themselves in that situation if that wasn't the case, especially knowing how aggressive they play, and we've seen them sit out in the open and just completely manhandle teams. So I love the thought process coming in from Charlotte Phoenix, but they will have to find their way into the zone for zone number 2.
We have a lot of poking going on early in this game, too. You see CLG on the high ground. I believe that's Optimal Ambition on the low ground, playing in the Spaghetti building south of Harvester here. But you can see that they know that there's a team under there, and it is going to be nades on the Crypto. We were talking a little bit about Crypto's usage in EMEA. Looks like OA, they took some notes, and they're going to hold on to this building themselves, but they don't really have a beacon nearby here. I'm wondering if there is a beacon in Harvester that would allow nades to be able to get that scan with the drone without having to overcommit.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I see that one in the mini-map either, so that's a good point. Is OXG now going to be big chillin'? It's going to be the same composition. I think we're seeing a lot of caustic, probably more caustic than we saw in the EMEA region. Nice double 45 coming in from Aiden. Give this guy a blue armor already. I feel like he deserves it just from those 2 shots.
Yeah, he is the destroyer for a reason, and he's not going to overextend right there because you can see already the setup. You talk about the caustic. They got Protectful on the caustic, already setting up his barrels by those windows to prevent any initial pushes from these squads that feel confident. But I like this slower approach because holding on to this high ground, this is a good call because the circle could either pull deeper into Lava Siphon or kind of pull more so towards Tree. We sometimes see that open area between Tree and Lava Siphon whenever we see these type of circles.
And you see the heirloom there for Protectful coming through. I just have to give a shout out to the Crypto heirloom. It looks so sick. It looks so awesome. You know, we're gonna get some love for some of your legends eventually, Vicky, but let our boy Crypto have his moment.
I cannot wait for Lobo's heirloom. That's all I'm going to say. But you know what? I'll be happy. I got the Gibby heirloom. I got the Blowdown heirloom. Cannot complain. 100 Thieves now. Looking at this redeploy that they're going to be able to utilize. They already put down some pings. They have an idea of where they want to place themselves. They're not going to contest for the high ground right away, it looks like. But with this Valkyrie passive scan, they can see if there's any other squads in the area. And they do pick up some of those players. Potentially CLG that we got to tune into earlier.
Interestingly enough, they don't go for the high platform and they stay down low. I think that was just a little bit of a misplay from Vaxlon, or he's doing it on purpose to throw the enemy teams off. I think he's going to get back up on there soon, but that is a very powerful platform to hold. The thing is teams will do what you just did to them. They'll go in skyward dive on top of the mountain over towards the sides and just completely light you up. You can see that they are stuck down on the bottom side, and RCO is making a flank from behind.
Very good point. Day number 6, we basically saw that. It was like 4 or 5 squads moving in, not for the third party, not for the fourth party, but for the fifth party. Redeploy after redeploy on this high ground platform. So it can be extremely scary. Once you try to land here early game, you could get contested really early.
And pay attention to how the pro players utilize their shields and the head glitches, the head advantages in front of them, right? As soon as you start feeling like you're going to take health damage, you have to back up. It's okay to take shield damage. That's going to be very easily replenishable in terms of how many cells you're going to have. But when you're running low on syringes, you only have 4, you only have 2 med kits. You never really want to take past that type of damage, because then once you do that, you may get sent on. And that's all math in terms of timing and what these other teams think that it will take for you to heal in terms of how fast you think you can get pushed. So watch out for that, as you also have C9 coming around on their rotation. I'm hearing that we have listed in with Cloud9. Let's jump on board with them.
Oh, this is totally fine. This is really good for us, actually.
I don't see anyone on Beacon.
Yeah, this is really good for us. Let's hit this zone 3. Let's get this info, and we're about to have a crazy good game. If it's ending here, we'll have a really good game, or it's going to end like over here.
I think it's a true one. I think it's a true one.
So do I, but it definitely could still pull into launch.
It could.
Could be a weird one, yeah.
We have everything to gain and nothing to lose up hitting this beacon and being this wide on the map right now. Because now looking at the zone, we should be on the least congested side of the map by miles.
Make sure it's not getting ratted, you never know.
I'm clean.
Dive top.
Go.
That's correct.
That's the first time I've ever fucked that up, landing on that thing. We're gonna have to run this way. Yeah, look.
My parachute,
God zone. God zone.
Yep,
God
yep.
zone.
Weird zone.
And
Teams
ESA.
just vaulted from Dome.
That could be ESA.
They're going towards flat top.
Oh, fuck.
What?
My crosshair was wrong. I had to fix it. Yeah, we have a God zone for us, right?
Yep,
the sensor here.
We should conduct a search right here.
Yeah, it's a zone that we called on zone 1.
This is the zone we play for here, and then we out of bounds the hallway, because pushing through the building is going to be kind of pointless. We'll see. We'll play it by ear, though.
Well, no, remember last time we talked about this, we said we should just fight the building because we're caustic.
If it pulls out here, yeah, we'll fight the building. But if it pulls into command, then we should try to fight for the command side. Play to win.
Just watching our back.
I'm going to try to look into Dome and like make sure that there's no one here.
Charged across the
like, I
entire
feel like we definitely get zone wrapped here. Like, look at where the
I'm watching.
spawn. Like,
Watching
Frag
it.
East, No Name. Lava City, I feel like Zone Rap is like...
And a team could like Valk into our spot, you know, and just like kind of hold us
Well,
while
no
we get near
way.
potentially.
No. If someone like just
Would
apes
stink.
into parachute right now, we can just angle them out slowly.
Okay. I'm just saying I might be worried about the mirror
There's a
after
team
that.
in command center too.
That's nothing we
like
can
the
do about
high
it.
ground one.
Oh, yeah.
They were looking at us.
It's actually not good, but...
Yeah, I'm getting
bad.
charged from main, I think.
What are our shields? I'm only 10-4.
7-4.
4.
We're chilling.
We're
It's
not
not bad.
horrible at all.
Econ could definitely be better.
I also have 2 ulti cells. Forgot to say that. It's
Oh,
big.
that's huge.
I have
That
0.
is actually fucking gigantic.
yep.
I have none.
I'm always
Those 2
holding.
cells are huge.
Yeah, I never found any. Can I
just
step
looking at that
forward a little bit?
Not right now, no. Dude, we are here way earlier than we used.
I love to hear these comms coming in from our teams just to be able to determine where they want to make their rotations, their thought process in real time, and that's the beauty of being able to have that multi-view feature, just to be able to hear these comms so that way you can take note for your own gameplay, but they're going to be playing things slowly, as they should for game number 1 here. Again, a lot of these teams are very comfortable here. Energy looks like they just cleaned up a team over by that other building, potentially Charlotte Phoenix that we had tuned into before, but Esports Arena in a fight themselves, and they're not going to push into this just yet. They're just going to have a stare-off battle. Let's see who blinks first.
This is one of those instances where you're fighting for the God spot, but they have such a huge armor advantage right now onto OXG, so if OXG shows their cards, they may get punished. Keep in mind, Aiden was still away from, what, 60 damage from getting that charged up to blue? I'm not quite sure what Kubsky is at, but a team like Esports Arena, they're so darn good at team fighting and bubble fighting, they may just send it in here, but that's going to back them off temporarily.
Oh yeah, he ran so quick. He said, all right, you guys got that for right now. That one shot, 60, enough to put Skittle Cakes behind. And look at this wall that he's also been able to build up for himself. Let's take a look at a replay that was going on earlier while we were still doing that listening.
Yeah, this was the fight that NRG took inside of the building, and you can see the bubble going down at the door. That's very classic play coming through from NRG, and they're going to wipe Fearless, Slurpee, and Mooney. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be going out in 20th place. Not what they were looking for, but it's been tough for them. I believe that is Team G-Force. They're still in that relegation area, I think sitting around like 10, 14 points. That's the type of stuff that happens, right? You're over there with NRG, you think you're getting a good spot. Next thing you know, you're getting completely sent on, and you don't even get a knock right there. Tough break right there for G-Force. But Esports Arena, again, kind of playing a little cat and mouse game over here. And what's interesting is Skittle Cakes is going to be the one that may entry frag, because when you have Caustic on Caustic, only the Caustics can push through the gas, obviously. So that is very important to note as they do make their move. But if they get any type of armor checks on these guys, they are done for inside. Speaking of done for, it looks like RCO is on the fence, but Nando's going to come back with a knock, and then big nade onto Tech, and it's up to Holiday. Now Nando in the 1v1 inside of the bubble. The massive shots are not connecting. He's not taking much damage, however, and there it is. RCO is going to take down Fira. Such a big win. However, that third party is there already.
It's 100 Thieves making their way over to catch Nando here. RCO only down to Nando, and they get taken out after the successful third party from 100 Thieves. That was scary. They were shooting at them from afar. They were still putting on that pressure, but great timing for 100 Thieves to move in and clean up that KP.
Not to nitpick, but they may have been able to get the players on the ground. You can see those kills didn't go over to Fury because Fury's already been eliminated, but that was an opportunity to potentially pick up 2 extra free points because that one was so free for them to come around the corner. Now they will have that truck to themselves as Ghost Gaming makes the move onto ESA from the height, and that's what you got to worry about. ESA was not aware of the team coming down from the skies. Rakinishu now taking a lot of damage. Protectful is going to get the kill as well onto Duplex. Now Skittle Cakes is to be thirsted. I believe Nock could be alive somewhere, but I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to get these banners.
They got flown on? Are you kidding me? You had a staring contest with Oxygen this whole time, but here comes Ghost Gaming, turning ESA into a bunch of ghosts. Absolutely insane, but this is what happens. Now it's only up to Noct as a solo to try to play this out, because it's going to be so difficult to get those banners when there's 2 teams staring them down.
And now you can see the Evo shields have been charged up. You got to give credit to Protectful for putting down some decent damage when the time was coming for these players to be pushing up. So nice job, again, from one of our teams that is currently possibly in the relegation area. So let's see if OXG can get a big day today and shake up this leaderboard as you see the teams remaining on your right-hand side. NRG doing me proud already. Got their 3 kill points as they push in over towards G-Force on the tree side. Now they're going to take the old 100 Thief spot.
Yeah, they're now on that high ground that we were talking about that gets contested really early on, especially in these circles. Esports Arena, though, with Noct being alive, he's not not stopping anytime soon. He wants to clean up some KP while those two teams are fighting ahead of him. W's also making their way right behind Energy that we had seen in that camera feed, but Esports Arena need to play this patiently now that it's just up to Noct.
Noct is super interested in picking up these kill points too, because if he can eliminate this team, that's also going to give him that one placement point for breaking inside of the top 15, but he is completely surrounded. One of the players from Literally Vibin', I believe, didn't make it into the lobby or was a little bit late. Not quite sure exactly what the story was there, but you can see they're playing with a duo.
Yeah, so it was scary, actually. Another team playing as a duo. It could be unfortunate, but this is game number 1, and good for Literally Vibing. They've cleaned up 1 KP, it looked like, right there, so good position for them to hold on to. Maybe not so good that they're on the low ground, but at least they are going to be able to clean up that KP, as Noct kind of forced to do the same thing, but just as a solo still, as he's looking on to the amount of action happening in front of him. He's also got that redeploy, too, if you need to get into that next circle in less than a minute.
I like how he's just randomly moving his cursor just a little bit with the controller there. You can see Noct with the flatline looking extremely deadly, but that is when 100 Thieves got pushed out because of the third party that they went to send it on, and now Energy, again, like we mentioned, is going to be taking their spot. We'll see if that works out for 100 Thieves, but they do continue to have the zone, so this is going to be a pretty good spot and situation to be in.
Looks like that team that they were shooting at just used the phase breach to get to high ground. Wondering if Energy is going to get contested anytime soon, but a nice break from Onmu. Every single time you give Onmu this Hemlock, he's putting in so much damage.
Hemlock is one of those weapons that if you have someone that's not in a one-on-one strafing fight with you and they're just kind of looking over towards the side and standing still, that thing has a fast TTK, so you got to watch out when you're going up against 100 Thieves, especially like you said when Onmu has that weapon in hand. Now you can see a potential phase breach is coming through. Sweet is interested. You know that he's communicating to his teammates on all of the scenarios for how they're going to make their move on over towards this lava siphon area.
And they're going to take their time right now, too, but the circle is going to be closing in right behind them. They're going to have to start moving soon, and you know that Nocturnal is looking at them here. So Nocturnal has Energy in their sights, and 100 Thieves are going to have to start inching into the circle themselves. So a lot of these teams playing by the edge.
CLG, like you said, playing by the edge. Now all these teams are starting to make their way in. I mean, 16 teams. This has been so slow paced to begin with, and you know that it's going to absolutely pop off. Energy is already making their move on over towards the roof, picking up some kills onto W as well.
Oh, wow, with that phase breach, too. That's that verticality that we were talking about, but this time, it doesn't even matter if it's on Storm Point or not. It's immediately on World's Edge, and now Energy have such a good god spot on this high ground.
You know Sweet is going to be barking callouts. Let's go into a quick listen in with Energy.
On me now? Actually, no, just kind of play here on me now. No, we gotta peek. We gotta peek these spawn doors. We're gonna peek this door and try to insta-kill them. Ready?
Yeah.
Bubble. They're on this window.
I'm batting.
66 Falk.
Behind me.
Come to me. No one there. Bad.
I cracked him.
Yeah, stay here. They're peeking the crate, though. Can you guys look at the crate southwest?
I need a bat.
All
the nades just...
Hold your knock.
We're just dead.
No.
Wow. That is unfortunate. Maybe a bit of a caster curse right there. Maybe just a little bit overzealous to try to push those kills on the bottom when they had the roof.
Yeah, or stage fright. Not too sure. Not the usual look that we see from Energy. They had such a good spot on the high ground, but they wanted to drop down to prevent that team from underneath them to funnel out, so that way they could at least maybe get ahead of the curve once that circle was going to pull outside of that building. It was inevitable. But we talk about some of these teams playing edge, CLG being one of those teams themselves, playing this extremely slow. And as they should, they have the Caustic. They are taxing the two big boys here, with Nano being on the Valk. And this has been their playstyle this whole time, too. They're just going to be able to utilize these caustic traps to be able to build up some space between them and the space that they want to work from.
Just look at the map on the north and the south. All of these teams coexisting with one another. None of them are in the circle. In this next zone, Vicky, this is going to be brutal for the rotation. If you don't have a Gibby, you are donezo.
That's why it's so crazy to see all the action still happening inside of that building here in Lava Siphon. I mean, I'm not surprised, but this is like 4 squads here sharing this real estate, built by gamers in a fight themselves, trying to play around this dome. A nice double crack here, but it's not going to be enough as Sinks actually gets taken down.
Tempest is one of those players that you want in the final 1v1, and he's able to answer the call. However, the third parties are going to start coming in. You can see the nades are there. There's multiple barrels around the side. You even have a rat in the corner. That could be Noct still alive, and it is.
Oh, cleaning things up. That's 2 KP. That's some placement points, but not the placement points that we're used to seeing from ESA, as Noct still continues to live on as a solo.
The zone is coming and it's doing a lot of damage. This is round 5, so it is going to tick, tick, tick. Like we said, it is out in the middle of the open. Those giddy bubbles are going to be coming down all over the place. Defensive bombardments as well. Nox gas, grenades. There is just so much going on as the teams are fighting and clawing to get inside this zone.
I need an air purifier because there's just too many caustics, too many Nox grenades, and these barrels at the same time. You can't even get a break. C9 now trying to close in the gap where Abilene gets taken down. The bombardment to continue on that pressure. 100 Thieves gets taken up with the bombardment alone.
OXG coming out of the building and doing some serious work, protectful with those barrels. It is so annoying to shoot when you are slowed by that caustic gas. You can see even the best players struggle with that one. As LMK, they're looking healthy on over towards the side. We went from 15 squads down to 7.
Look at that. All these teams now. This is what you're at risk when you're forced to play by the edge. None of these teams are in circle because there's limited cover. Noct still alive though after playing this as a rep, but now everybody's focused on Noct. You have nowhere to go. The car cannot save you. Oxygen still in this place though alone. They have the high ground. They have a really good spot and they're going to see all these teams funneled into their line of sight.
Well, that escalated quickly for Noct. I was like, yeah, Noct, keep going, man. I'm excited for you. Then all of a sudden, it was like, everyone stop what they're doing. Look at Noct in the middle of the map. I'm tired of him popping off. It was like they all heard each other or something like that. Maybe they typed to each other in the chat. No, that's not possible. Just kidding. As we see what CLG is doing on the outside. Fury on the inside. He's been chilling the entire time.
CLG still taking some of those shots, still trying to play by the edge so that way they can prevent themselves from getting pinched, but it's so difficult when you really only have the natural cover of the land to work off of, but Nano does have the bolt in his hand, and he gets a double crack here. He needs to try to overextend off of this without giving up his spot, but then he'll be open to Oxygen to his left.
The methodical play from OXG. We were talking about him in the pre-show. Can they close this one out? That would be awesome to see them go from a staring contest with Esports Arena, our top team, and they're sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard, to all of a sudden being a potential powerhouse in this lobby today. LMK, they're caught out over towards the side. You can see Turns taking a handful of damage. CLG's been popping off. I love the shots that were coming in from Nano, but there's the push on over towards the side. There was a potential skyward dive, and that's all she wrote for LMK.
LMK's out literally vibing, is still alive as a duo. They loaded into this lobby as a duo and they're still living strong. Oxygen again on that god spot, having all these teams in their line of sight. Here comes a grenade tosses, gonna toss them all out, funnel them off to the right side of the truck to maybe try to get that option select, funnel them off to the side. A redeploy also coming out from the skies, but Oxygen do not want to give up the spot.
That Wraith was like, peekaboo. Okay, never mind. It's a whole 3-man squad, plus there's a bunch of caustic barrels over there. I really like that defensive bombardment. The nades definitely didn't connect. Maybe could have thrown those underneath the truck, but literally vibing. Not in a good spot. This is not a vibe right now, Vicky. That looks like they're going to be going out in 4th place.
Oh, that's unfortunate, especially with those caustic grasses, though. CLG getting the crack, the bolt going long and strong. Oxygen now moving in. There's still another squad alive. Oxygen need to be careful for the potential third party.
There goes the armor swap. There's one more player. I believe that it's a rat making their way on over towards the high ground. It was Fury, and the zone is going to eat him alive with the shots from OXG as well. Great job from OXG picking up the first win.
They had the god spot. They were there for so long there in the northern building of launch site, and they held it down with the composition that they were running. They had the caustic barrels not only in the southern entrance, but in the north entrance as well. So really good showing from Oxygen to not give up that space, no matter how many cracks that they were able to get onto CLG earlier before they fully sent it onto them.
I love that our observers covered them, and we got an opportunity to see what was going on. They started with 2 grays and a blue. They were able to pick one player off from Esports Arena, get that armor as well. What a job from our rats, though. Fury ratting it out, picking up some big placement points. Noct picking up some kills and placement points along the way. But 23 points, what a start.
Oh man, 23 points off the rip. Look at this. CLG with 4 kills. They were able to obtain 11 points here. W as the rat spot though, still with 7 kills. Yeah, you don't get that KP, but it's so important to highlight the placement points that W was able to get just because of that solo ratting it out.
And you wonder what could have happened with NRG. How far could they have gone in this game? How many points could they have picked up? Because they had control of that roof area. Very unorthodox play for them to drop down. They had a lot of kills. Again, maybe got a little bit too overexcited, maybe too confident in their team fighting, going down over towards the bottom of the lava siphon area and just getting collapsed on by a handful of different squads. But great entry frag as they were to eliminate GeForce. The first team eliminated, they got 20th place over towards the back of Tree. So still a lot of Apex to be played. I'm really excited that we are starting off on World's Edge and then we're going on to Storm Point. Kind of feels like we're back at home.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 Thieves as well, going in for the third party onto RCO, another set of KP for them. But looking at our champion squad, what efforts they were able to put into that game, number one, to start building up that gap between themselves and second place. Protectful out here with 5 kills. See, Aiden, we saw those wingman shots, those wingy-dingy shots on the head, actually landing back-to-back. So him putting on a good amount of damage, and so has Kubsky out here, cleaning things up. I love the follow-up that we're seeing from Protectful and Aiden onto Kubsky's damage.
You could see that they were forced to be reckoned with right at the beginning because, again, the armor disadvantage they had against Esports Arena. Esports Arena wasn't trying to just have a staring contest with them, Vicky. You know that they wanted to push in over towards that building, but they couldn't. Every time the door opened up, Skittlecakes takes about 100 damage right to the face, and then as soon as he takes that damage, Ghost Gaming lands directly behind them, forcing Nock to go and rat it out for a majority of that time. So if you're pushing back against the #1 team that we have here in the region, then you know you're going to be playing some really good Apex to start. Not only that, they're able to finish that off. But that was game number 1. We're going to have game number 2 on the opposite side of this break.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited for Game 2 here, Rain Day with James Bardoff on the cast, but I'm a little bit more excited about those QR codes. in the break. Can you believe it? I mean, QR codes heading straight to a YouTube video. As a content creator, I get excited about that. This one, though, shows you a really cool playlist from all of the ALGS final circles. Not sure if you're able to see it on the phone, but either way, a lot of great content being put out today. Very much like, James, what we saw in Game 1. Some great content from W, from the squads engaged in that final circle, and ultimately a decisive ending.
Absolutely. The lists on the YouTube, the top 5 lists of the various top 5 playlists are really, really awesome. And maybe we'll see some top 5 plays today in the games we have to come. There was potential for one from NRG there, but they did drop down one level too low and couldn't find any corner with which to try and heal up. So that was unfortunate for them, but it certainly showed some promise. And perhaps we're going to see some deeper runs from them as the day progresses. This is the current scores on the doors, of course. OXG with 23 points after a very promising first game from them. CLG, a team who've been underperforming, I think it's fair to say, the last year, getting a nice score on the board as well here in second place with 11 points. Not too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I love what OXG have done. You know, we have our eyes on a lot of different teams today. W was the second team that I was going to potentially, if it wasn't C9, vote for, because you look back to back, even though day 1 wasn't their best, day 2 and day 3, they have been performing really, really well. And I think switching it up, NRG at 6, kind of a decent start for them. This is a team that can start really hot or really cold. I think 6 just means you're involved, you're getting kills, you're getting placements. That's good enough to begin the day. Built by Gamers also hitting it off. They're one of those aggressive teams in the lobby that they're not afraid to fight. They can throw some things if they get into your area early on and you're trying to play a more passive game. But ultimately, C9, what I watched happen in C9, and you may not have saw the perspective, but if you actually looked, I happen to have on a side monitor Nox's individual perspective going from top 15 as a solo all the way down to top 6, almost getting a final kill to make it top 5 by himself. That's the type of play we've been seeing from C9 throughout these final days. It has been an electric start for them, and I can only hope that with 2 more members alive, they would be in a much better position in that top 5, James, to do some damage.
Yeah, those are certainly some important points, and it's scary out there. You've got to find a way to survive, and he did for as long as he could until everybody found him seemingly at the same time. One team we didn't get to mention too much in that first game was Furia. They didn't get any points out of that one. They basically finished last or second last, and we need to see something more from them. They need some fuel with which to start a fire on Twitter, as they like to do, especially Tech, of course. So we'll see if they're able to achieve that as we move into our second game.
You know, sometimes you're just about that life, man, and you got to keep it fast-paced. Tech likes to do so, as well as Esports Arena. They like to keep it fast-paced up on top. Hasn't started that way, but you know what? We got a lot of game to go. We are here in game number 2 in North America. Kicking it off on World's Edge. Feels weird to say that. We've had so much EMEA, but we're in the back half of NA, and that means that we are now going to swap map starts and speak of the winners. It's OXG from game 1 taking the crown. They're starting off in Fragment. No worries about running into TSM around here. Carefully and happily looting up, although you take a bit of damage here. Aiden has got to be careful.
Again, doesn't take much for the squishy armor to disappear, but no craziness happening for OXG just yet. They'll be able to weather the storm there. So we'll see what they're able to loot, what buildings they're going to go for. We can see that their position is in the ring for the time being. We'll soon find out where that ring is headed. As we can see all these pings, they'll be discussing what they see around them, where some other teams might be and what they may need to look out for or head to as the game progresses. And how about that for a North ring? Northwest, bang in the middle of where Furia are. They'll be very happy once they find out what's happening. But being dead in the middle of that ring means that you're not going to have much rotation, which may mean a little less looting and perhaps some ammo conservation as well.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Furia, they're right in the center of things, which they definitely like to be. We get a chance to head over, and we'll see Scary. We've been fighting very, very well over the course of this tournament. Now Ganjaman with a Prowler. He was a kill leader last time we saw in the North American lobby, even though Scary not quite in the top 5 even in teams. Ganjaman, a standout. We'll see if he can stand out yet again. It's built by Gamers, though. We told you they're not afraid of the fight. Sinks with the wingman. Hits the quick reload. Doesn't have any of those hop-ups onto the wingman. He's just going to have to get it done with a secondary magazine, but it seems like it could be enough. Tempest out with the car. It's a down. Still back up, 3 members alive, but it's slowly dwindling down to 2, slowly dwindling down to 1. Health, that is, it's scary, and who else but Ganjaman to come in and clean it up.
He started that fight well with 2 cracks, and I'm sure that encouraged them to finish off the job there. They had the right tools for the job as well. Gonna really shred those shields as fast as they can. And there was some hope there. You know, BBG were trying to hold some space with Arc Stars and so on, but it was very hopeful, and there was no hope for them ultimately, as they did get shredded. And maybe that's down to some RNG, just having better weapons on the opponent there. Absolutely shredded. 1v1s with grey armor didn't really work out for them at all, and we lose our first team early. NRG now on the rotation. Oh no, Rocker. That's the Jibby dropped on the outside. How on earth did they rescue him? He's going to get peppered until he's turned into a box. Oh, what? No. Wow, that is an angle. I am so impressed with that rotation. That is unbelievable that they pulled that off.
I mean, it's a phase breach to get him up. It's an ultimate use, but I mean, what more value can you get from an ultimate than to save your Gibraltar's life? We would have been thirsted by W, who are creeping in. Phony, the one getting the down. Great heads-up play and just quick thinking from NRG Sweet to use that Ashe ultimate, phase breach him to the top, and then get the safe revive.
That angle was so awkward for a phase breach. I am very impressed that he was able to pull that off. That's such quick decision-making as well. That's a very horrible situation for them. Jibby, the last man you want, falling down on the floor there. Too many pixels on the booty, I imagine.
Yeah, well, you know, it's interesting, too, as we have a moment to walk around with Sweet. He's running something that we don't see too often, but we've seen it a little bit more. It's the triple take. And the triple take, one of the more interesting weapons over the course of seeing Stormpoint, and I think it's fall off a bit, but also here, still very valuable in these up-close situations. I'd be much more interested to see the boosted loader, you know, since it's had such a big impact, but the kinetic feeder, seeing if we'll see any pro players put to use that new hop-up, which gives you ammo as you slide and makes it easier to choke through. Maybe it's missing something, maybe it's not, but we have not seen a ton of impact from it yet. Not everything's a hit in competitive, that's for sure, but so far, not everything's a hit for Boxa T. He looks to the right, looks to the front, finds out on the left is where the enemies are, but it may just be a day late and $1 short because he's got 2 players down, and he's down as well. That is Optimal out.
Yeah, they got it down on CLG, but I think that someone else got most of the KP there. As Atlanta Premier, they've come in now, they've got with 2 kills. I think some of those may be CLG who were also eliminated, so they've come like, oh, I heard there was a party. We're number 3. And now they're the only guys at that party, but more people are looking to join from range, and Asura may find a lack of cover as he desperately tries to get some sealed cells up. Saw multiple crypto ults as well, but the guys who come in late will have the best advantage.
I mean, terribly deadly spot, isn't this, James? I mean, ton of fighting early. Already 2 squads down. There's been a lot of aggressiveness. It doesn't look like it's stopping. And, you know, it might just be the circle. It just is so important, though, to be fighting for these crucial spots. And Atlanta Premier, maybe the next team to fall, almost assuredly. It's just Ronnie and Crook, and they have terrible angles. They're getting pursued. It is Furia who bounces them out of their territory. Remember, they started where the game is most likely to end. And it's just another sign of how fast this lobby is moving here in Game 2.
Asura and co escorted off the premises by Fury, and we spoke about their resources as they're probably going to have to just be staying in the same spot for quite a while. Well, they've taken some resources by force. If they can get those boxes in a position where they won't be exposed, maybe have to get the dome involved, but there is a team immediately below them as well, so they can't overextend too much, and there will be many more teams looking for some desperate real estate in this area, as there will be a greater focus here, and we may see more 3Ps come through, and indeed there will be some looting, but for OXG rather than Furia for that box at the very least, they find themselves with 2 kills early and great position as well. Of course, with the caustic, the air quality has been low in this area so far, and we're just getting started.
OXG coming off the win last game, they're still alive. You can see the point total on the right for the teams that are still remaining in the lobby. 3 have been taken down already. Esports Arena, Cloud9, both sitting on 5 favorites on the day, alongside NRG, alongside the likes of some teams that are playing very well, mentioning CLG, mentioning even Built by Gamers getting aggressive, but that aggression didn't pay off. One of the teams to go down. W may be a little bit more of a surprise, and Team Liquid, a team I think we can talk a lot more about throughout the rest of the day. You know, coached by Hotsick, used to join us on the broadcast here, but Liquid has always brought just an incredible sense of understanding of the game. Putting it together is where, you know, over consistent days and consistent tournaments been where maybe their name hasn't crept up into the upper echelons of Apex the same way TSM and NRG and even now Esports Arena has, but certainly an opportunity here with 8 points on the board and still 16 squads remaining. Plenty of time as round 1 closes here in Game 2.
Furia sensing some weakness on Charlotte Phoenix's position. They've really been trying to thirst this spot, dropping down with a dome on the zip line on the low ground, and they're going for a second crack at the whip as well. I think they're just trying to crack them and send afterwards. They have domed Charlotte Phoenix, so they've used that now. But as we can see, OXG is saying hello, and that's going to compromise what Furia can do, but they're still going for it, and that could really cause them some problems. How do they escape this position? Even if they got up the zip line, there could be some angles for OXG, who of course will have to be careful as well as more teams rotate through, but Furia really want more resources.
And they actually really either forced a Caustic ultimate from what it would be Furia that they were shooting at, or they forced a Caustic ultimate from the team Furia was shooting at, which is an incredible kind of notice of how just enough pressure can force these huge defensive plays and resources coming out from enemy teams. So great positioning there to force the issue. And it is Furia now also holding in Countdown as more and more teams will start to stay aggressive. I feel like what we've seen, James, isn't really going to end, right? We've got the start of a game where Countdown is clearly going to be where this game counts down, and more teams are just going to try their hand at it, trying to slide up through this area where you can play under the rafters, maybe get up to a zip line if you get enough of a poke. Furia is going to do their best to poke away multiple squads, but it's a matter of through the air and 2 or more happening at the same time that could really put Furia in a pickle trying to hold this all game long as the area to play.
Yeah, we talk about defensive bombardment, but there was a defensive caustic ult, I think, just to try and hold off the Furia second push, never mind the first one. They really wanted everything that Charlotte Phoenix were holding, apart from that position, of course. And that's going to be awkward for them to hold again. That's going to be more vulnerable as they will have more angles. They have 2 teams shooting at them from the high ground, but let's never mind the low as more teams try to fight in a more compressed area 1 minute before this ring starts to close down and force some rotations here. As we can see, casuals will have to consider their options. They've got some rotating to do. Of course, they have the Valk if they need it, but for now, they'll be moving on foot. Some skirmishes, some engagement, but we still have 16 teams up for the time being.
And any good journey, well, it needs some good conversation. Let's hear a little bit of casuals.
Great, Bob, Gibby.
Can you queue right here, Super? Just to look above. Not getting better.
Yeah. I have 2 ult cells. I have so I can get my ult back after we use it. If we need to burn it. We're just gonna try to fucking inch in. We might even have to Valk ult into Skyhook. Because, like, if we're getting hard, get kept on here. You know what I'm saying? There's way more playable space in Skyhook.
On my right, close.
I'm up to that.
The Gibby.
I ult them.
Careful.
Can you go back, Zipper?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can burn both.
I just can't really. I can't make that cross. They're Valk ulting. I'm walking.
Okay, well, yeah.
I'm just walking.
8 cells, 1 bat.
4
cells in a Phoenix.
4 cells and 3 bats.
We might have to buckle all the way to the back, you think, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can do it from construction.
Yeah. You guys ready?
My way. I'm here.
Hurry, Aguma.
Why you started from over there?
Come on.
You gotta
Why
bring
are you
your
looting in the
Solana.
building? I'm hitting one. I'm hitting another syringe after this too. I'm actually gonna full top. I'm using one more syringe. I'm just gonna actually walk up walk up here. I'm gonna full heal. I'm gonna use my last red heal and fucking make sure we get into Skyhook. I'm not risking it from that building. You guys have enough enough to full heal?
Yeah, I can put him ready.
Okay. I'm getting to the roof and hitting my medkit. I'm gonna do it from like right here.
Wait for me. I'm popping a midi.
Yep. I'm waiting. I just have no more red heals.
Okay, I'm ready.
I still have both my ult excels. Might be getting gate kept here.
All the way up. Try to go all the way over there.
I just have to get in, bro.
Yeah,
I have nothing.
Strangers right here.
It's actually a great rotation here and a great journey. A lot of conversation. I'm not sure if it'll be too memorable. They might want to just get away from the memory, but it was ESA gatekeeping, Casuals making it out. They've got a ton of space to play now from the northern to southern side heading into the zone. But they were getting literally vibing right behind them, and it was Esports Arena who's adding a couple of pop shots. And look at this. Esports Arena almost mirroring what we saw happen with Casuals, James. Are they landing on height trying to grief Casuals here?
They must be thinking that they have to be light on resources, so maybe this is a blessing for literally vibing, who were in that zone for just as long and have to be low on resources as well. So they may be trying to reposition. I think they've judged how far they could have flown, and they're trying to gatekeep them by going a little further, and that's going to be the case. They probably have very few heals left as far as health packs are concerned. Never mind the shield cells. So we can see there's one Phoenix and no health here for Ziffer, so this could really be a problem. It might be a master play for Esports Arena.
James, we got to get involved in the Esports Arena's head. Let's listen to what's going on with this play. Looking to grief Casuals.
Whole team riding on me? No, I'm dead. I don't think you can res me.
Horizon.
You gotta ult the bottom. Fuck, man. I'm just dead. They're down here. I'm just thirsted. Nice. I love getting ratted on.
Crack Gibby. Can you grab the banner?
Valk flash.
You got nades thrown. I don't know if you can even res me, bro.
Does he have an ult on his body?
I have two.
I do.
On me.
I have one on my body.
Oh my god, bro.
I just got charge rifled for like 82.
Yeah, I mean, you probably just shouldn't have been down there in the middle of the street in the wide open.
Yeah, I was pushing right. There's literally a whole team ratting. So very nice. I love it.
Called out. I heard someone.
They're trying to push across.
I'm jumping in there.
Alright.
I stuck Gibby.
He stuck Gibby in bubble.
It's about to go away on them. Nice.
I got a bat knocked.
Yep. You're fine.
Bat up too.
I'm batting.
You push. I think you have to push this.
Crack Valk.
Horizon's one.
You gotta kill him.
They're
Valk
both
behind the wall batting. And the knockdown.
Fucking knockdown.
I have a Horizon's climbing up on the second floor. Valk's rezzing outside. Valk rezzing. Valk got res on Gibby. Pop a bat. Valk didn't heal. Or wait, she got that bat off. They're both in the corner. Gibby just got a bat off. Valk climbing up.
I think your Valk ult.
Horizon's knocked over there. Yeah, just Valk ult and leave me.
I surrender to the chaos. Please. Be my guide. Esports Arena, as confused as many of us are. There's charge rifles across the map. There's teams ratting on, which we thought they knew. It was Casuals who got the pick off a duplex. It went a 180, James, and man, the plot twist although not fun for Esports Arena, certainly making it interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of bad luck for them. The idea to gatekeep was fantastic, but they landed on a ratting team, and they had Albreleli like a mile away, just randomly downing and killing people. He must have been having a great time. I assume he's got an ATEX on that charge rifle, so that is some next level grief. And Team Liquid, we can see there's a huge bombardment on top of them. Not sure if they've got a dome for it or not. Sweet has some opportunity, but he's being cracked, has to pop a bat. There's action all over the place. They're going to have to use their dome now and think about how they move out of this position, because they seem to be quite exposed here. We've got thermites coming their way as well, so they may find themselves in trouble once again.
NRG in a perfect situation to continue moving into zone without too much resistance. Sweet on a red, Nathan Rocker on purples. Not what you want to see if you're an enemy in this lobby right here. 66 to the dome, 63, right back at him. Out of 42 and out a player down. Impulsive Dream falls to Rocker. 12 squads remaining. NRG still in the rhythm. Trying to push, but they don't need to go anywhere right now. OXG right in front of them. A lot of big teams in this lobby filling out this circle.
All those teams on the edge are going to have to push forward. Look where the ring is, and bear in mind all those teams on the edge of that ring versus where the next zone is. They're all going to have to run forward into the open. It's going to be brutal, and we see a Kraber is in play as well, although OXG are one of those teams that are going to have to move forward. Are we just going to see 50 Valcolts, or what's going to happen?
NRG pushing. They know the Kraber's there. Instead of letting them shoot pop shots at him, they're going ahead and starting to fight themselves. This is the difference when you have someone who can play with capital and a consciousness and aggressiveness the way Sweet can. But it doesn't pay off, because guess what? There is another team who saw what was happening, and they say, oh, that's a Sweet deal, to be honest. It's W. Easy win, follows up in behind, makes them the meat in the sandwich, closes it down. And boy, oh boy, they're loving what just happened right there. NRG now down to 1, Sweet surviving. W taking the glory after that push.
This is a real tough spot. There were 2 teams burning their domes there with 10 seconds left for that zone to come through. Again, they're going to have to run into the open. It's going to be a war of attrition, and it's already very painful for NRG. 9 squads now, but there are 14 seconds until that round 5 is going to be tiny, and look how many teams are here. They cannot all survive here. W with angles now, but can they get the downs? Albreleli with the charge rifle. This is an overperformance. He's downing everyone. Where is he? We finally see him now. He's got pot shots all over the place.
Hide your kids, hide your wives. He's all over the place. It's Albreleli with a charge rifle, and he just won't put it down. And why would you? You're on red. You climbed up to the highest echelon of ranks, and there's no need to step it on down. Turbocharger in the hand of the Havoc with Zach Mazer. Cloud9 on Cloud9 right now. 6 squads left. They have been poaching kills. Time to poach the rest of the lobby if it's up to them. But NRG Sweet still alive. We know how much work he can do by himself, James. Devotion in his hand as well. It's the battle of the energy ammos. But which one will reign supreme, the Havoc or the Devotion? I think I'd rather have a Havoc in my hand. But the Devotion is something that Sweet's going to need in order to just stay alive here. He gets a nice shield swap. And he knows there's a team looking to res. It's really a 1v1 for now. This is something Sweet can do. Does he have another shield swap? He does. Oh my goodness. Sweet somehow pulling off a miracle here. He's going to phase breach out of it just to stay alive and live to tell the tale. Sweet, that was beautiful.
Yeah, he couldn't push into that building too much. Asthma Pump wouldn't have helped with all that gas in there. 100 Thieves somehow still have 3 players up, despite 2 of them being naked for the time being. Trying to get some more kills with the PK up close, but Vaxlon's in trouble now. He needs help. Scurry's here to try and do something. He's got to clutch it for the team, and that will give them some space. But that zone may be coming soon. Not just yet. That is a bug on our POV as they res. Albreleli still alive, and he has range to grief even further with this charge rifle. Sweet is still alive though. He's in rat mode. We've seen him do this before. We'll have to bear that in mind as there are 4 squads remaining.
At C9, they don't want to mess about it. They want to handle their business up front like gentlemen. Let's go toe-to-toe, see who comes out alive. So far, Zach Mazer and Alb, as well as Stay Naughty, staying very, very comfortable here. There's the dome. That's the last one they've got. 12 seconds of respite, but RCO Esports may not even last that long. NRG, they go down. RCO could be falling here as well because of the pinch with Cloud9. Will it be 100 Thieves? Cloud9, final circle. It certainly will be. It's 3v3 for the money, for the Skrilla. Can they get it? Albreleli, he's got a charge rifle in his hand all game long, but he switches it up for something a little more red. It's Stay Naughty to clutch. James, can he do it? No, it's going to be 100 Thieves. They hit all the shots. They shut down down Albrelelli and C9, and they take game 2 with power.
Those were fantastic final rings. So many teams playing on the edge, force forward. They had no choice but to press on. Domes burned at the wrong time. No cover, nowhere to hide. Absolute brutality. The last 10 minutes, absolutely ridiculous. 100 Thieves, though, take the W. And you love to see a raised performance from them. They've been playing better so far this split, which is great because their name kind of deserves it. So that's fantastic to see. But some of those charge rifle kills, I was wondering if Albrelelli was even on the map they came from so far away.
Well, I mean, that's part of the thing. It's so funny that we see only 4 kills to the name of C9 because you would have thought Albrelelli was at least involved in 2 or 3 from distance. They only had 2 prior to that, though. So it's a 13-point game, which puts them in second place still overall due to placements. OXG, really good standout there. RCO obviously stayed into the top 3. NRG, sweet. What a G. I mean, that moment right there, that was, woo, that was crazy. He actually single-handedly, I think, forced the demise of, it was LMK. It might have been, I don't know who was in that building, but boy, oh boy, they did not survive after Sweet got out and the other team, 100 Thieves, pushed them. So big congratulations, though, to 100 Thieves in Game 2. They really put on a show, and it was really all about them. I mean, this is a 24-point performance. This is one of those higher-end games that you're going to see all day.
Yeah, and I think we have to mention Albrelelli and the charge rifle. Even if he doesn't get all the kills, he definitely had a big part to do with Esports Arena coming 12th. So the biggest rivals in this lobby, he's keeping them with almost no points, and that is something that's going to play a part in how the rest of the games go today. So even if they don't get all the kills themselves, they definitely gatekept some of their most strongest opponents, and maybe 100 Thieves will be one of those today as they take the second game here. Onmu with 6 kills on the board. I've died to him in ranked. It doesn't feel very nice at all, I've got to say. And yeah, that's a fantastic result for them.
I mean, I think this is a team that just in the namesake should be performing like this very, very consistently in our ALGS tournaments. It hasn't happened for whatever reason, and that's part of joining a new org. That's part of you know, having Vayne remove himself from competitive, having to, you know, add some new members and really just change the chemistry and the culture of the squad. But 100 Thieves isn't afraid to do that as an organization. You see what they're doing in other esport titles as well, completely almost jumping ship in that way and just resetting, refreshing. And I think the Apex squad can use a little bit of that energy, that this is a new moment. We are leading up into playoffs. We're leading up into our first LAN. We are acquired by this esport org for a reason. Let's put our weapons where our name is, and I think they're doing just that there. Big win, jump up 11. C9 as well, one of my choices to win today. They up 7, LMK, NRG up 1 and 3 respectively here.
Absolutely, and where's Esports Arena? Ask Albrelelli maybe, as they're not even in the top half of the leaderboard, and the stinging charge rifle will certainly have a part to play in that. So again, and that's another way to put your best foot forward. NRG on the catch-up as well with 13 points, and this is not what we normally see, 7 points for the likes of Esports Arena. They've had some enormous weeks, but this might not be one of them if things continue in this fashion. Furia, though, they are making their way. They've moved up 8 places, just touching the second half of the leaderboard where they want to be, so maybe that will continue as we press on forward.
Incredible performance from all of these teams around, and you're right. I mean, the big name missing is ESA. This is a team that, I mean, emphatically, after the change and introduction of Noct, has only gone on to do greater things. But is there something missing in this lobby? Is it the fact that maybe, you know, the history with some of these things, it's not as inspiring? Some of that drama is over. They're starting a new leaf. I don't know, but I do think that we're expecting a lot more throughout the rest of these games. And remember, first time NA is starting on World's Edge. So some of these teams who have jumped to these electric starts and our new rosters also have done that starting on a new map 3 times in a row. They're now going to the old school map where some of the teams that have been together longer have a much more experienced history of how to play this and how to win in these dynamics. Giving credit, of course, that all these players know exactly what to do. There is a difference here in terms of how fast you can start and how much room you can climb up into this lobby. James, you know, this is game 2. Still much more to see. We've got game 3 coming up after this. We'll be back for game 4, and that will be on Storm Point to finish off the final 3 games of today. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Vicky and Tom right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
OXG taking game number 100 Thieves with a clutch fight against C9 to take game number 2. T-Squared and Vicky bringing you the action here on World's Edge for game number 3. Vicky, predictions. Who's going to win?
Oh, man, hold on. On the spot. I mean, obviously, my Team Preds right now are a little on fire. Can we take a look at the fact that ESA in the same lobby had a record-breaking day? Triple digits. They're in the same lobby, and Tom, they are nowhere near close to the top today.
Yeah, that's because you ended up bailing on me and picking them for your predictions. But OXG, what a solid performance. We were talking about the overall leaderboard leading into this in the pregame show, how important it is for these teams that are facing relegation to try to fight their way in. And right now, they're looking like a potential playoff team if they could keep this up. And makes me wonder, maybe this switch on over to World's Edge to Stormpoint, is that coming into the psyche for a little bit on what's going on for ESA? Is that helping some of these other teams like OXG?
I think it's shifting everything. I think it is absolutely helping out teams like OXG. You can imagine now as we move on to our final game on World's Edge, how this is going to shake things up, preparing us for Stormpoint.
And because we were talking about it, when he was on Flashpoint, Kubsky had top 5 finishes all the time, averaging 5th place. So that was on World's Edge. kind of seems like that's where the specialty lies for OXG right now. If they can bring that on over to Stormpoint, maybe this is a team that can get out of relegation. Maybe this is a team potentially that could push into those playoff areas. But watch out again for RCO. Watch out for W. These are teams that are trying to take over that spot inside the top 10, and it's not going to be easy because right now the teams are looking very, very solid. I'm impressed with what I saw from C9. To me, I was expecting them to be able to close out that final fight, but 100 Thieves seemed to be a little bit more healthy than they were.
Yeah, to further highlight where OXG was standing just before today, they were overall in 34th place. They were in, that bottom area of the overall teams that really needed to put in a lot of work, and today they are really performing. Going on to game number 3, let's waste no time now, Tom. It's the last game on World's Edge again, the last chance for Oxygen to continue up and building up that lead that they have currently in first place in comparison to second place with 100 Thieves, taking game number 2 with 12 kills.
They've been playing patient, they've been playing methodical, not really seeing any major mistakes, letting the game come to them, but also forcing their hand when they need to, when they go and need to take fights, when they need to press their advantages. That's exactly what OXG is doing. They're not just turtling inside the buildings, they're not hiding on over towards the side. It's nice to see them have a major presence on the map. We'll find out if ESA can bounce back and have a presence here on our final game in World's Edge, just like you were talking about, as we see 100 Thieves and their landing spot over towards the Skyhook side. We saw them before, what the rotation was like. They're just going to be looting up over there and then immediately hitting a rotation, coexisting with a majority of the teams that are landing over towards the Skyhook side. Built by Gamers, finding themselves in an early 50-50.
Yeah, see here, especially with Scary being on this high ground, this is a team that we highlighted loaded into that first game as a duo. They need to start making this comeback. They've already put down some pressure here, and they have Beacon right next to them too, so they're just kind of denying this team any sort of space and any Beacon control for that next information.
Not my favorite gun to shoot without a scope, not going to lie. The 30-30 is kind of tough from that range without one, and you can see how difficult it is to hit those shots. If you can, it will be putting in some serious damage, but woo, Trials ending. This could continue to pull over towards that northwest side as well. I'm excited to see what happens here. You can see the advantages for these teams that are already in the zone, right? RCO, Fury, they're loving that. 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, going to be in prime spots for this zone. And NRG, they don't have much resistance. I mean, yeah, a lot of teams over towards that southern side choke, but if they can get in there too, they're going to have another priority spot.
Yeah, the gameplay for Energy is to go to Landslide, get that beacon if they don't already have one in staging, since their icons are kind of blocking that mini-map there, and then to already start rotating towards that southern circle. But Built by Gamers, we're the actually other squad trying to face off against Scary here. They don't even have beacon control. They're just continuing on some of this pressure, but they've lost on a member, and Scary is trying to fully send it now.
The bubble over towards the entrance to the door. Great execution for the entry frag. You can see it's also being utilized to hit the fast heal for the battery. And they're not taking any chances, Vicky. They're going to full heal throughout all of this one, push in, and you can see why. Temp is so strong up close on that controller. He's already going to find the initial knock, but that is going to be all she wrote for Built by Gamers. Nice entry frag there from Scary to be able to win that 50-50, and that is a 20th place performance from Built by Gamers. You hate to see it sometimes. That 50-50 could go either way, but either way, very, very nicely done. Again, the bubble, the timing, the patience. Patience has been the key word today.
Yeah, especially trying to close in that gap that Scary was sitting on that high ground here, and we get to take a look at another fight. It's going to be Furia on the other side, thinking maybe that's RCO. We do know that RCO usually likes to rotate from here. This is going to be their landing spot by Lava Fisher, but it's actually Fury on the other side, and Energy, who have already rotated away from staging. Instead, they want the heat here, and they're moving all the way to Lava Fisher to fight off Furia.
You can see at the top of your screen, the multi-view is live. If you're watching on Twitch, click the command center, and you're going to be able to watch up to 4 points of view, plus get the team comms and insight on what they're talking about when they're making the rotations and the team fights, etc., etc. So definitely take advantage of that if you are, again, watching on Twitch. Now we get a chance to see what Team Liquid's doing. One of those teams that do typically land over here. They're going to be getting that Trials loot and also just locking things down. Hopefully, they're going to be able to stay away from 100 Thieves, because look at what 100 Thieves has. You have the gold armor there on Scurry. He's going to be dropping that on over to Amu for the entry frag, and he's going to be getting that 30-30 charge up to get that blue to purple.
They're sniffing for an opportunity here, and Energy love to rotate in this spot whenever we see that circle pulling towards Trials to keep themselves out of the heat. With a lot of these teams rotating through Countdown, maybe even teams rotating away from Fragment towards Skyhook, they don't want to be caught in the middle of anything. They don't want to be pinched in between two squads, so they're going to be able to hold this northern area of Lava Fissure without overcommitting too much. And with that redeploy, they were able to get right over the heads of Furia.
And you can see Sweet's getting away from his teammates because he has his ultimate, right? So if he needs to hit his phase breach, he's going to go right back on in. But you saw a couple unopened pills over towards Lava Fissure, so go check that out. See if you can upgrade that armor for free. Maybe get some attachments for your weapons or some extra ammo and healing if you do need so. Team Liquid, they're going to need some help. They eventually need to get these things charged up. But I like the rotation coming in from NRG, and I like how they're watching their backs so they know, okay, Sweet's going to have this covered. We need to just focus on getting into trials eventually, but it is so difficult to do that if we know someone's coming behind us.
Who stole the loot? I'm hearing the alarms go off. Who's on the Loba picking some of that up here? CLG are going to be hanging out on the outside of these bunker doors. We already know 100 Thieves is right on top of them. Team Liquid inside. We know Energy are starting to make their rotation north of Lava Fissure. They're going to be hearing all this chaos soon. So CLG playing this patiently. They have Mamba obviously on the Caustic. This is what Mamba usually is on, especially on World's Edge. But they don't really have a building that they can secure themselves from to prevent a lot of these third parties.
And if it does pull away from that, that is one of the best spots to go and be in right now. W is anticipating the sniper post ending, which is a pretty solid guess either way. There's a handful of different endings over towards this trial side, but this is one of the more common ones. And that could have been Fury on that Loba just taking and stealing all the loot.
Hey, more for me. You got that gold Evo shield now. Now I get to heal up quicker, get into the fight even quicker, but W, they're going to start rotating away. I like that high ground spot that we see them in. We sometimes have seen this circle pull north of Trials on top of the sniper spot. So this is W trying to make their predictions on where they want to situate themselves for that final circle.
But when you're up there, you end up losing a lot of resources and you get caught out of position sometimes. That's exactly what happened right there as they were getting focused from the opposite side. So maybe one player is going to stay up there, but having all three doesn't really seem necessary, as Scissors is the one that could just make his way up and down with that high ground, coming in with the jetpack as Atlanta Premier. Interesting spot. They're going to be setting up around the corner here for a little bit of an ambush action. And that is the only Loba in the server we're getting word on the W side. So appreciate that coming through from our production team. And you can see RCO coexisting right there next to Atlanta Premier. What the rest of these squads are thinking. 100 Thieves getting a little bored up there.
Yeah, I mean, they just won the last game. Come on, where's the action, they're wondering? They're not going to give up the God spot. Here's a good spot for them to be. They're on the high ground. They're going to overlook all of these teams that are going to be rotating away from Lava Fissure, or if they want to rotate on the other side of Countdown, they're just in such a good spot to continue on their onslaught of pressure and damage. And Scary, being one of the slower rotating squads, are going to be taking their time. They're rotating away from launch site. They're trying to pick up as much loot as possible because unlike Fury being the only Loba in the lobby, Scary doesn't have a Loba to work off him.
Looks like they're going to wait this out, get the scan onto round number 3, zone number 3, and then make their move, which is a pretty viable play. As you see LMK setting up a little bit of an ambush play on over towards the corner. A couple different teams setting up ambushes. This is pretty funny. Maybe they're going to be waiting for a beacon if that beacon has spawned directly on top of them, but it is just a LMK ambush on top of waiting for this beacon. Are they baiting it? Are they going for it themselves? Remains to be seen.
They know, they hear them. LMK are just going to wait on the high ground, but do casuals know too? Is the intel here? They must hear their footsteps on that high ground. The pitter-patter as the steel meets their feet there. Esports Arena is going to be making their quick rotations as well. Now making their way away from Landslide. Hopefully they don't get caught up and get gate capped here, because there's going to be a fight real soon over by Harvester for that beacon.
As they hit the scan onto round number 3, let's hop into a quick listen in with LMK.
Yeah. I had no bub. That's a different team, I guess. That's
Keep running.
I'm not good. Leave me.
How close to that? How close to that? Hello?
You guys better?
Are they close or no?
No, they're like bottom.
That's why I was
they're not close to it. There's some casual, there's some random. It's not the team we saw.
That's right.
I'm not there anymore, dude.
I'm
not with you at all.
Yeah, I'm living.
I mean, I think you guys can ref, but the problem is medkits. I have 1 medkit, 2 syringes.
1 medkit, 3 syringes. It's gonna be tough, honestly.
It's like, I don't even know what they're doing. It's about some bad team.
They probably saw us or they heard us or something.
I'm in the medkit now.
I
think it's I saw fly in. I think
it's 100% different team.
Yeah. Team you saw fly in, I think hit the balloon, but wouldn't we have heard it?
They're sitting right there.
Horizon 2. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah. I don't understand.
Which way far left?
Maybe they thought someone was riding beacon, so they just waited, and they heard our bubble, and then they just waited for us to
Didn't
move.
even land dome?
I don't know.
I guess.
My last medkit. 3 syringes.
They're just top harvester.
Yeah.
I have 6 bats if you need any.
Kind of sketch going this way?
Yeah.
I love hearing the comms coming in from LMK. That was so unfortunate for turns. It doesn't look like they just knew that they were going to get on top of Harvester right there, but I love hearing the confidence even when they lose out on a teammate. I mean, LMK, they came out from the Challenger circuit, but so did Casuals here. They're not really much randoms.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw Turns was fairly weak in terms of his health, and he was waiting to hit a med kit, and that's what was slowing him down. And then all of a sudden, boom, he just gets 3-2-1, and he's taken out by the Casuals. And what a team name coming through for them. But hey, you got to get points how you can, and I like the sneaky play. If you're going to go and have that replicator, that's a big brain play. But look at the bubble already coming down. Esports Arena's taking so much damage, Vicky.
Too much pressure. 2 shield bats popping off here, so that just really leaves Skittle Cakes to help with the suppressed fire. See, the Arcstar just trying to buy in some time, but it's G-Force making their way. They're putting in so much damage, though, onto ESA. Like, ESA is just giving them all this free real estate.
They had so much damage on him, but they didn't capitalize as hard as they would have wanted to, and now all of a sudden Slurpee G's down, Fearless is down, ESA fighting back and fighting back for their lives. They got the heals off, they got the bubble down, you saw the barrels inside of the bubble too. Great way to reset, and now, oh, whoa, hello, Mooney with the damage.
Oh, you said try me one more time. That's 1 member left from C9. They get taken out, or rather G-Force, they get taken out here. C9 also getting taken out by 100 Thieves, who are still probably on the high ground of Trials. Look at this position that Nano is now taken here on the outskirts of Trials. CLG still playing by the outskirts, but this is what we were talking about before. The inevitable third party, though, the bait's out of the bunker. They find Nano. He's trying to get away, though, after he was trying to give some suppressed fire to Vatro.
And there is the banner grabbed, but you can see the bubble has to go down and the healing is going down inside of that one. It could be a skyward dive opportunity, but 100 Thieves is looking to capitalize here. They've been just waiting for action the entire time, and this is the only opportunity they've had to put down some damage in the last couple of minutes, so you know they are thirsty to get these shots off.
And they're still continue on with the confidence here, with the 30-30. Oh, he managed to get that one shot though. Yeah. It's about making a statement. That's the name of the game here.
The other ones were
they
warning
do
shots.
manage to. Yeah. Just to let them know. Yeah, we see you. Time for you to be scared here. But Casuals now with their own redeploy, they're going to be able to get into circle. We saw what happened earlier with ESA though, so Casuals flying right into their airspace.
And this is the power of Valkyrie, right? You could sit in the zone for that far, hit the replicator, continue to get those med kits up, but really when you're stuck on the low ground, not an ideal situation. Plus the bubble already going down, especially because they needed that to go and heal. But what's the move here? What's the play, Vicky? You kind of want to get on over towards the top. Is this going to be a Horizon grab lift, excuse me, and it's going to be a flank around the corner instead? Looks like they're safe for now, but they would like to get in a little bit better position.
Yeah, especially since they are forced to play off of this low ground, but look at where the circle is taking us. We did highlight that sniper tower being usually where the end circle pulls for these northern circle pulls by Trials, and that's exactly where this is going to be taking us, leaving that team there, the Loba team on that sniper tower, sitting pretty happily.
Yeah, that is Team W, so great job by them. We talked about it in the pregame show. They are a team that just immediately loots and gets out of there. One of our fastest rotating teams. Why? Because they're able to loot later on with that Loba, right? So you can just get that black market with Teak up, go shopping. Mickey, we know you love the Black Friday deals. See what Casuals, again, is going to be able to do, though. But they have to make their way on over towards the zone, right? You know teams are going to be behind you. Don't think the skyward dive is going to be back up for Casual in time. So this may have to be just an opportunity to go foot it on over towards the edge and then throw that bubble down when you really need to. But once you start crossing underneath Trials, kind of where 100 Thieves was locking down, past where Team Liquid's going to be, it's going to be brutal because you're going to have NRG over behind you. You have another team obviously in between there, and then you have W still on top of that sniper post.
Oh, this is not a good spot for Energy to be sitting in. They're between W, they're between another team who's actually sending an onslaught of grenades in their direction. W's also got the Kraber in the hands of Fury, the beauty of the black market. The only team here that is running the Loba in this lobby, and they've always been serious innovators on World's Edge when it comes to the Loba usage. So to see W having this God spot right here, they have to be wary of the two teams on their 6, as well as the teams leaving their way through trials.
And this is how you kind of play out the sniper post. Everyone kind of runs around, takes their little angles, and then one person's always safe, so you're just like, hey, yeah, get to me, I'm safe, right? You're not getting shot at, okay, we're going to be good. But do you see the discipline from Rocker not to toss that bubble down? You know, Sweet is calling that out. Great IGL, great patience again. That's been the key word for today for the teams that have done really well. But look at this, round 3 going into round 4, still 16 squads and 47 players.
And they also have the information for where this circle is going to be pulling. That's important for them, and that's why they're holding on to this spot. But they know that they're going to have to commit to a team if they don't want to get pinched, especially before that next circle closes in behind them.
How greedy can you get with that black market fatigue? There it is, going
He's got
in.
2 Krabers.
And double Kraber. Content coming in for Fury.
Oh, I love this. I love this. I live for this here. Love to see that Loba play. Not surprised, of course, it is Fury that we're talking about. But to dissect further, this is also going to allow them to have the black market as some makeshift cover. Very similar to what we see from Skittles when he's on that caustic with those barrels. But you also have the ability to go in for these quick shield swaps if you need.
And if you wonder why Loba could be used in competitive, take notes right now. Just look at the amount of utility, the armor swaps, the positioning. So perfect right here coming through for the W squad. Currently sitting in 12th place in the overall leaderboard, trying to make it into that top 10 so they could stamp their ticket to Stockholm, Sweden. OA, a rocket hard place right here, Vicky, as the bubble has dissipated and now the heals have to come through.
We talked about the only team running the Loba. Optimal Ambition is the only team running the Crypto, it seems, here. Nate's still on that Crypto pick. A lot of our other squads here in NA have been running the double big boys into the Valkyrie. Oh, he sees him in his sights, but he still misses, even though he was sitting down and sitting still the whole time.
The double Kraber with one guy standing still, and then he gets the knock on Avacho right there. That's going to be Fury, though. 2 Krabers don't make it right. W, give him a break over here as you're on the sniper post with double snipers. Vicky, it has to feel good, man.
You can imagine, you get a Kraber, you get a Kraber, everybody gets a Kraber, Fury. Oh, yeah, having to dance around that, though. Still, they're in such a good spot. They can avoid the bombardment with just a natural cover of the sniper tower. They're contesting a lot of these teams to prevent any sort of team trying to push up on them. But what they're most worried about is these redeploys. They have to continue on this pressure here, as you can see some of those shots coming out from Fury.
Yeah, a lot of redeploys all over the place, worried that their spot could be in jeopardy. You said shooting shots off just to back them into a different spot, filtering them out. So many teams take it to the skies. Imagine if you're one of those teams in the air trying to find a spot. It is going to be so difficult. That's why you see the bubbles coming down. Multiple defensive bombardments are going to be connecting as well. Another bubble over here as you see the kill feed is lighting up.
Oh, finding opportunity, 247, a double Kraber hit for Team W. Let's see if we get a third here. They're waiting, they're in perfect position. It's like we're playing Duck out here, but they missed the last shot.
That was a very close shot, though. I'm going to give him credit for having the great tracking either way. W loving the position, having plenty of ammo still in this Kraber. 6 shots, just trying to line it up. Hello, Caustic, all that time, and a whiff for Scissors.
He got a knock, though, slightly earlier on. Saw that in the feed here as we get to take a look at Scissors' point of view. And guess what? It's time for those Black Friday deals. As the black market comes out, another shot landing. He's not going to get the knock just yet, but the follow from Phony. The comms for this team must be phenomenal, though. Even if Phony doesn't have the Kraber, it's fine. He's got the wingman in hand.
W is basically setting up free target practice and lessons for the rest of this lobby right now. This is absolutely insane. Can you be in a better position? I don't think so. They called it early. They're utilizing the Loba perfectly, and you can't really play better Apex than that. Let's hop into a quick listen with W.
Fuck.
You're gonna res.
That's fine. That kid's in such a bad spot. What?
Yeah.
I'm gonna Kraber shot this kid. Ready?
I'm king it.
Oh, that's so lame.
I'm 30, fuck.
You wasted all your shots?
Yeah, no more shots.
Okay, I still have all
These guys took under us. They took under.
We're gonna kill this. We're gonna kill this. We could kill this.
Yeah.
We don't need a caustic team underneath us.
Grab shit from the wall. You have nades and shit. This team's Valkulting.
Team Valkulting now. Team Valkulting now. Watch out for Valkults.
Oh my, bro.
Come to my side. Come to my side. My side's playable.
Drop me a syringe and look height. Drop me a syringe.
Wait, I don't accidentally fell.
Okay, we're fine.
Drop me a syringe. Hello?
I can't. I'm worried about height. I'm worried about height.
Kills her.
Wait, height. Wait for height.
Okay.
One kid fucking.
We're good. Look at these kills.
I'm looking for height. Height.
On us, yeah, on us.
120
Knock one. Knock two.
Nice.
Get them in.
We're good.
Tell me what to look at. I can get picks.
Underneath maybe.
I gotta pop out.
They're fighting here. After. Underneath.
Under.
Look right here. This is fixed. Give me. Height.
I'm gonna thirst.
We might want to kill her underneath.
I'm gonna look.
Look. You can fly. Yes, you can fly.
Black flag.
She went back down. We might be able to clear this.
We should headshot this kid. Headshot this fucking Jibby.
You should look. Both of you should look for it.
I'm looking.
Both of you. I'm good.
Valk right here.
Back up.
We can clear it. We can clear this. Another team.
Here,
we should just clear this then.
Drop.
Yes, clear it.
Funny, he's flying up.
I'm not up.
Right here.
90 on that kid.
I'm lost.
He's in here.
I killed him. Go high if you can.
We're fine.
There's two teams.
I have an ult still. I still have an ult.
There's still a kid underneath, no?
No.
Did he go above?
I'm pretty sure there's not. I mean,
they're both there. They're both on the other side.
Nah, you can do it.
Wow. What a listening there from Team W. The callouts are being barked left and right. The team on the height just got absolutely schmelted as now NRG is down. RCO having the high ground right there was huge. I'm shocked that they're able even to get this res. You know you want to be the last team of the party. That's exactly what W's thinking here.
It was actually insane to see the follow-ups. Not only with the Krabers, they're still landing Kraber shot after Kraber shot. Look at the damage output. I wish we could see the combined damage of this entire team. They have 9 kills right now. Not an abyssal amount compared to what we've usually seen in these lobbies here, but W with these Krabers have been putting in so much work, and you have to imagine this is the Loba pick right here really coming through.
Now NRG forced themselves on over towards W. RCO's gonna love what they see because that's a lot of damage output. Oh my goodness, Fury! Disgusting no-scope Kraber shot. Can he close this off with a huge dub?
Oh, you're disgusting! Fury's still going. Phony gets taken down even though he had full shields, but it's RCO Esports that swoop up for the dub and take first place.
2 of our teams that we highlighted inside of the top 20, trying to break inside of the top 10. That game for both of those teams is going to help out tremendously.
And that's the risk, you know, Energy decided to fully send it onto W there. Yeah, W, they were popping off, they came on top after that fight. But the fact that they were so weak that it prevented them for that quick reset. RCO, they swooped in at the perfect time.
You get a Kraber, you get a Kraber headshot, you get a no-scope. Holy cow, what a game from RCO. W Energy somehow picking up a decent amount of points. What a game. I have never seen a team sitting up there and shooting down on a team of pros like it was a pub game. Like, it wasn't even a pub game, it looked like a bot game.
Yeah, that was actually insane. Nobody was paying attention to them. Can we acknowledge the absolute onslaught of fighting that was happening right to their north, but they were holding onto that sniper tower so well as clearing it out. That's why they were able to get 12 kills in total despite going in second.
And you heard during the listen-in, our height is the most important. They wouldn't even drop syringes for their boy. They're like, know what? I am watching the height right now because that is the only thing that is going to stop us. And you saw enemy come in, immediately get taken out. But they were all having their presence on each side. There was, again, great patience and discipline with the bubbles, never using it unless they needed and absolutely had to. As you take a look at not a lot of points for these teams on the second page because all of those kills were going down in the final moments.
Makes you wonder how this is going to shift in the overall leaderboards here. Oxygen going down in 11th place, only securing 2 points in total with just 1 KP here. Wondering here, look at C9 all the way down in 18th, not being able to pick up anything. It's going to be triple donut here for that team. Built by Gamers, that was the first team that we saw getting contested for those 50-50s. Unfortunately, unable to come out on top for that early 50-50.
Such a brutal zone, and it's crazy that a team like W is able to get there so early again because of their fast rotations with Loba, and you wouldn't rather have any other comp than that comp right there for these final moments because you see how much ammo you're going to be using, how many heals you're going to need, etc., etc. Loba is just so valuable in that type of situation. They picked up so many kills. In the end, they couldn't get that team fight against RCO, and RCO picking up Some huge placement points to boot. Nando with 2k damage.
Yeah, absolutely insane here. Remember, we were talking about RCO making the rotations away from Lava Fisher, and now wondering here that they were just at the right place at the right time. They went for a longer rotation through Skyhook, and look at all the damage that they were able to pick up on the way there.
Amazing performance from, again, two teams inside of the top 20, trying to make their way inside of the top 10 for the playoffs. Now things get a little bit more heat up as we move on to Storm Point for game number 4, 5, and 6. Vicky, wow, my heart is still racing.
I know, Storm Point, what is that going to bring in store for us? It's always so nice to see our Challenger Circuit teams like RCO Esports pop off. It's a nice little change up in our lobbies here, but as we move over to Storm Point, can that continue, or are we going to see more of a shift for these Challenger Circuit teams to make the come up?
Let's bring Kate back. I have a question for Kate. What do you think about that double Kraber there? Did that get you excited on the sniper post?
You get a Kraber, you get a Kraber. This is one of the many reasons I love Loba. I'm always going to be a Caustic fan for sure, but Loba has added something really unique to these lobbies, and having just the only Loba in the lobby, oh, that is the spice of life. But let's talk about, before we get into Storm Point, because Vicky, I could not agree with you more. Speaking of spicy, it's going to shake things up the way it has been this entire split. But let's talk about match number 1. We just saw RCO come out here in match number 3, but in the early game in this particular match, well, they took down Furia. You can't wipe a team without letting the rest of the lobby know, and 100 Thieves came in with a third party almost immediately. You know, Vicky, as we take a look at these highlights here, talk me through what players, some of those players who are looking to level up their own game should not do to not be killed in that third party situation.
Don't drop from the high ground like Energy did in that moment. That was quite unfortunate. Maybe getting a little ahead of themselves right there. We saw that they were contested by 100 Thieves and by 2 teams that were sharing that Lava Siphon building there. But this was a game that Oxygen was able to win with 11 kills. Remember, W also was a solo here in game number 1, and they were able to rat things up until top 3. So W, even with that last game, even though they didn't take that dub, they still were able to rat into that top 3 spot despite Oxygen winning.
Yeah, 2 games inside of the top 3. That's really impressive, Vicky, honestly. And the way that they closed out that final fight for Oxygen was extremely sexy. But this is the team that we've had, kind of scratching our head over the first 3 games. Esports Arena, Kate, they haven't really been on the map.
They have not been on the map, which of course is certainly a headline. I want to go back to another sort of feature of the first 2 matches, actually the first 3 matches, and those would be the rat strats, because we have seen so many of them. You just talked about W in match number 1. We're talking we talked Noct doing some incredible things, and Fury in that match number 1, and of course Noct again in match number 2, and Sweet in match number 2's late game. Tom, talk me through a little bit of these strats, and more importantly, some of the things that we've learned from these pro players that certainly we should do, and more importantly, what we shouldn't.
We don't have the rat exterminator here, which is Bloodhound, right? Bloodhound just scans everybody. There's not that many cryptos here either, so you're able to go and make these big plays, and all these points are really adding up. I loved the way that Sweet was able to phase breach back in the previous highlights. He was adding and just peppering on over towards the side, but this was the moment that everybody loved, right? When they flew in on over towards the top, multiple no-scopes landing for Fury, then they were focusing 100 Thieves on over towards the side at the very end once they dropped down, but the communication that listening was just so on point. Eventually Energy sends it on over towards the side in this final 3v3v3, and because of that they took way too much damage, and the positioning on top of this rock, Vicky, was so strong for RCO.
Yeah, it's my favorite. Listening to those comms, even hearing that they knew that a team was going to try to contest them onto that sniper tower. It was intense there, and the ring actually was what really pressured out Phony after he got that shield swap. So that was quite unfortunate, but again, W, even though they were able to take that clean fight with these no-scopes Kraber shots, it was unfortunately not enough once RCO was able to swoop in and take everything else.
Absolutely, and I will say, Tom, one of the things that has been key, certainly for some of these teams in both the good and bad way, I'm looking at you casuals, is keeping your head on a swivel, whether you're inside or outside the ring, whichever team. I love the ESA. We thought it was a strat where they were gonna like reposition themselves in front of casuals to gatekeep, perhaps. But at any rate, yeah, let's talk about these drops here, Tom, because very clearly it can be something that can make or break you. And in this case, I feel like really helped out W, especially in that late game.
You can see the teams over towards that top side, right? W is very close to being able to get in over towards Trials, Team Liquid, 100 Thieves, everybody taking these great positions. RCO over towards that Lava Fisher side, the way that they were able to play and execute that. Everyone knew where that zone was going. If you've played in competitive or you've played ranked before, you've seen these trial zones a million times, and we were predicting over towards that sniper post. But you have to give credit not only for W executing towards the tail end of the game with Loba, but also just holding that spot down for so long, right? Everyone over this trials area protected home court advantage, and you got to respect that.
Absolutely. Speaking of respect, I want to ask something a little bit higher level here, which is that we saw the top 5 teams aren't in the leaderboard. Let me put this way. 100 Thieves is the only team in that top 4 overall leaderboard that is currently sitting with a W here in today's matches, of course. So it's really interesting. And Vicky, I want you to real quick break this down for me. Is that potentially because we're looking at such a stacked lobby where the people like the ESAs, the NRGs, some of these Cloud9s, these 100 Thieves have come in and said, well, we're going to go and take these guys out first. And then some of these third parties come in and say, we'll play spoiler NBD.
Yeah, I think it's the timing to the third parties, and I also think it's the way that the different regions have gone on with the ALGS Pro League happening around the world here. You have a lot more information to take on from a lot of these other squads, and I think this lobby has just figured teams like ESA out. As we've gone on within the Split 2 Pro League, I absolutely love to see the competition fired up, and I love what I'm seeing from 100 Thieves right now. I actually was just thinking about how 100 Thieves has been doing right before you highlighted them, Kate, and I'm excited to see what 100 Thieves is going to do on Stormpoint, because I do think as we move on to Stormpoint, there are teams still figuring that map out, whether it be within their compositions or whether it be just trying to figure out their own rotations.
There it is indeed, Tom. My prediction last Sunday was 100 Thieves, but guess what? They have made their way up to the top here. I should say top, but they are, I don't know if there's a better way to say neck and neck with someone you're seemingly tied with, OXG.
And what's interesting enough is it's still anybody's game, right? Because 35 points really isn't that big after 3 matches. But one of the reasons that we hyped Esports Arena up so much is because just look at how hard Apex is in these lobbies when they're this difficult, right? Yes, they dropped record points in the first time, but that is why we have to talk about it, because it's so unheard of to win back-to-back matches like that. And that's just the beauty of Apex with how competitive everything is.
Well, and I know they will certainly be taking that triple-digit point value from their first time in this lobby, in this group stage, to the bank, and could definitely be the straw that broke the camel's back ultimately. Thank goodness, Vicky, as we take a look at some of the second half. And hey, listen, Tom, I want to talk real quick. Stormpoint, and I don't know if you can hear the smile in my voice. I get excited when chaos ensues, and as we've talked about time and time again, having the difference between, we've seen teams do incredible things on both these maps. We've seen teams come out and win World's Edge and then Stormpoint. I should say Stormpoint and then World's Edge. My question to you is, are we expecting to see W bring out that same Loba and take Stormpoint by storm?
I wouldn't doubt to see Loba still in play here, but I think a lot more, everyone's going to agree that a lot less Caustics are going to come forward here. Maybe more Bloodhounds, maybe more Bangalores, hopefully some more Cryptos for Vicky.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at Crypto being used, and we only had nades out there actually just rocking the Crypto. So we only had 1 Crypto in the lobby, 1 Loba in the lobby. A lot less diversity in terms of the team comp, but I do think it's because we were on World's Edge. As we move over to Stormpoint, are we going to see a lot more Bangalores like we saw in EMEA? Again, we see a lot of these different compositions across different regions, but I'm excited to see what NA's got to bring to the table for Stormpoint.
Absolutely. What comps will these teams be flowing through? Well, we'll find out here as match number 4 is coming up here on the Apex Legends Global Series right after this.
It has been 3 games so far. We're at the end of halftime, and we are beginning the second half of the day. It's Rain Day and James Bardoff here. We're starting off in Storm Point, James, and that just means almost things kicking off anew again for the rest of this lobby that has found 100 Thieves pretty much separating themselves at the top, and a couple of teams close behind them in the race.
Yeah, now I'm expecting a lot of different legend selection in this lobby. When we looked at EMEA yesterday, it was so strange that we had Bangalore's on World's Edge as well as on Storm Point. I don't think that we'll see the same in this lobby in terms of like all the caustics that we saw, for example. I don't even know if we'll see the crypto on this occasion, depending on how people want to approach the map. So I'm very curious to see how the configurations will vary slightly with Storm Point coming up. I'm sure that the regions are looking at what each other are doing as well. So I'm going to be very curious to see what will happen. But perhaps Esports Arena can have some more success and avoid any charge rifles that Abreleli may find on Storm Point. We shall have to see.
Feels like something anybody in the lobby should be paying attention to, not just ESA, because that's not a place you want to be. C9 had that one good game in Game 2, haven't really made any chance to develop beyond the leaderboards. RCO Esports notably taking the win last game, doing a great job of it. But in terms of Storm Point, you're right. You're seeing usually in World's Edge a constricting of the meta, closer fights, slower fights, a lot more defensive-oriented. And World's Edge, it's the complete opposite in Storm Point, where you almost have to spread it out. If you think of an accordion, you kind of tense up on the way in, and then you have to open up in terms of your play with Storm Point. And that's where these Bangalores, that's where even in North America, I'm not sure if we're going to see none of it. We haven't really seen it in EMEA, but the Horizons have come into play, and I'm very excited to see what type of diversity will show up here in Game 3, 4, 5, and 6, and if it will actually help, because that's the other thing. Some teams that desperately need these points haven't proven that they're great at Storm Point.
Looking at Game 2, the late rings we saw when everybody was playing in the edge of a reasonably small ring, I think it's going to be harder to have that many teams in such a small area in Storm Point because of the open terrain that they have late rings to get to that position in the first place. So it's going to be very interesting. Also, we had like a very busy northwest part of the map with I think 4 teams dropping on World's Edge, whereas I think in Storm Point people should be a little more spread out. So I think we are going to have a completely different kettle of fish, as they say in the UK. I don't even know what that means, to be honest with you. But it's definitely going to be...
I want to find out.
It's going to be a whole new world. I'm sure Onset knows. He will have the answers.
Oh, yes. Yes, I mean, and a lot of a lot of travel with our compatriots as well. Scrolling Twitter, they're not here on the broadcast, but I know a few of them, especially Dan, hit up the Sweden game today, where we'll be in just a month. Congrats to them, taking a little time to travel. I got some work out there. I think they got some work out there, and of course, work being done here in the lobby. For those just joining us, we're done with 3. It's 100 Thieves, OXG at the top. RCO Esports climbed 4 after their win last game. W keep making a performance, though, James. This team, got to watch out for them.
Absolutely. And boy, was that an entertaining game that we had just now. On that sniper tower, almost nobody looking at them. Double Kravers, swings, misses, hits, all kinds of drama from up there. Lasted so long. A shame they didn't take it all the way. Great to see 100 Thieves on top, but we'll come back to them later as we look at the second half of the table. Furia were on the edge, previously 11th. Now they find themselves in 13th place. And Scary have been a team that we've had to mention in previous matches as well. And they're trying to creep up. Ganjamin looking to be on the second half of the table if he can. Ghost Gaming, they're a team that I think I picked once or twice last year late on in the splits that we had. But so far, we haven't had that much to say about them. And hopefully that changes as well.
I know. And you know, the buyout from Ghost, I know some dear friends who have actually I've worked with over many years in Atlanta, trying to really create even more of a hub of esports and TV and film that it already is out there. A lot of tax evasion, tax relief, I would say, when you get in those big budget movies and big budget stadiums being built. It's a lot easier to do it. And so definitely want Ghost to have a good entrance into Apex Legends. Yes, it has been a slow start, James, for sure. Still, hopefully, a lot of effort being put into that squad. Just some highlights from Match 3, though. C9 doing what we expected. It really was the Kraber show, though, right? I mean, man, W, some Colats as well. I mean, just couldn't have had it been better.
Point blank, Kraber is really, really awesome. And boy, was that a big gamble, landing on the sniper tower with all that going on. Some very desperate Valkolts coming through, but again, that Loba came in clutch, just raiding all the boxes, essentially unlimited ammunition, Kraber's aside. And they did last so long as well, and you did wonder when it came down to it towards the end with the Wingman, trying to clutch it out with the last two teams. So close, and yet so far. Just asking a little too much of Fury, but it was a great run to watch from W. Very good indeed, and we'll see if there's any more left in the tank in the games we have to come on Storm Point. I do wonder if they'll keep the Loba as well, because again, everybody's going to be real spread out, so I think it's going to have to be the real late game for that Loba to come in clutch if they can make it there.
I know, and you know, the way that game ended, you would have hoped that they just saw that anybody who stepped down off of that little semi-level up, that bevel, and just went down the low ground. I mean, I think 3 teams died there immediately back-to-back. It was like NRG died, RCO came up and killed Fury and the rest of the teams down there. I mean, it was just a terrible spot to be playing up. And, you know, those differences can really start to elaborate themselves, extend themselves in terms of what we get to see on Storm Point, because you're going to have even more height. You're going to have even more of those angles being able to be played by teams like RCO. It's a good sign that they found a win like that heading into Game 4, and maybe they'll continue on it. RCO is certainly not a team that I probably would have had on my lips, on my tongue, talking about them coming through in the maybe the leaders of the first half of the day, but I think definitely a team that showed up consistently, and that's enough for me, James, to say, well, let's start paying attention because, yes, the talent is there. Can they put it together in Storm Point? I think that's going to be the deciding factor if we start saying, wow, RCO might just be the team to beat today.
Rumor has it that we have a collection of Lobas landing on the map, and I think if you've got to go somewhere like fish farms, for example, the loot's quite spread out there, so it may help you just get a much better start and just get out of a very open area quickly. But another question, we spoke about the Bangalores and so on, the Caustics, but I think the comparison of like Wraith and Ashe has to be looked at as well. That more direct rotation of Ashe, which does give you the option to go vertical as well, rather than start vertical in most cases and go down, could be quite interesting. Worth noting, we did have an appearance of an Octane in EMEA earlier on, which is all too rare at present, and I don't expect it to happen here, but definitely worth noting.
Yeah, or not. I don't know. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see. That was a risky gamble right there. But you know, it's the beauty of it. And what better way to prepare for land? Seeing different styles. Take a look at your Storm Point landing zones as they drop out. Checkpoint, notably for NRG, Furia on the northeastern side of things. Command Center for 100 Thieves, who are at the top of our leaderboards. You'll see C9 down in your bottom right towards Launchpad, Ganjaman, and the rest of the squad of Scary landing near Gale, splitting Gale and Fish Farm. So quite a bit of loot for them, and they will be able to face their entire lobby with no one at their back. So some opportunities there for Ganjaman to make an impact in Game 4.
Yeah, potential nice rotation from NRG as well from Checkpoint, as they've got some more buildings to the south should they head in that direction. They do have Beacon where they landed as well. So plenty of information and plenty of loot for the likes of NRG. Getting information that Ghost Gaming have got a Bangalore on deck as well. So again, we're seeing a very colourful lobby here in more ways than one. Seeing some early rotations as well from some of these teams, and we can see RCO making their way to the high ground. We'll see what awaits them up there, but it is really a whole new world here as the song goes for these teams in these configurations, and there is one of the many Lobas here on Sleepy Panda. Need to get rid of their squishy armor sooner rather than later, as we can see Ghost Gaming in a much better position with 1 purple and 2 blues.
Only issue with RCO is if they're flying high on the magic carpet after a win. No genie to save them if they somehow fall off. That will definitely be to the chagrin of their own attempts to win this lobby today. Gonna have to keep it playing perfect, keep it playing simple, as well as taking enough risks to stay engaged, knowing that NRG still looking hungry, ESA looking even hungrier, starving, to be honest, to get involved in that top 5. So far, I've liked what I've seen from Sweet. I think the phase breach play that we cast in game number 2, trying to really push and take over the Kraber spot that we saw. I believe it might have actually been 100 Thieves kind of gatekeeping them at the back end of the circle. It was the right idea. I liked the aggressiveness. 100 Thieves just heard the play, reacted to the play too quickly, too well, bubbled themselves, and it was impossible for NRG to finish that push. But then, you know, Sweet has some heroics, gets a top 5. I mean, I like what they're doing. I think it's just a matter of execution and feeling comfortable within this lobby. And that's also the challenge, James. These lobbies change every day. So it's hard to feel comfortable one day and then immediately comfortable the next.
Got some griefing with the crypto drone. Definitely a fan. Better to give than to receive as far as that's concerned. And if NRG are starving, then it's got to be a famine as far as points are concerned for the likes of Esports Arena, who had a rough ride in the first half of the proceedings today, and we'll keep an eye on them. But for now, we ride with Team Liquid. Gildesons and Fun will be content for now with their blue armor. Nocturnal will be looking for a little more, but with that Loba, again, they'll have the bullets to try and level up, and we are having some hot drops already. In they go, and that's going to be, oh, I'm not sure if it's working out for them. We need to get a first-person perspective here, ASAP, because we may be about to lose our first team. Indeed. Oh, no, not just yet, but now, and LMK
watch out,
will not last very long at all.
RCO coming into the mix. They see what's happening here. OXG and LMK went for the fight. A lot of shields ready to swap outside to RCO. Do they want a piece of it? They heard it. They had an opportunity. Might just be speaking to each other, saying, it's not worth it, fellas. Let's keep on task and stay on the track. There's going to be a Loba ult from Protectful, one of our Lobas in the lobby. Of the 8 that were mentioned, that's a lot of Lobas, James.
I've got to say, that is a very early full send, full commit push into a building. I cannot recall.
From LNK, huh?
Yeah, I cannot recall.
Confident much.
Something happening that early in a very, very long time. So I don't know if they just, yeah, maybe they thought it was empty, but that's a painful lesson if that was the case.
I know. It just kind of wonders what goes through your mind in that one. Because the advantage certainly isn't in landing, right? Team in there, you know the team is there. Landing immediately into the fight, you know, you got that half second where you've got the jarring animation that stops you from being able to immediately fire. So, really not sure. I think LMK need to let me know what that was all about.
RCO, a little light on heavy ammo there, despite the Loba on their team. So with that Valcol, perhaps they can try to find some in the middle of their area, dodging the Prowlers where they can. CLG, positionally, in the last game, it was so awkward for them. Even just trying to coexist with, I think it was Team Liquid, who were inside trials, and they were like, okay, we're going to stay between these two doors. That really didn't work out for them. I was surprised with how long they were just chilling outside before they lost a player and had to rotate. They did somehow manage to salvage something and get a few kills with the 2 remaining players in that game. So they made the best out of a very bad situation, but they won't want to get into such a situation again, surely, in this second half of our games today.
CLG also don't strike me as a team that likes to hold inside in the same way that you might see a team with a Caustic. And even weirdly enough, a Loba, who has enough of a kind of a stationary element to the Black Market Boutique that makes you feel comfortable staying in one place. You want to get inside a building to safely use that to all loot up and have that opportunity to really take advantage of her ultimate. So it does incline you to not do that in outward open spaces. You know, a team like with Malice Mamba, I love that they're aggressive. They like to play the Ash. They like to have charge rifles in their hand, find that open space. I think it's going to work a lot better for them on Stormpoint than it did now that we've switched maps in Game 4, and we'll be here for the next 2. Round 1 is closing. We've got a minute before then. We have not lost a team except LMK, so it's a good sign for most of the lobby here. Really no damage to speak of. Still wide open for any team to take control.
Was it LMK who were griefing in Harvester when they were hiding behind a team who were on Beacon? I'm not sure if it was LMK or a different team. I might go and check that after the broadcast. Just curious. But in the meantime, NRG will be using Replicator. For those of you at home, the Turbocharger is in the Replicator today, which is why we're seeing so much Devotion action. And especially on the likes of World's Edge, where you can get closer quarters, that Devotion absolutely melts. But at longer range, you might not hit all the bullets, but you can certainly crack some shields. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. The purple backpack is, of course, in the replicator as well this week, so there's lots of harvesting to do with the points and so on. And NRG will be doing just that, maybe Val colting out afterwards. So they're taking it slow, making sure they have the things they want, putting themselves in a position to win for the long game. And indeed, we can see, I was wondering if Sweet would be on the Wraith or the Ashe, and he has moved over to the Ashe for the direct send with the Ashe ults.
Yeah, and I think stay with it. I like this lineup. I'm a fan of keeping it together. NRG, we've talked about them, and there's a lot of debate, a lot of fans. And I think that's why you see the conversation, because there's fans of a lot of IGLs and Apex Legends, but certainly one of the most premier. Let's listen in to how NRG are going to navigate getting into this circle.
We don't want anyone to see us now. Just run it. Because if it shifts weirdly, we might need a thing. Probably just going to go right here.
Let's regroup here.
You're going there or no?
I think I'm comfortable with leaving Nate here, and we can discourage from more syringes.
Alright.
Careful your health, Nate.
Pop a syringe.
It is kind of pulling down, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know what the zone
No, it is. It is. We could literally just play from here this whole game.
I got more syringes. More by me right here. Sweet. You know.
Okay. Maybe Nate, you need them?
Oh, I have self there. I'm popping a Phoenix.
Alright, I'll pop 2 of them, please. We need to wait, because if there's a team here, we need to come out of gas and literally instant kill them with Nate. Not peek as a duo. If they hold us in gas, it'll make our game much harder. Oh, I'm actually... Fuck, that low bullet.
More syringes up here. I'm gonna grab them.
I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, there's some heavy ammo, actually. Alright, let's go. Walk up on this left side of the mountain, hogging the actual rock, and we're just going to 3D peek this. There could easily be a team here. I would not be surprised if ESA is playing from out here.
This way?
Yep, I'm medkitting now.
I'm putting another
one more syringe.
I don't see anyone. Could easily soak in this next guy.
Yeah, I have a really good weapon for this spot.
Yeah, we're full safe.
Charge
there,
rifle,
and
100
next zone, like next zone, the green zone. We're like full safe on me as well. If,
I'll play the other side.
Team over here.
Yeah, I think we play low key right now for a potential third party, like on this side. All right, let's look. Bro, I think we try to bait a team to coming behind us through the cave. I could rat here
right
in this
here?
bush. Yeah, like not rat, but you guys get to here and hold them and shoot them. I just peek them from above them in this fucking bush.
Alright.
Alright. I have a charge rifle. It's kind of weird.
Sitting right here.
On me is good.
All right, in the event that they climb up on me before running up to you, which is unlikely, I'll just TP straight to you.
I think they could see our heads though if they walk up.
You could peek this. We're not really trying to rat it. We're not really trying to rat it. Like we're just trying to like maybe.
Just sit up here. Just sit up here.
Yeah, like that's.
We just shoot down on them.
What the fuck? Why did it send me off that? Wait, crafting, I think. And what did I just see? Is that lined up with the crafting?
Yeah, no, you're right.
They are there. All right, let's rat this.
This guy in the building.
How do we want to do this? Like, how can we sit here to rat?
Because that guy's just shooting us with the repeater.
On me here?
Do we just shoot them in the zone and just make them run away? I don't think we can even rat on them. I can just shoot them in the zone and then make them go the opposite direction.
Yeah.
I think that's the play. I don't think we should rat.
Okay.
I just don't think it's worth it.
I could sit in gas, but my 2 to 4x in the gas bounces like a fucking.
We just have nowhere to sit to like rat.
I remember, like if you're this far into the tunnel, you can't be hit by Gibby ult, so you don't need to bubble if you're playing on me for some reason.
Just like someone kind of stand near me and like get ready to shoot someone with me, because we can probably insta kill one. Because I have a charge.
Yeah, right here on me.
If you hit him once, I can kill him. They're gonna be 1 HP flush.
Yeah, like bro, I mean I'm ratting here. Like if they come up below me, I'm going Beamtown.
Oh, what is wrong with these people? They're like,
wait, what the fuck? He just
5 million years away.
Yeah, that guy's looking at us.
Are we ratting it or so or no?
No, not really like hard ratting it, but like, you know. If we see them deep in the gas and we don't think they see us yet, maybe we could chill. There's a fight at the bridge right now. We could easily wrap around this and third that. Yeah,
I see them
no
right
reason
here,
to rat. Yeah, let's shoot them. Shoot them off so they know we're here, so they fuck off.
I don't know where he went.
Might be going right. They could walk up hard right.
Right here. One guy.
My
team in the tunnel too.
Oh, team in the tunnel. That's annoying.
Right here. Can we shoot Valk? Can we shoot Valk? Or no, Gibby.
To shoot them so they know we're fucking here. No need to team shoot anybody. We just need to literally shoot them.
Wait, it's like 2 Gibbies. What?
Well, there is a Gibby in the tunnel. There's definitely
a
team in the tunnel.
It's 2 Gibbies. It's two teams in the zone. 100%.
Okay,
There's literally 2 teams next to each other. They're gonna fight.
Okay.
They're gonna fight. They're literally directly next to each other. That's so
Alright,
weird.
I can maybe play up here on me. Maybe.
Someone's gonna wrap to the left side of like the water.
Yeah, team is gonna play down here. We're gonna have to clear it back with level 3 gas and then walk out and kill this team to our bottom left. The guy in this building, I want to fucking.
There's still a team in zone out here. A red armor Gibby.
58 seconds.
They just went over here.
Gas. Yep.
No, but there's still another team though. There's still another team.
They're gonna try to play out here. We can swing out left and wipe that whole
Yeah, they
side.
Valk-ulted.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's them.
Be mindful of this team. This team might come up late and walk up along this Nate below you. Don't need to overchow that. Like you don't need to be the guy that holds them. Or like I'll have great angles as well. Mikey Dubdon, we are not. They're landing towards tunnel.
That team should be coming out to our left.
I'm gonna quickly peek our left. Yep, they're all running here. All popping medkits. 150 damage spray. Cracked one. They have a Bangalore though. They have a bang.
I'm gonna look. I can grief that little living fuck out of them.
I'm just watching our back for the tunnel wrap.
Keep doing it. They're literally still in gas. I think they're just gonna Valk ult. That charge off I got there's gonna be a fucking annoying.
I'm gonna shoot him.
These guys have nowhere to play.
Move this way.
Alright, they Valk ulting up. Let them go. Alright, now we're gonna focus to the right.
Moving here.
I'm currently 3-4. 3-4 if anyone has a shitload of cells.
I'm shooting middle guy.
There's 2 cells.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna shoot.
Keep holding this. It's now ticking 10. I'm watching your other way, Nate.
Well, it started as hide in a bush, and it evolved into so much more, James. Eventually, it was a party that half the lobby was in.
Yeah, that was a 5-team situation. 4 teams around each other, 2 of which in the zone, 1 on the edge, and then NRG being shot at by another team at range. And now they're all rotating and trying to find as much cover as they can. We'll see what we're able to do here. Charlotte Phoenix absolutely naked. They've gone to the wrong beach here. I don't think it's allowed in this situation. Albralele dropping Bowser with the dirty 30, and Stink goes down to the floor as well. So Albralele from range is causing havoc game after game, and Casuals may get some cheap kills here. But can they stabilize, as they are reasonably exposed from a number of different directions?
They certainly will at least have a chance, but it's not going to get the shield battery off. Who thought NRG would finally make their move now? It's a nice tether as well. That Ashe ability is going to keep the Gibraltar right there to meet its demise. It is Casuals falling down. NRG helping to clean things up. Scissors still fighting, but it is going to be Team Liquid Gildersons who will clean that one up. Fun FPS and Nocturnal involved in the skirmish as well. So 2 teams down. Great performance from NRG to just patiently be aware of all the other options they had to utilize, whether it was zone, whether it was time, whether it was other teams, to let the job get done for them and then clean things up easily.
There are 15 squads remaining, but Liquid, depending on where the ring goes, could be in a situation to make at least top 3 with the building they have and the Loba inside. They don't have to go outside to get any resources, even if they just camp for placement for the time being. Any boxes that are created will be harvested by them, and they've still got doors for the time being as well, so they are in a very strong position. We'll see how that one plays out, as GeForce have got some close quarters action coming their way as they look to do work with the Peacekeeper. Not that many shells left in it though, but he does have another gun in the hole. Moving around the bridge now. That is some nice drilling, trying to take out a team. Speaking of which, Charlotte Phoenix get eliminated, and Scary are not far behind.
Beautiful from James Fearless, one of our teams who used to run a Bangalore, opting for the Ashe this time around, and it'll be the same composition on Furia, who must have annoyed many, many people over the course of scrims and these last days on Stormpoint as they live in the zone. When will you start fighting? It's just another thing to worry about, but Furia almost mad scientist to how they perfected that rotation with the Trident, staying in zone as long as possible. Black Ooze gonna feel that one. Optimal Ambition looking like they gave themselves away to an optimal headshot.
Yeah, suboptimal positioning with all the windows there, but that wasn't their choice. They were oppressed by multiple teams. Shot through the window, down goes to Gibraltar. Couldn't even use a crypto to recover their teammate's banner. There was so much going on, and now we see those Bangalore smokes trying to create some space and maybe force OXG to focus on a different team, and they might just do that. C9 are getting more work in as Mamba is eliminated. I think CLG might just have one man up at present. OXG, though, have 3, trying to find some cover. There is gunshots coming from every direction at the moment. They're all trying to fight for position. And again, Team Liquid having their house is going to be so important because look at the carnage on the outside. Furia are surely going to run into a team now as they press on the edge of the zone.
11 squads. Make that 10 remaining in the lobby. And OXG might just be the 10th, turning it into 9. No, they'll make it 8. It is a lobby on fire. Ghost Gaming with 12 points into the day. It's game 4. They need a lot more than that to do damage or make a dent up first. But you know who's been first over the course of these days in North America? It's been ESA. Can they somehow bounce back to former glory? He's going to find a chance to jump up. Skittle Cakes playing the Horizon, one of the few teams who have adopted her in Storm Point. It's going to work out for them. 7 squads remaining. Skittle Cakes in Esports Arena. Clean it up. They're going to grab Duplex back. But guess who's here? Cloud9. Smell blood in the water, and they are going to be right on the scent. Albrelelli, Zach Mazer, Stay Naughty have their eyes on ESA, but so far in a pretty good position, James. Don't need to push it just yet.
Yeah, those walls will be very useful for them, but maybe not if there's a Bangalore ult coming their way. We'll see where that is headed. Oh my god, somebody getting charge rifled. 6 makes his way to the floor at the hands of Rocker. Ghost Gaming trying to use cover as best they can. They've got to get their teammate back up though. And we've got NRG now with a lot of grenades going. That surely they get some KP from this fantastic angles, and Ghost Gaming get nothing more from this game. 5 squads remaining. Don't forget, Team Liquid have been chilling in a building for a while as NRG now create a lot of space for themselves. Team Liquid will have angles on their windows. They still have their doors and their low barrels inside, just chilling and just waiting for these teams to thin out. They just want to pick off the people who are weak and keep their position.
A lobby of giants. We've got Liquid, we've got 1 from CLG, we've got Cloud9, we've got Esports Arena, and we've got of course, just the incredible NRG. It's easy to get confused with all these 3-letter acronyms here that stand for so much power, so much weight within the community of Apex Legends Esports in North America. Black hole from Horizon, will pull a couple of grenades, force the dome. Gilderson's waiting patiently with the PK. Does he have time for the shield battery? He hopes so. Sweet. Does he have time for anything? No, he hits the floor. It's Nathan as well, trying to hold things back, but he's trying to be defensive. It's time to go. Rocker not giving any chance. It's C9 taking on NRG. They put him down. Silence him. C9 in control of the lobby. 4 squads left. ESA still up. So is Liquid. And CLG, I believe, still has 1 remaining. It's Nano Fries ratting himself, trying to stay alive.
Hiding in plain sight. As long as he doesn't move, he should be harder to see. Even if he just jiggles left and right, the movement is going to be distracting. So he just has to stare forward like he's been told off at school and not move a muscle. Cloud9 still enjoying the space they have. You can see the urgency around the outside of Team Liquid's building, which is why all that pressure started to come inside, because Esports Arena needed a little more, which is why they threw that Horizon ult. But now there are less teams. They can breathe a sigh of relief. Cloud9 chilling on the other side in the meantime. They're going to try and create some cover for themselves with the respawn beacons. They don't need any reses. And again, Nano just not moving a muscle. But something's going to have to give, and it's going to be in that building. Once this zone starts to move, both those teams are going to have no cover beyond the domes. And maybe CLG even get involved to try and get some late KP. Who knows?
Alb still has the defensive bombardment. Zone is about to close in 3, 2, 1. This is now or never. They've got to get out of that building as well. And so team up top, Liquid, is going to have a problem. They can't get out because no one has the Ash. It's a unique problem we didn't see coming through, and they're going to have to run it. And so is ESA. They're coming out last. They seem to take a couple of shots to the left towards C9. Liquid have isolated themselves in a building, but that building will be first out of the zone. So what are they going to do now? ESA also forced to dome shield. The defensive bombardment's hitting all around, creating chaos in the battlefield, and it's Liquid who have to move first. It's Nocturnal on the Loba. He most likely will get taken down. However, C9 feeling so confident here, hiding behind the palm trees and the beach. It's all a breeze for them with the Hemlock hitting hard headshots. Albrelelli and the rest of C9, only 2 squads remaining. It is their time to push and clean up game number 4.
the trigger discipline. I think that's Duplex's ult. He held onto it, but when they rotated, and that's going to allow them to move position because Cloud9 are stuck in the dome for the meantime. The Horizon ult is here as well, and we've got Albraleli down, Duplex is down as well, and Nox might have to clutch this with Skittlecakes. They've got the Kevlar up for the time being, but he's still standing despite being naked. Nox, can they finish off the job and to get some big points from this one? It's down to Zach Mazer now to try and clutch it, looking for a shield swap. He gets half of it at the very least. The Peacekeeper is ready, popping the bat behind his teammates' cover. And indeed it is, but the hammer drill is here. Nox doesn't get a kill just yet. Who's going to take this? He's inside a palm tree. What's happening? Zach can't find him, trying to bat, but spots Nox on the low ground again. And esports Arena going to clutch it and get some revenge. Absolute madness in a 1 versus 1. They're climbing trees and all sorts.
The branches that could have bent one way or the other in that end game. Boy, too many to count, but it goes the way of ESA, and they are back on top in the lobby. The one they made history in just a few days ago, 4 in a row. Well, it won't be 4 in a row, but it will be game 4 that goes in the favor of Esports Arena. What a performance. It was a nice clutch there as well. The height clearly making a difference, and I would say that Noct, performing really in a moment that says, hey, I am a part of ESA. We are here to stay. Really a nice clutch against Zach there and C9, who were, in my opinion, favorites kind of in their positioning to win this lobby.
Yeah, that's a big game from Esports Arena. They really needed that after being griefed by Albraleli in the earlier matches. And I have to give credit to them for having the trigger discipline on the Gibraltar ult. When they rotated away from the building, they could have used it to try and distract that team and run away. But they were like, oh, no, they've got their own problems. We can hold on to this. And that allowed them to force the dome from Cloud9 and close the distance to get closer and get those downs in the first place.
I mean, the placement points are really the only difference, especially the 1 kill. It's a 4-point swap, first and second plus 1 kill. That was what the 1v1 was for. Will 4 points decide the difference in today's tournament? How crazy that would be. 1 kill, 1 moment. Do not miss your shot. Do not miss your chance. Well, of course, they'll get another one in 2 games to go. Kind of getting harder and harder to look at this bottom 11, though, James, because of how towards the top the performances have been. Furia, maybe the only team we talked about a lot, and that wasn't because of their play. It was because of their ability to last in the zone for that long. But Optimal Ambition, literally vibing, even Scary with Ganjaman, who we would expect to have some great performances. W as well, really not notable at all here in Game 4.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of teams stuck in the zone, standing next to each other with no idea, of course, a lack of bloodhounds at the moment. But I think one thing they'll have to think about is their rotations when they are using replicators late on, because a lot of people are trying to sneak their way in, but we could talk about that more later as we see Esports Arena. It's a team effort here. They've all got very similar damage and reasonably similar kills as well. And again, the trigger discipline to close the distance with the Jibby ult, force the dome, and then clutch it out afterwards. Fantastic stuff. Almost standing on a palm tree, Nox, and getting the final damage that was required. And for those crucial 4 points, they need those extra points. They will be very important for them going forward into the last 2 games.
And huge on the Valkyrie, too, to have that that height to be able to play around the palm tree. I mean, it definitely got him out of line of sight and threw Zach for a bit, just thinking he was still up in the skies. He had actually fallen to the left. The reorientation, just that little moment, that little bit of hesitation might have been all the difference as well. But it was a really strong performance. I mean, that's the separation between these 2 teams, teams that we all across the talent side thought could be winners today. ESA already proven they can be winners today in this lineup. But, man, I'm surprised to see how well NRG have transitioned of being a team that throughout it all have played very, very well. They're up 4 spots. They're in first place. OXG, 100 Thieves don't really have a star-studded performance. The big movers, though, in 1, 4, and 5. Esports Arena up 5, Cloud9 up 3 to round out your top 5 here.
Yeah, and those extra 4 points from Esports Arena mean the difference between being in 9th place and being in 4th place. So they have really kept it tight now. If you look at, well, I mean, kind of the top 8 are pretty close together, bearing in mind if you rack up a good amount of kills, let's say 10 plus, easier said than done, of course, but if you have a deep run and get a lot of kills here, then this is very interchangeable in these last 2 games, so they're going to be very, very important. I'm sure as soon as the LAN was announced, people realize, okay, this is game time. There's $1 million in Stockholm to be grabbed, and looking at the bottom half of the table, the likes of Furia will definitely need to have more from the last 2 games.
Yeah, for me, and when I look at Tech and Zeraturkey and Panders, you know, there's no doubt about it, the talent's there. The question for me is, what are you getting from that rotation style that's really putting you above the rest of the lobby? We know that they like to create their own path. They like to do things a bit differently. Heck, I was really enjoying when they were playing some off-meta champions. I know we saw Fuse come into the meta for a couple of teams in NA. Now it's obviously shifted back out. I like that they think differently. I think this is a good... you know, you take your skills, you take what you're good at, and you kind of go into them. You lean into them. I like that. But we've got to see something different. I've been a little lackluster. It's been a little unsurprising from the bottom 11 to 20. Let's see that step up here. We've got 2 more games for it. Let's see if anybody can crash the top 5. It's certainly been a day for C9 and, of course, for NRG. Let's see how that changes coming up soon. We've got 5th game coming up here on Storm Point. That's where we're ending the day. Rainday and James will be back for Game 6 to close it all out in just a bit.
I'm not.
Play me!
I got fuck. Play him. It's up to you, Knock.
Pop a bat! That shield swap's not good! That shield swap's not good! He's on the rock!
He's batting up there. You can...
Come to me, come to me! Drop to me, drop to me!
He's playing his Gibbies now.
Nice!
You're the fucking beast. You're doing that every single time. Y'all know I wasn't gonna lose that. Yeah, I know. I 100% face.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
4 games in the book to remain here as we move on over to game number 5 on Storm Point. Vicky and T-Squared bringing you the action. 4 different winners in ESA. They're back, Vicky.
Yep, they are here and they're trying to stay on top. We were highlighting ESA as the team that has definitely figured things out on Storm Point, but can they continue on the momentum after taking that first game on the map?
That 1v1 at the end, Zach Mazer going up against Noct. I love the way that he was executing around that palm tree. Had Zach looking all over the place in terms of where did Noct go. Well, guess what? He swooped back around and is ready to take you out for the dub. What a job there, taking down 2 players in the final moments. But this leaderboard really couldn't get any closer. I'm so excited to see how this one's going to pan out. Virtually, it's almost a 1-point difference all the way down from 1st to 8th.
It's actually insane to see how close it is in this lobby in comparison to what we first saw with groups B versus C in day number 1 of NA. That was the same day that ESA had broken records, finishing everything with triple digits with a 4-game win, basically back-to-back here for that team. Now it's a completely different look at these teams.
Yeah, you can see just how comfortable they were on Storm Point 2. It was awesome to see a lot of our heavy hitters making it on over towards that final circle. So if game 4 is anything like the rest of these games, I can't believe what we're going to be in store for as we take a look at the second half of this leaderboard. And it kind of trickles down the same way, Vicky. It's almost 1 point separating all these teams. Ghost Gaming, they're continuing that trend with 6 on Bangalore. Excited to see how that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, and a lot of Lobos coming out into this lobby too. We saw earlier on RCO, OXY, W, Liquid, all with the Loba. And we can highlight a little bit about how that composition change away from World's Edge into Storm Point has really highlighted the Loba play. You have less spots to be able to loot from, and if your angle is going to be able to hold that final circle positioning, that Loba is absolutely going to come in clutch for you to be able to have the equipment that you need to stay alive.
I think one of the surprising things was Atlanta Premier on that second page, sitting somewhere around like 18th place. Now, I'm not quite sure where they stand in our overall leaderboard. If we get an opportunity to pull up the overall standings from all of North America for Split 2, I'd love to see that so we could see who's potentially moving on over towards the playoffs and who's going to possibly be going through that relegation, who's making it on over towards the next split. But Atlanta Premier, to me, if I'm not mistaken, has had a pretty good go of things up until today.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going on with Atlanta Premier here as we take a look at Energy still topping the overall leaderboards, but it's not by that very much. You know, you still have Oxygen Esports right behind them by a single point difference. You have 100 Thieves still in the top 3. 100 Thieves has been doing so well even from the very first week. I love to see this consistency from this team.
There it is right there. You can see the top 10 teams highlighted in green. Those are the teams currently making their way on over towards the playoffs. If it was to end right now, the teams in yellow, they're going to be moving on towards the next split. But I'm looking at Atlanta Premier, and I don't see them on this top 20, so I must have been completely wrong. I just know that they've had some solid performances, but that just goes to show one day doesn't really matter. There they are. They're in 22nd overall, so a big day from them would have really skyrocketed them and catapulted them a little bit closer towards that area. And you can see another team that's struggling today, Charlotte Phoenix, built by gamers. These teams had a chance, but today is just not their day so far.
Yeah, talking about Atlanta Premier, they had a really good showing in day number 2 where they were top 3 behind TSM, behind the likes of Energy, and I'm wondering what's going on in this lobby. Is it really this close here, looking at the rest of our squads in terms of skill and just figuring things out as we've transitioned into these 2 different maps?
It's wild to see just what one day's difference can make for these teams as we take a look at the highlights from match number 4. It was a fun one, Vicky, and I'm excited to see this 1v1 at the final moment too. But it started off with casuals, and it started off with a couple knocks onto that team that we just mentioned, Atlanta Premier.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky too, especially with where the circle was pulling a very open here for a lot of these teams to be able to capitalize for these third parties like Energy was able to do right here, swooping in to clean those kills up, doing it from afar too, just basically having the free ring to just push up and just be able to clean things up. But they also were playing a little split up there too because they were covering all the angles while still holding that position for that final circle.
Nice shotgun, nice grab lift right there. Nice little hiding spot coming in for Nano. Hello, in the little area where you would cut up the fish after you just got done catching them over towards the side here is Esports Arena now. This is that play from Noct, just dipsy doodle on top of the tree, makes his way down towards the side, and then hello, where is he looking at? He's right in front of you. Boom, easy kill right there on to Zach Mazer. Wow, what a job there from Noct. And if you really had to pick anybody in North America to say, hey, who do we want in the 1v1 maybe to take on Amia, Noct would be one of those players.
Absolutely. You know, especially when you get to break those angles there, just trying to dance around that palm tree. I mean, you don't have anybody in sight at that point. Really, really fun 1v1 to watch for that game number 4. But again, we're getting ready for game number 5. 2 more games here for NA here on Storm Point.
Yeah, and I love the way that Esports Arena adapts and then all of a sudden isn't worried about how their first 3 games went, right? So they're going to come through and, again, maybe string back-to-back wins here. But NRG, they've been consistent. They've been finding themselves in the final circles over and over again. You can see C9. A lot of the predictions that we had were in that final zone right there. So that's what I was so excited to see, the heavy hitters coming through. But, again, I want to see the OXGs. I want to see the teams that were doing well on World's Edge that are trying to fight out of this relegation, that were on that second page of that overall leaderboard. I want to see them step it up because they cannot afford to fall behind once you switch maps like this.
Yeah, like W2. Like, this is kind of the situation that we were highlighting before we left World's Edge as we were getting ready for Storm Point. Can those same teams continue on their domination as we move over to a new map? And I do think it just trickles down to how a lot of these squads have been starting off in these lobbies with the team comps that they're running. And they have an angle in mind with the comps, whether it be those quick rotations to settle for that final circle positioning, or whether they want to go for those less orthodox positions with those tridents they usually take. We see CLG actually do that sometimes within their own gameplay. They land by the edge of the circle so that way they can get ready for those quick rotations. But let's not waste any more time, Tom. We are going on to game number 5.
The legends have been locked in. The players are in the dropship. While some of them are still, as a majority of the flight path has already gone over Storm Point. You can see right now the players jumping on out, going to their POIs to loot up. Now, here's the question, Vicky. Do you think anyone's going to change compositions here going into this game? Maybe someone's going to pick up Horizon after they see how well Esports Arena has been doing. Like you said, it's all about that composition when it comes to this map, and verticality is huge. So whether that's Ash, Horizon, very valuable picks here.
And we saw that very, very prevalent in the very first day of North America. We saw a lot of the Ash. We see a lot of the Horizon. I feel like we've been seeing less Horizon as we've gone on in Storm Point. Much more of the Loba coming in. We saw a lot of Bangalore in EMEA. I'm wondering here if we are going to see more Bangalore just integrated in North America. But I'm expecting the verticality to be taken advantage of more than anything.
On boards with the winners from the previous game and our #1 team overall in the overall leaderboard. It's going to be Skittlecake switching on over again from Caustic going to Horizon. As the whip has been initiated from 6, he's going to hop in that one and get back over towards his teammates so he can continue to loot. Now, this is a team, again, that has had a little bit of growing pains. It's a fairly new roster. 6 still getting used to playing with Impulsive and Rakinishu, but in terms of a team that does have a high ceiling, Ghost Gaming is a squad to continue to watch out for as we take a look at this zone.
Oh, where the zone is pulling, it's going to be so chaotic here. Looking at the southern part, barometer right there, the contention that we're seeing from those two teams. CLG also making their way away from Cenote Cave. And it's going to be a free rotation here for ESA as they do manage to leave the mill. And they're going to be hearing a lot of the fighting going on early when they do want to capitalize off of that beacon.
CLG is going to love that. You're also going to love that if your team NRG coming through. And there's that 50-50. That you were talking about. That's going to be built by gamers, and they can see on the player outlines everybody on top of the roof over here. So this is W with the grenades in hand. Unfortunately, none of those are going to connect quite yet for W, looking for some serious damage. They have the armor advantage if they want to go and use that one. Big massive shots there from Fury.
Yeah, they get 2 shields broken already. They're still tossing out some grenades to buy in some space. W had the advantage, but now they have to respect them here. They're going to try to reset. Lost out on that opportunity, but they want to fully send it after getting that knock onto Built by Gamers.
That was Sync going down and possible thirst happening for an armor swap because he did have the blue. No, it's not going to be a thirst. It's a bubble res. They have to send it right now. They're not going to be able to shoot through the window because the bubble is so well executed. Scissors taking a decent amount of damage, but that's all she wrote. Very nicely done. Nobody getting knocked on the W side, which means they should be able to fend off any third parties already, and that's exactly what Scissors was thinking about, or defending off these Prowlers.
Man, we've been seeing Built by Gamers getting contested time and time again. It's unfortunate there, but it's the 50-50 that you risk, especially when you don't have as many POIs to work from on Storm Point. They also got to see a redeploy happen in front of them as that team is going for a quick reposition. And Team Liquid looking like they're contending RCO, as RCO is trying to plan where the next move is if they manage to get away from these wingman shots.
If you're watching on Twitch, check at the top. You can see multi-view is live. What does that mean? You can check up to 4 points of view from any of these teams, any of these players, plus get the comms. Just click that command center down below. awesome feature that's been added to our broadcast. Really enjoy that one, especially if you are having a little bit of watch party. Shout out to everybody that is having the watch parties right now. Showing much love to all y'all and all the players too. Really appreciate you guys putting on such a great show today. Team Liquid, they're trying to gather up some more points. They have the high ground. Energy taking a lot of damage here, Vicky.
Oh, I know. Those 30-30 shots make my eyes water. Saw 2 of those shots just sending Rocker inside of this building. Gonna try to restabilize here. He's got 12 shield cells, though. Not too worried here in terms of that health. But they are gonna want to rotate soon here. You could already see Energy trying to make their next move. C9, so much early fighting going down in the lobby. You can see the kill feed lighting up too as C9 stay naughty, falling so low. But he's got some help from Zach here. They're just gonna be able to clean that squad up.
Like how Naughty stays true to his word. Look at that controller armor swap. That was fairly quick, too, but only 1 HP surviving. He says, I'm using Wingman car today. Guess what he has? He has the Wingman car. Plenty of ammo directly in front of him, too, so that's a feel-good moment to be able to clean that up. C9 now. Can they continue that momentum? They need to continue to add points to try to catch up to NRG. It's so close on that leaderboard. If you are just joining us, we are in game number 5 here. LMK with another fight, and this could be that change that we were talking about. Turns, switch it on over to Horizon.
See if it works out for them. With some of these adjustments here, they're just kind of stuck in a hard place. G4 being the squad to try to pinch them here in a much better spot, as this could open up things for a third party. They're going to be able to dive in. G-Force now making their way, getting the crack. They get the knock, and now the follow-up. They've come to the party late, but they managed to get that flank onto LMK.
I see an Arc Star. That has to be a third party that's coming around. They've got this fight so cleanly, however. It could be just a complete bait coming in on the other end. I would not want to fight G-Force after how clean they were able to take that fight. And literally Vibin looks like they are going to be backing off over here after taking a decent amount of damage. You have that gold armor in hand, but only 2 players. This is a difficult situation to be in. It's definitely a reevaluation period, as at least you do have the 2 legends that are fairly strong, right? You have the Gibby, you have the Valkyrie, so you should be feeling good if you need to rotate here.
Yeah, you get the necessary pieces to be able to find that success. They try to have the opportunity to move in for that third party, but they didn't realize how healthy G-Force really was after that fight, that they didn't, they were unable to really capitalize there. So Atlanta Premiers, we get to take a look at what journey they're bringing on. There's a squad right in front of them, and there's a squad behind that squad, so they don't want to push in too hard, or else they're going to find themselves getting third-partied.
Or they may just get wiped out because you have knocked Thuman off of that win over there. Has the Hemlock, has the car. We've seen Amu put in some serious work with this Hemlock. We'll see what the 2X has in store for Knock a little bit more down the road. As like you were saying, Vicky, I don't think that these teams really want to duke it out quite yet. There are a handful of squads waiting to pounce on this. OXG would get in there. That means 100 teams would fly in right after this. This could be a bloodbath if anyone was to open something up.
And that's kind of been the theme of today, even on World's Edge. The timing for these third parties have been impeccable. I mean, that's the name of the game usually for Apex, but here in these lobbies, it's a lot riskier because you have a lot of teams that don't want to fully commit because they want to hold on to the real estate that they've already achieved, especially looking at how some of these teams play a lot more passively in these later games. I absolutely love game number 5 for reasons like this, where a lot of these teams have already figured out how many points they have and how many points they need to be able to frag out.
Big playoff vibes here as we are on, I believe, day number 4 here for the North American region. And that is just a wild thing to say in terms of we're getting ready for the playoffs next month. Vicky, has this year flown by for Apex fans, or is that just me?
It feels like it's flown by my life here, and I love Apex Legend esports. No bias, absolutely, with Team Liquid now on top of that high ground. But it's still so exciting to see after 2 years, our Legends are now competing for an opportunity to compete in LAN. And now Charlotte Phoenix, they want a piece of the cake here. They're going to be able to take some shots with the 30-30. We're seeing a lot of 30-30s out in this lobby, but they're trying to continue on the pressure without really overextending and giving up this building.
Taking a look at the individual kill leaderboard, it's fairly close right now. You have Rocker sitting at 10, Aiden has 9, Noct has 9, Sweet has 9. A lot of players sitting at 8, like Protectful, Fun, Naughty, Amu. No one's really, quite broken this lobby open. That's how close it's been, and we were hoping for this type of action the entire day because we know we have the top 4 teams overall that are sitting here, and a lot of other teams trying to fight their way into top 10 to stamp their ticket on over to Stockholm. RCO is one of those squads.
Oh, yeah. One of the squads also running the Loba. We had that earlier in the pre-game here. Oxygen, W, Liquid, RCO, taking a page out of W's book on World's Edge, though, trying to replicate that on Stormpoint. They're going to be able to take some height, also looking at their 6 to make sure that, no, the squad is rotating in their direction. They're just trying to be wary. They're also putting down some pings, but they're also trying to see where they could try to contest the next circle from where it's pulling.
They see me rolling. They hating. Furia coming through now, trying to find their rotation spot, or are they going to do some sort of sneaky beacon play? I'm not quite sure what the outside edge is here, but, you know, they seem pretty safe, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to go for the beacon, then they're going to hit that redeploy. Getting the scan onto zone number 3 is huge.
Hey, even without the redeploy, they could actually try to save it if they really want. Get on that Trident and just use that Trident to get back into the circle, just in case. But with this beacon scan, they're going to have the information that they need for where they want to go.
It's time to roll out. They can also heal along the way. Looks like Tech is going to be the one to drive, which is interesting enough. I don't think that the Gibby should be the one driving here, especially since he can throw the bubble down and be the one to heal. But fortunately, they are directly on the edge of the zone here, so it's most likely going to be heal time very shortly as they play musical chairs inside of that Trident. And now the rotation coming in from 100 Thieves. Did they hit the big scan as well onto zone 3? That seems to be the current strategy, the current meta for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and it's to plan that next step so that way they can deny that space for any of the other teams from getting the space that they need on these redeploys. We can see how risky those redeploys are in the late game. Here's some redeploys actually going on right now as 100 Thieves are kind of stuck against this rock, but trying to put down some pings on where they want to rotate.
Amu, with that R301 3X, the problem with that is once you start to scope in, you're not going to really be able to out-trade anybody because for the most part, you can see that's what you have to do. You have to kind of jiggle peek, come through, and play this little mind game with the teams inside as you get the armor checks. You're trying to charge your Evo up too. You know you have plenty of ammo here. 300 is a lot, but you'll be surprised how fast that can dissipate, right? You rip a couple clips here, next thing you know, you're down to 100.
And that's why when you're not running the Lobo, you have to be careful for these later endgame plans that you have. C9 taking a lot of damage from a triple take. C9 managing to get into some cover, getting into the next circle, but they have to plan where they want to rotate next here. They are by that corner, so they could decide whether they want to rotate long behind them or if they want to continue going forward, and they are just going to rotate from behind. They don't want to be in the line of sight of that other squad that had them and was pinging them with that triple take.
Well, Vicky, let's take a listen in to Cloud9 and see what exactly the plan's going to be.
Narc. They got up behind the rock, man.
It's fine.
Oh, they're going
chill, chill, don't shoot. Do not shoot. Follow me. We have to go wide left. We're going for yellow mark. If yellow mark's taken, then we wrap around and we're fighting for
one
the
got
tree.
out. That's another Loba team, just so you know.
Hold up. Our goal is yellow mark. If yellow mark is taken, we have to go all the way around and fight the tree from the backside.
Okay, okay, got it.
I just saw a guy on the roof. That means they're alone here. Yeah.
No, they're trading. They're trading with a team below them.
2-1-1.
What about this?
No, we just go tree spot, bro. We just take what we can get for free.
Okay.
Do you think it's gonna be free?
To the right here, yeah, potentially. Gotta go fast. Probably should have Valk ulted.
I have a charge, so it's gonna be sketchy.
It's fine, man. We're already here. We gotta watch our back now and shit.
Listen, bro. We'll be able to hear them.
Listen, we can fall back here and live for one more zone if we need to and wait for a third party.
I know. Just let me hear.
I'm watching our back. Zach, you want me here?
No one's here. No one's here.
You want me to go to you or what? What do you want me to do?
No,
I want everyone to play on me because, or I guess play back there for now.
Someone needs to watch our back.
Yeah,
Someone needs to watch our back.
for now.
Listen, Zach, in the future, this isn't in, right? So we don't, I don't know. Just let a team know we're here kind of thing so they don't feel comfortable playing there.
I need to swap with Naughty because I can queue to you guys.
Dude, come here. We can 3-2-1 the skibby.
Right,
they don't know we're here. They don't know we're here.
I need to listen. I need to listen as well. So just talk as like least
They're playing on the rock in front of the building. 2 people.
He sees us. He's shoulder peeking. He sees us. Just try to get your Evo up. Naughty, this is what you're worried about. When that zone closes, it should... No, zone won't hit hard.
Purple now.
Bro, listen. We're in a really good spot because we have one of the latest zone 3 Valkyries if it pulls away from us.
Team, by the way.
I'm leaving this area. It's sketchy. I'm leaving because if a team goes to that tunnel, we're screwed or I'm screwed.
Like, dude, I know of endgames over here. I don't know of any endgames over here. Like, do you guys know an endgame right fucking here?
No.
No.
Might be
no, literally none.
But even if it does pull, we have the latest Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Mac, I can play over here, can't I? And queue back?
Yeah. You'll make it. Your Q will reach the tree. Your Q will reach the tree. I'll be able to down you if
this is a new spot that we've Valkyrie too if there's a team tree. Bro, no.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God.
This is insane.
Holy shit. Wait, what?
Yo. What are those rockets? That sounded like
that's the team Southwest, I believe.
It sounded so weird.
Bro, where am I?
That's actually an insane corner.
No red dots, man. GG, dude.
I grabbed a car out, so I have a secondary.
Okay.
So
we can get wrapped. We can get wrapped from here. Zach, don't forget.
I'm in a god spot, bro. They dude, because I can tuck so deep here.
Yeah, and then
I'm invincible.
Yeah,
the only thing that can kill me is nades.
Yeah, and you just Q, bro. And we bubble, and
my
we have
goal,
to run uphill.
Listen, I will never even shoot at them because as long as they know I'm here, they can't push, right?
Wait on, actually.
That guy is purple. He just chills out now.
Yeah, we're chilling, bro. We're good.
Listen, again, even if it pulls away from us, we'll have one of the later Valkyries, and we can chow one of the roofs.
Look at this angle I have, bro. Holy shit. Can I go any higher? No, I can't. This is good.
Oh, I don't know any end games over here.
Let's go here.
I don't. It doesn't make any sense for this game to end over here. It does not make any sense.
There's one on
for
the
this game to end
cannon.
over
There's
here.
one literally on the cannon.
It does not make sense for
It's either going here, literally, Zach. It's either going on our side or it's.
All I
going
know
here.
is that on next zone, like if it pulls to us, we're gonna get oobed hard as fuck. So
yeah, that's why we'll play on me. Yeah. This spot is fucking crazy.
We'll literally just sit on Zach and nade the fuck out of every team that comes to us. Do we have a ton of nades? I only have one frag.
I only have 3 arcs.
2 arcs, 1 frag. We're good.
I can throw another ult here to get the cave.
Just so you know, Zach, like those.
Things are getting a little aggressive at the end there for Cloud9. They think they got a little excited, Vicky. And also, I love that they're finding new spots on the map. I was like, hey, check out this corner. I love this corner.
So aggressively, too. I was like, whoa, hold on. And I love how excited they sound, as aggressive as it may be. Team Liquid now with their own redeploy. I love hearing those plans up ahead of time, though, because they're coming up with solutions in case something goes wrong. And that's extremely important because, as we highlighted before, here in Apex Legends, anything could happen, especially with these redeploys that we see in the later game.
Yeah, yeet, what a nade right there. A lot of damage on this team behind the tree. We'll see if Team Liquid's going to be able to do anything about it. You can see the defensive bombardment is going to go down for Fun. We'll see if that bubble does get popped by Fun as well. As you see, a lot of damage is coming on over towards the side. The bubble's going to go forward. They're going to take this fight.
Oh, you see Fun now being able to move in. The bubble's coming in from each side, though. Immediately, that black hole got deleted here. W getting pushed on. They have the Spitfire in hand. Phony wants to try to prioritize getting back inside the ring, but Ring 3 closing in behind these teams are going to force them to funnel outside and get circle kept.
Are you kidding me? Team Liquid gets taken out over towards the side. Wow, it looked like they had that under control, but W, I believe all members were eliminated from that team. So both the teams on the rotation taking each other out. What a crazy situation, as Esports Arena gets rewarded with a couple of kill points along the way. I mean, the shots were there, the execution looked there, but it was a little bit too late on the rotation, Vicky.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what the risk is when you get circle capped and you want to take a fight out in an open field. Oxygen has been here for so long. So has ESA earlier on, too, inside of this building. We saw them originally share this real estate, but they have not left here, and they have all free ring over the squads fighting right ahead of them.
Charlotte Phoenix is going to get eliminated. OA is out. A lot of kills going on over to CLG. While you see Esports Arena picking some up along the way. Take a look at Kubsky. I think that could be a wrap maneuver next to Aiden. So you also have NRG coming up from behind from where G-Force is too. So a lot of action is going to happen on that side of the map. Meanwhile, in Cloud9's world, they did make the rotation and now they're making their way up on towards the roof.
We heard the comms coming in. They have the redeploy too, if necessary, that they probably would have used here. Zach's still in the Loba, but he has to pop that shield back. But they've taken the roof, a really good spot for C9 to hold here. And look at where the circle is going to be pulling. It's going to be absolutely chaotic, leaving this open area that Energy is sharing with Oxygen Esports.
All those teams on the north, they're going to have to move. All the teams over towards the east side, eventually they're going to have to push, as you're going to see 3 or 4 teams meeting up over there, and the team inside of the building is going to love that because they're just going to sit for free and get free damage overall. Protectful must have grabbed a drop. I believe that's what happens when you are the Loba and you take something outside of the drop, it immediately just disappears like that. So it's pretty unfortunate for the rest of the lobby if we have multiple Krabers in hand again, and it's also scary to watch a Hemlock bolt in the hands of Nog, who clutched the previous game.
ESA still putting on some of that pressure, holding onto the high ground now of the same building here. They're trying to prevent any of these teams redeploying on top of the roofs. They do not want to get contested for this spot. Energy in some trouble, though. See Sweet getting rezzed, having to hide behind the dome, now repositioned behind the rock to pop the shield bat. It's gonna be tricky as they see all the fighting happening before their eyes. They want to secure some of this KP with Rocker having the rampage. Here comes Zach though on C9 now getting themselves into a fight. He's got the Devo, he's got the turbocharger, but he doesn't even need it because he's got the PK shots.
They also have the zone pushing Ghost Gaming in the back. That is great gatekeeping coming in through Cloud9, picking up some kills along the way. You can see one player is going to be on the ground. That zone ticks so hard, there's no way anybody is left back on over there. All they need to do is worry about getting out with that Valkyrie rotation. We heard in the comms they have the last Valkyrie rotation if they really need it. Esports Arena, they've been in the building for quite some time, also picking up some points along the way. Again, that's where all that fighting was coming on over towards the east side, so expect a lot of teams to filter over there as Energy did get Sweet back, and then Sweet got his sweet revenge on Nikupski.
And now Energy are going to start making their next move for their rotation. They want to make sure that ESA does not beat them to the punch. And Energy, they're a little closer. They have that natural cover, although ESA is going to have to traverse over some open ground once they leave this building. But they do note there's a straggler behind. Energy are still trying to get to some cover as Nathan was separated originally with the rest of Energy's crew.
The bubble is down. Rocker needs to heal. There is the armor swap coming in for Sweet. Looks like he's going to go drop that because it was blue, hit the battery, and then opt for a med kit after all, as Nathan's going to be healing too. But they are running a little bit low on major heals. You can see that's why the batteries are going to be coughed up over towards the side. Now seeing what CLG is doing, a pretty solid performance overall. Vicky, love to see that coming in from this squad. But 100 Thieves, what are they going to do being stuck in the middle of all these squads? It looks like it's a pretty tough spot. C9, I'm not quite sure how it's going to fare when they do this late Valkyrie rotation. They're basically hoping that there's a lot of action down below and then they can come in third party on this. But Amu taking a sticky over towards the face. It doesn't do as much damage because of the nerfs that have happened, but that's still a nice grenade either way. And Amu's not going to be too happy with this cell situation.
Now C9 making their way with the redeploy. Like you were saying before, we heard them in the comms. That last Valk redeploy is what they need. And now they're about to land right on top of 100 Thieves right here. Oh, as they dive right in, though, they get the crack immediately. 100 Thieves were not seeing it coming.
What shots coming through. This was also CLG going down as you see 100 Thieves is being taken out by Energy. Now the push coming in from 100 Thieves. It's Amu and Vaxlon trying to do it with just 2 players. The strafe is looking so strong by the enemy player. Is that Zach Mazer? It is. He's got the moves like Jagger, Vicky, but it's not enough. Is now Esports Arena coming for the cleanup.
C9 getting taken out after their plans go awry. ESA now want in on the fight. 3 squads left. ESA, now they finish that other team there over to the side, but they're still cleaning things up. It was Energy that get eliminated, and this is a good look. Are we about to see an ESA win back-to-back?
They're looking for the back-to-back. We didn't know where they were on World's Edge, but hello, Esports Arena on Storm Point. They are looking so good. This is a 3-on-2 situation. You can see there's 5 players over there next to where it's 2 squads alive. This should be all Esports Arena, but it is against 100 Thieves. Nothing is for certain. That's why we play the game here. As you can see, the shots are landing on to Vaxlon. He does crack the armor, but it's not going to be enough. The flank coming around the corner any time now as he's very close to getting this battery off. You can see the player outline, and he does get it off as Amu's going to trade out with him back and forth. This is completely possible if Vaxlon could get this knock, but you can see now the protection is there from Esports Arena, Vicky. They're not letting this one get away.
Oh, it's the song and dance that really has me right now with 100 Thieves. They know that they have to just shift and cover one another as a duo, but ESA, they have the ability to just get on that gravity lift. You see ESA now fully sending it. The dome is being called in. You see Knocked with the Volt, but they lose Duplex, and they clean things up with a back-to-back win. ESA, they're looking to stay on top.
And that's how you do the bubble fights again. Knocked. Great use of the jetpack from Valkyrie, just flying around, distracting a little bit. You saw again with 3 players, that's all they needed to do was go and trade damage. That's how you go and execute it back to back, just like you were talking about, Vicky. That should put them #1 in that overall leaderboard. Keep in mind, Energy was still right there towards the tail end. 100 Thieves was there. So a majority of our teams that were sitting in that top 8, very close to each other with an 8-point separation between 1st and 8th. It's going to get a little bit closer, but those teams are going to rise up.
Yeah, it may not be as dominating as we had seen in day #1 against these 2 groups, but still, ESA is the only team so far in this lobby to have been able to take more than 1 victory.
You can see the overall points very evenly spread still, all the way down to CLG at 5th place. Kind of tapers off a little bit after that. You can see GeForce picked up a handful of kills, probably their best kill performance of the day, but 100 Thieves stuck in there, very tough in that 3v2. You got to give credit where credit's due. That was not an easy team to go and take on. They led that fight for a majority of the time, if they had 3 players, maybe they could have took that one, but there was no way ESA was letting that one slip up. Energy, unfortunately, they haven't been able to close out the games. They've been there, Vicky. It's just these final fights are not going their way.
It's unfortunate, too. It's just the positioning in the middle of the rotation, too. You saw that they were in a pretty tough spot behind that boulder, out in the open, out in the line of sight of both 100 Thieves and ESA. Now, looking at the other page, though, W not having the same performance that we had seen on World's Edge.
It's tough for W. They got taken out fairly early. Liquid, not the performance they were hoping for. Charlotte Phoenix, another slow game to a slow day for them. Atlanta Premier as well. Really hurts because now when you're looking at this final game, you really don't feel like you're going to have an opportunity to go and push for first place, but you have to remember where you stand in that overall leaderboard. There's an opportunity to make it into the playoffs, to go to Stockholm, so you cannot be giving up at any given point in time. That's what Esports Arena had in mind as they switched on over to Stormpoint, and now we again may see more Horizons, right? You've seen Horizon win back-to-back games. We already saw Turns switch over and change compositions for their team for LMK. Maybe it could be time for other teams to adapt.
Yeah, they're molding out here. Horizon after Horizon, I feel like we're going to see it just transition into a lot more of these other teams. ESA being the most consistent with this composition on Stormpoint. They obviously have figured something out here on Stormpoint that other teams are still trying to get a hold of when it comes to these map swaps.
Because you think about it, Ash is probably another viable situation there in terms of Legends, but also you have Bangalore. That's been very popular in EMEA. We're not seeing any Bloodhounds. We're not seeing any Cryptos. Loba's being very popular today, which we didn't see in EMEA earlier today. So a lot of changes in regions, but it makes sense to play Horizon or Ash with the verticality that you need, and it's very important to make sure you're getting to the high ground. And we haven't really seen any end zones like that yet, but it's so important. Let's bring Kate back and see what she thinks after that back-to-back dub.
Back-to-back ESA showcasing what they can do because they've already done it. But as we take a look at our Match 4 highlights, Match 4 and 5 highlights, I want to talk a little bit about that team composition. It's one of my favorite things to talk about because I love it when things change just a little bit. That obviously goes and shakes up an entire lobby. So obviously in Match 4, that's where we really showcase this Loba party. But how many Lobas are too many? At what point does it become a swap meet? Great questions all. But Tom, as we take a look here, I feel like during specifically match number 4, I couldn't turn my head any which way without seeing a black market.
That's just a really strong character in a strong situation, especially when you've seen what Zach Mazer and C9 were doing with that previously, but now you're starting to see Horizon be just as valuable, and it's amazing to watch the execution coming through from an Esports Arena team that, again, was non-existent basically on World's Edge, and then you switch on over to Stormpoint, and they're looking for maybe 3 in a row. That would be absolutely insane, but it started right here with this 1v1 going up against Zach on the C9 team. Knock was just so deadly here.
Absolutely. And Vicky, have you ever seen a final circle that ends in a tree? A palm tree, I should say.
The coconuts just being part of the end circle. I mean, we saw those ankles being broken. I absolutely know that they're feeling themselves after winning that 1v1. And you could see as that momentum definitely carried on to the next game. Energy also having a pretty tough rotation, but they had free reign over the squads that were being contested on that middle island.
Absolutely. Hey, Tom, you know, as we take a look at these incredible, I mean, the pros doing what pros do best, absolutely. We've seen the late game for both matches 4 and 5 look so much like what we expected. We're talking NRG in our final 5. C9, ESA, of course, coming out on top twice. And this is on Stormpoint. What does that tell us? It feels like to me that maybe these teams are like, they've been grinding on Stormpoint to get ready to be pro level. Does that tell you something about where these teams are on both of these maps?
It's definitely been a trend today, right? They know how to play World's Edge, but our top teams that are in the playoffs, the top teams that are playing really well today, are the teams that are also excelling on Stormpoint. That has to be the reason why they're sitting the way in the position that they are sitting, right? Because that's going to be half of the games that we play going forward. So you're going to have to be able to be strong in World's Edge. You're going to have to be strong on Stormpoint. You may have to change compositions. You may have to change legends, but that's just something that these pro players thrive in.
Absolutely. Speaking of pro players, one of the things I loved, Vicky, was that listen in with Cloud9. Not just because they're my pick. We'll see what happens. But either way, I will say that Zach really, that in-game leading was all about the end game. All about the end game. And I've heard that in some of the comps, but I've never heard it so willingly, so very specifically just called out again and again and again. Always have an exit strategy. Always know the end game.
Yeah, coming from the FGC, we call it option select there, and that's basically what they were planning ahead. They had a plan for any sort of situation that could have gone wrong. You even heard the end game redeploys. Yeah, it didn't work out in the favor or in the way that they may have wanted. They still were able to jump on top of 100 Thieves, but in that, it was quite impressive to see 100 Thieves recover from that jump there too. They were able to actually disengage, reposition themselves, so that way they didn't get themselves pinched in a potential third party when Energy wanted to swoop in for the kills.
Absolutely. And listen, C9 still coming at with 9 kills, I believe. Let's take a look at that leaderboard and see if I'm right, because they were cleaning up there. And of course, Tom, you know what? I love, you've said it once, you've said it 1,000 times, and I completely agree. It's anybody's game still, but Esports Arena, a nice little pull ahead there, up 3 spaces.
Still anybody in this top 8 has a chance, but you get a little bit worried if you're going for the dub here, where you would stand if you are able to shut down ESA, 100 Thieves, or NRG. And you have a feeling, you have a strong feeling that these teams that are desperate for points on the second page specifically are going to start playing a little bit more aggressive, looking for more fights so they could try to rack up onto that leaderboard. But if you're a team like RCO, if you're a team like W right now, imagine getting a huge win here, what that could do for your confidence to try to make it into the playoffs with only a couple days left in the North American region. GeForce, though, getting on that second page, that has to feel good for them. Or that first page, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vicky, I think it's really important to see these teams on the second side of the first page, the Ws, the RCOs, that are consistent, even the Team Liquids, that are consistently in that top 5, top 7. And now taking a look here at this second page, talk to me a little bit about what these teams must be going through, what these teams are looking like at this point.
It looks like RCO continues to stay in that 7th place spot, so at least they still stay contending in that top 10. But Atlanta Premier, a lot more inconsistent in that regards. We were highlighting that this was a team that ended top 3 in day number 2 or day number 3 when these squads were able to perform. And I'm actually really shocked to see them in overall 18th place here.
Yeah, and you know, it's not the sexiest thing ever, but when we talk about consistency, there's a reason for it. All of these teams have proven, whether they've qualified to get in or they've been invited because of their preseason or their former season split 1 play, they've all gotten their way. They've punched their ticket very effectively, but not all, and all of them can pop off at some point, but not all of them can have that consistency, Tom. That seems to be the silver bullet throughout our entire split, and more importantly, throughout our entire Pro League experience.
As the games get closer and it intensifies as we get closer to the playoffs, that's when you have to start playing better too. So you almost rather, it's more of a finish strong than start strong type of mentality. You don't want to taper off, because that means you're not continuing to learn, that you're not continuing to grow as a team, or maybe it just wasn't your day, right? You don't want to beat yourself up and say, hey, we can't hang with these guys. I get it. Sometimes things just really don't go your way, or maybe someone's not feeling well on the team, whatever, you go again. And that's why we don't just play in one day. We have it stretched out over a whole league.
We do indeed. Well, I love what you said about learning and growing. And guess what? There's great ways for you as a player to learn and grow by utilizing our socials. That's right. Follow Esports on Twitter, @PlayApex Esports on YouTube, and @PlayApex, twitch.tv/PlayApex. This is everywhere you want to be. They've got, gang, I'll tell you right now, head on over to that YouTube channel, head on over to our Twitch, to our Twitter. We've got incredible content. That team has done an incredible job. They bring in you final circles. They're bringing you interviews. They're bringing you key comms from your favorite players and teams. Trust me when I tell you, if you're an Apex fan, if you're an Apex Legends Global Series fan, if you're just looking to level up your gameplay, that is the place to be. Well, guess where we're going to be for game number 6? We're going to be right here, and we'll be right here right after this.
I'm no regging.
I pushed.
They're raping me. I got Val.
He knocked me. He's right here.
99. The duo?
It was just a duo.
So. Oh, okay. Go, boys.
All right. You know what it means. It's Rain and James back on the mic. It is Game 6. It is showtime. It is ESA come close to their record time. 4 games in a row, unheard of. Almost got the 5th. 3, though, I mean, still, I'm not sure I remember many teams doing 3 in a row in an ALGS tournament either. So still a little chance at history. Certainly to pad their stats and assure the win after 2 games of real, I mean, fantastic final circle fighting.
Absolutely, and it seems that they like to go on a run on Storm Point Esports Arena, and looking at where they were, where they are rather, on the leaderboard just shows the importance of some of the clutches that we saw earlier on. Currently, you know, those 4 points we spoke about, they are 4 points in the lead, but the leaderboard, it remains tight. That top 5, it really is anybody's game as we move into this 6th and final match of the day. It could be anybody that finishes on top here. But again, we like to see streaks, we like to see records. I think it's good to have a dominant team on top, and these bots arena are looking that way, at least in this particular week's lobby.
And considering the way 100 Thieves turned around that Cloud9 assault at the end, where they came down from high, had really only 2 players would look like to fight it off, and still somehow Vaxilon got out of that and clutched up to be able to be in the final 2 after really what seemed to be Cloud9's fight to lose. That was impressive to me. Really well deserved to take that point switch up, go up a place. Cloud9, though, staying involved. I think really it's a 4-team race. It's a 5-team race. OXG probably the only team that has the amount of points that wouldn't be in the conversation for me. It's really looking like we're going to see NRG, Cloud9. We might have a chance at seeing 100 Thieves and, of course, ESA taking first place. But there's still a lot to fight for here, James. You look at 15 to 19, and even look at 17 to 11, excuse me. I mean, that's only a 7-point difference. There's a lot of switching that can happen with a good game from some of our bottom teams.
For sure, and even the small points definitely need to be fought for. I think Monsoon was tweeting about how important it is to make it to LAN, and I'm sure everybody's going to be feeling that now that it's actually been announced. I think OXG, you know, they don't have the heavyweight name value of the teams above them, but they could certainly sneak in the back door should they be so lucky. So we'll see if they're able to do that. I'm very impressed with how 100 Thieves have been doing since they made their roster change, which doesn't it doesn't mean the outgoing player is bad. Sometimes things just need to be fresh. Sometimes both teams, both sides can have a better. They could be better apart, essentially. And at least on a 100 Thieves side, that is certainly the case from what we've seen so far. As they're finding some consistency. They finished in 8th place here and there in today's matches, but as you can see on the leaderboard, they are towards the top, and that is ultimately what counts.
I think we're seeing that with C9 and ESA too. I feel like ESA only getting better, having lost Furholes, bringing in Noct, and C9 only getting better, bringing in Albreleli, letting Noct go to ESA. Both of those teams, I feel, are better than when they started the split, and that's really the idea of when you make a trade, when you make a swap. Yes, you're giving something up, but you're giving up a value that maybe fits in your system less than the value you're getting, even though maybe equal on paper, in your system is more synergistic with where you're trying to go, maybe the players, and it could just be a temperament thing as well, James. You know how pros and teams can be. It can switch on the dime. Sometimes just the way a team speaks to each other can matter, you know, being a championship squad or not.
Yeah, perhaps these atoms rub together better and create more heat in the server. And it is crazy. You know, Esports Arena were kind of creeping up on people with their previous roster, but now they're certainly on the radar. The incoming player, of course, not having a lot of pressure. Can he, you know, is this team going to collapse now, or can he fill those shoes? Is it going to be that they're just like a middling team or something? But no, they're dominating in most of their lobbies, and you do love to see it. So everybody got stronger in those swaps, and that is fantastic to see. They've won 2 of the 3 Storm points today, and we'll see if they can get the 3-peat for this half of today's games. That would be quite impressive in itself, especially when there's so much for these teams to play for to come out in first place on the leaderboard. It's so important, and there's so many teams that are on the cusp of it. It would be interesting to see what they do with the marginal decisions. Do they take a risk, or do they fall back and be a little more patient? We've seen that Furia, for example, have been playing in the zone, trying to, you know, craft, but also avoid the early skirmishes, which are at range. Hasn't really worked out for them, you know, too much today, but some of these teams may be considering this, just taking a step back maybe and just disengaging somewhat. Could work out in their favor, but perhaps it might not.
You know, in a kind of bubble like this, and I even think if you're a basketball fan, the NBA bubble that we saw a few years ago with COVID, you know, there's a difference with how fast things move and how fast things change, James. Speaking of this going into Game 6, but a strategy like what Fury are pulling together, it's just so hyper Apex. We've got tournament every day. Players are watching every day, whether it's EMEA, whether it's NA, and participating, that some of these things are already feeling stale. And I think that Fury are going to have to adapt. I think they're playing a little too long in the zone. I don't think that shock value is there anymore. I don't think they're surprising anyone. But on the other side of things, I don't know if they're being as effective as they want to be. So that's another thing to look at. And effectiveness is really the name of the game here in Game 6. Who gets more points? Who lasts longer? Who gets more kills when it comes down to those final circles? And who is the last one standing? Esports Arena will hope it is them. That will secure the victory almost assuredly and put it 3 in a row, an emphatic win. But there's all these other teams in the hunt. OXG, 100 Thieves. You've got C9 also in the mix. And NRG, who are, well, they would love to get a win, wouldn't they?
They would love to get a win, absolutely. They have to be riding high on their confidence, especially with how they've turned things around in today's action. The absence of bloodhounds on these teams certainly being felt, especially when in a situation we saw around the Cenote in Game 4, where we had 4 teams all creeping, trying to sneak into the zone, but also wondering what was around the corner. We'll see if there's more awkwardness or if there'll be a different approach with the situation many of them were in. Of course, they always have the Valk ult in the back pocket should they be required, or most teams do at least. Certainly the teams moving late in the zone. And we can see the spread of the teams at the moment, color coordinated as you can see on the flanks. Furia will be at the lightning rod, then they've got quite a few teams around them. You can see Vaxlon just spreading a bit further for 100 Thieves, getting the beacon information as well.
And you can see also C9 in what might be a favorable position. It seemed like the zone was going to pull towards launch pad, or at least circle around their antenna and some of the middle areas. And that would be a wonderful thing if C9 can just hold where they are, find the perfect position, no rotation needed, heal up, loot up, maybe take a fight, get some loot brought to them, express delivery, like a DoorDasher at this point. It's always nice when loot shows up, and especially with white shields on it, so you can easily make it your own. RCO Esports had a great start, but they're going to have to do a little bit more movement. Sleepy Panda on a white, and really it's a statement game for them, because this is a team I said, you know, they've shown up, they've won a game, they told us they are here to play, but can they make it so that we have to pay attention to them for the rest of this game? Can they really put these points on the table to get top 3? So that's something RCO will be looking at today. A big win would certainly give them an opportunity to do that.
On Instagram, there is a compilation of pandas climbing trees and the branches breaking and them just falling out of the trees, which is definitely worth looking up. Not that I'm making any comment on Sleepy Panda, but it is something to be aware of. It is quite, it has a lot of entertainment value, it must be said. So definitely look out for that after the broadcast, of course, because we have much to gain in this final game of the day, and we can see that Scissors & Co are out in the open, being forced away by Cloud9, and they're going to be shot by RCO as well. So up the hill you go, and if they're lucky, they'll be able to escape. Don't have all the shields in the world. Phony's really going to be hoping he can get his shields up here. We'll see if he chooses to dome. Well, they'll be okay, but what is their next move now? Do they go up the hill and run away? They can't really make a play in any direction. They're trying to Valk ult, I think, but they don't have the angle because there is an overhang for the rocks above. So now they've burned their dome and they can't Valk ult through it. What are they going to do?
The big question of the day. Sleepy Panda, stay away from heights. I think we lost 1,000 viewers when James mentioned that video. I'm sure they'll be back in about a minute and a half, though, after they check it out. Multi-view, by the way, if you want to watch something else. In the meantime, check out all of the streams. I love the way that pro players are using it. You can see Hal streaming. It's Timmy's also streaming. Great content creator in the Apex Legends scene. Really just being able to bend the broadcast to their way, add their own perspective, watch the teams they're interested in. You could do that, too. It's live, and it is the new way to ALGS alongside our main broadcast here with all the hype and details and special stats that we provide. There's still some great viewing opportunities if you take advantage of multi-view. Check it out in the command center right under the follow button on stream.
100 Thieves looking to get involved in these shenanigans as well. They're currently in a choke point. It'll be hard for them to press forward for the time being, so they'll have to be concerned about their 6. Let me know. We've seen some wild rotations from them in the past. Lots of long-range action we're seeing once again here on Storm Point. Plenty of triple takes as well. Scurry will have the charge rifle, though, with a 2x. Be harder to do with it. Of course, if you are joining us late today, A, where have you been? B, there is a turbocharger in the replicator, so expect plenty of energy, especially with all these Lobas on the map. And again, once that ring starts to close, one would hope we see some devotions going to work.
My man Scurry doing the most with that 2 times, huh? I mean, absolutely getting the job done with the bruiser. Not the ideal for a charge rifle if you're just sitting there, but it is more flexible. If you have the opportunity to fight up close, we might see some hip-fire plays coming from him. Don't expect too many headshots, though. That charge rifle doesn't quite hit those too often. 100 Thieves rotating outside of launch pad, where we'll see Team Liquid already involved. CLT, Charlotte Phoenix, Greek, Bowser, Stink moving their way in. We saw C9 nearby, hiding in one of the buildings. Liquid playing underneath there, common place to play. You get vantage points, but you're also safe from on high, and this is a great spot to Lobo ult, because imagine, James, all the chaos that's going to be happening around them as this zone closes and teams get more and more frantically involved in the action.
Yeah, I saw a box of tea turned into a box of loot, and we've got overlapping Loba ult to share the resources. So something's going to be running low, and it's probably going to be ammo for the teams without a Loba, but the grenades will be just as important, which is why you saw multiple Loba ults from Team Liquid in this same position. Get as many grenades as you can, and they can replenish that later on if there's anything available. Another exchange as Team Liquid will say hello, crack some glass, but it's a hard angle to full send, bearing in mind how many other teams are here. Liquid have to be careful about what they choose to do. Maybe focusing on damage for the time being. They've got some reasonable cover and still the charge rifle. But you don't want to send it too far. You don't want to expose yourself and then be capitalized upon by a 3rd and maybe even a 4th team as well. We've actually lost 2 teams now. We had 59 players early, but suddenly we find ourselves with 54.
You know, what happens when a Loba ult steals loot from another Loba ult? I mean, at this point, I feel like they might be stealing each other's loot back and forth, hiding next to each other in the lobby. Oh, purple shield, that sounds good. Let me grab that. Oh, purple shield showed up in my Loba ult. Let me grab that. And they've all just traded. Sometimes that is the way of the world, though. You run halfway around it just to realize you're back where you started. Scary, though, 17 points. Definitely improving, not making too much of a dent into the lobby, but charge rifle certainly making a dent into the meta. You saw it there with Nocturnal holding down that low ground. 1 shot, 65, deters the aggression, deters the poking. It is the winner across distance, only hit scan weapon in the game. But I do prefer what my man Niazul usually is running, the 30-30. So satisfying to get that charge up shot. And also the hip fire. Really, really nice close range. It's the best replacement for the G7 Scout since that weapon went into oblivion, really, and the care package has made almost no impact in Apex Legends over the past season and a half. It's kind of unfortunate. It's a great staple, but it did have its heyday, James. I'm not too worried. I think it will come back, but, you know, I guess maybe there's a way to enjoy the time without it before it, of course, becomes one of the most OP weapons as it was before.
When I drop in Apex, I get 1 of 3 pairs of weapons. Either a double Mozambique, a double P2020, or a P2020 and a 30-30. And I get pushed at close range, and I'm trying to land shots with the 30, doesn't happen, and I die. This is pretty much my experience. I've tried to use it as like a poor man's triple take, and I just can't. The only thing I'm worse at is the bow check. So yeah, maybe one day, but just all my RP going down the drain, it hurts. It brings me to tears.
We don't want that for you.
30-30, so I don't know. There are people out there who are better than me with that weapon, and more power to them. We see a flatline has been crafted as well. Love to see that becoming more of a novelty in these lobbies as it's made its way into the replicator. Many things different now in this current climate, be it Legends, weapons as well, more charge rifle grief, longbow also making cameo appearances here and there, but a charge rifle, especially in the Val cult meta, these charge rifles are not the antidote, well, they are the antidote to some degree. I love to see players falling out of the sky like Bricks, like Supreme Bricks maybe. It's good fun unless you are the team with the Val hoping to get that rotation in, and maybe it'll happen in this game, we'll have to see.
Well, I certainly hope that the standard for getting a Valkyrie shot out of the sky isn't hitting her mid-flight with a longbow shot. I need that charge rifle to get the job done. I'll tell you a team that doesn't need anything to get it done. They seem to be in the right place at the right time most of the time. That's 100 Thieves. Let's listen to them in Game 6 as they've got 18 squads remaining, talking about how they're going to make this one work.
They play inside, then we just throw our nades right by the zip. That's all.
I mean, I had to use one nade to force bubble, or to, like, if they use bubble, perfect. I mean, that's in a perfect world. But if they don't,
there's no way they don't use bubble, though.
I mean, they'll just all go inside the room and close the door.
Yeah, and you're just gonna throw a nade. The door's gonna be broken, no?
No, and pretty sure it's still up.
Okay.
If the door's broken, I mean, in a perfect world, that door's broken, and they use bubble.
Yeah, that's true.
Whenever we land up top.
I forgot there was a door up there. Not gonna cap.
I'm gonna go check this.
Whoa, check if there's a door.
Check if there's a door there.
Bruh.
Yeah, just flap and give him a little peck on the cheek.
Someone's gonna ask what you were doing. You're gonna be like, yo, I was checking if he had a door.
This is critical information, and people just don't. What the hecky, man?
Oh, I thought you were actually checking it, dude. I'm like, dude, trolling.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting no damage right now.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
2x charge rifle is not the play.
I almost guarantee this team back here is gonna walk up onto my right side up here and try to come fight for this choke.
Probably.
Out of that,
Well,
or they're
really
gonna drop onto this roof, but I feel like they're gonna fight for this choke.
That package is literally just outside that choke.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I can probably get this.
My next location.
No, there's a Kraber in there.
Yeah, that changes everything.
Honestly, if that package gives us 3 nades, and
Shooting the dogs, so they're gonna be coming this way, I think. They're shooting dogs. No, they're gonna come this way.
I just saw a Wraith here. I think it was a Wraith.
I don't know if I go for this drop though.
How far is it?
Right here, but
I mean, it's already getting looted, so.
Oh man, dude, that guy's quick with it. Hold up, I was scratching my eye. Dude, that guy's mad quick with it.
You blinked and it was gone.
Yeah. Oh, they brought the Gibby too, so good thing I didn't go for it. I don't know what they got though. I don't see a gun dropped.
Look at zone. Kind of weird.
Give me here. Give me here.
The man was quick with it, James, but overall, 100 Thieves don't seem to be needing to go anywhere. Real cool, calm, and collected in the communications.
Yeah, I'm really glad he didn't go for that. I don't think it's worth the risk with the potential they have in this last game. We lost BPG in the meantime. Skittlecakes taking out the last player, and Duplex is having some problems, as we can see. Scissors looking to eliminate ESA. We'll see what happens there, and he's watching in the kill feed. And indeed, it is going to be Noct now, who's down to clutch again, trying to hide behind Skittlecakes' shield, which is giving him some good cover for the time being. But how do they escape this situation? I'm not sure if he can.
Is that 100 Thieves also getting involved in that? I mean, this is very, very dangerous. But luckily, there's a little bit of an area. And Noct, he goes down. That's ESA out. The leaders of the lobby down to one of the teams within striking distance to take first. C9. What a turn of events. Zach gets his revenge on Noct. It's just a couple of games later.
Yeah, it's wide open now. It is wide open now. And Furia are playing Replicator Simulator at present. And this is the recent action. They did lose one of their players at some point. We'll see if it's here as they look to get some nice kills there. Skittlecakes with some style points, eliminating BBG earlier on. And we spoke about the devotion. Here it is, or there it was, as Esports Arena are history now.
Furia in the zone. It's starting to be a familiar scene. I'd love to spectate Furia that when they're not covered in orange. I feel like that is going to be a moment on broadcast we're going to have to hypecast as well, just because of the fact that it's so stereotypical from what we have seen from them. But hey, they are running with it. I appreciate the consistency. And I also think that there's a lot still in the tank. So we'll see if maybe this is the game that pulls off. Definitely trusting themselves and trusting yourselves is a big part. But look at up the top. 54, 53, 52. That is 100 Thieves, NRG, and C9. All 3 points away. It is essentially going to be who wins this game. If any of them can win, that will take first place today. That is impressive.
You can see a Valkyrie on the radar from up top from Storm Point. It goes quite far, actually. I was wondering if it's going to land on directly on another team, but they made quite some progress there as this zone starts, and there will be quite a few targets for Rocker. He's had a good day so far, but it is about how you finish, and there's great potential now, especially with Esports Arena eliminated. That's going to give the teams at the top a greater focus as they have a chance to take the best points away from the day if they can have the best run. Still 16 teams in the lobby, although I'm sure we're going to start to see some drop like flies as this zone closes in 15 seconds.
Launchpad zone. Teams trying to launch themselves up a couple of levels in the standings. ESA with 60. NRG 6 points behind with 54. You can see the live count on the left right above the team names. NRG, we know how they like to wait outside of this zone, play and push a little bit, but guess who they're running into?
Oh.
Team right behind them, right underneath, 100 Thieves. It could be NRG and 100 Thieves, some of the titans of this lobby clashing here for first place on the day, and 100 Thieves so far getting the worst end of it. The charge rifle from Rocker, rocking heads from afar. No one's downed yet. In fact, it does seem like it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate here, but NRG certainly on the better end of it. Let's listen in and see how NRG take on this fight, which could seal the deal and find them a win after Game 6.
Give me cracked. I can walk up. He's running.
You need a bubble him, bubble him.
Bubbling, come here.
The Valkyrie's running.
I'm batting.
I'm batting.
I'm batting. That is fucking teammate. Just play two.
88 on Valk. Yeah, just get him up. Get him up.
Get off. I have shield.
I've killed two.
I have shield. Just wait for the bubble. Okay, I'm backing up to this corner.
Res him now.
What the
I'm gonna tether him on this tree. He's charge rifling me. He's like the biggest fucking bot in the game. He's dead to my nade.
Nice.
That's 100 Thieves. That's huge. I just shit on those kids so bad.
Let's fucking shit, baby. You went crazy.
All right, let's take their spot immediately, right? Let's walk up to that little...
Oh, it wasn't enough. 100 Thieves. They meet their end. It won't be a first place today, and they help NRG scoot 2 points away from overtaking ESA for the top spot in the lobby. It is only Cloud9 now, James, who can challenge them, who are also 2 points behind NRG.
Zach Meza just harvested quite a few kills with an Arc Star. LMK eliminated, and we can see G-Force had gone as well. That was a tough fight for 100 Thieves. They had gunfire coming at them from 3 different directions, which made it hard for them to commit to the engagement with NRG. But NRG, while they had it down, they had some better cover from other teams at the very least and did deliver with confidence, no less. They are in a very strong position now to win out the day, but there's more to play for just yet. 11 squads remaining, one of which is CLG looking to find a spot to land at the very least. We'll see what they can do after that. They've had some tough games, some tough positions. We'll see if this will be another difficult one for them as they don't know what lies beneath. They'll be on the roof, but they're not the only team there. And we've got ults immediately. There will be a dome for the time being, but what's going to happen? In the meantime, NRG downstairs looking for more engagements, more KB. Full sending this one. They've got to be careful about these angles as well. Falling back to get the shields up again. How far is too far? They've got to think quick.
Oh my god, C9 also getting charge rifled. Zach goes down. Pay attention to that. Ganjamin has only 2 as NRG are fighting below. Could he be ending the run of C9, which would almost give NRG the full pathway, the runway clear to fly off and demand a victory in this lobby. Ganjamin is doing so much damage here with the charge rifle. 6 kills to Scary. They're pushing themselves well up into the 20s. Could they somehow push themselves into the top 10 with a performance like this, as only 10 squads are remaining?
Ganjamin on height, causing all kinds of problems around the smoke. And there's the Q as well to add insult to injury. 7 kills for Scary's team at present, We can see RCO have got some high ground as well. I feel for the team who are down there, especially as they won't be in the zone. They've got some time though to try and stabilize. 45 seconds before the pain really begins. Somehow we still have 10 squads left, but by the time this ring closes, I'd be surprised if there were even 3, including RCO. They've got to make a rotation at some point as well. They're probably going to have to drop onto a team. Scary pushing now with the Assault, trying to find an angle. They've got a few seconds now as the dome goes up.
A lot of talk back and forth, whether it's the chat, whether it's Twitter, and whether it's between the pros. Who's the best in the business in terms of an in-game leader? Sweet has put himself up for nomination. He has been voted many, many times across the viewership. And, of course, what we can see here in the ALGS is putting his money where his mouth is. NRG, 1 point away from overtaking ESA with 61 points and claiming first place. C9 no longer in their way. Team Liquid, the only team close enough with 45 points to make a dent. They could end up coming through with a big win here also into second place. That might be something of a tale that's unfolding. But NRG on the low ground, 9 squads left. Soon to get 1 more point. Sweet. No need to move anywhere. Their job's getting done for them as teams are falling like flies up above.
They have a roof over their heads, but look at all the angles they have to be concerned with. Surely it's a matter of time until a team heads down here to try and find some kind of relief. So they need to be decisive when a team comes down, and I'm sure they've prepared their team verbally. The ring coming in will give them some extra cover as well, but it also forces them into the open at the same time. In the meantime, RCO have some building, and you can see the words on the screen there. The final round is here. They're trying to fight on the inside. We've got some downs. We've got Nando having some problems. Sleepy Panda's got no armor. Holiday just waiting for the push, ready for it. Or is he into the zone? Down he goes. More problems here. And they may not last that long. Sleepy Panda somehow escapes, and maybe it's time to rat.
Atlanta Premier taking down RCO. Asura with the Prowler. Just adding insult to injury. 8 squads left still. NRG down below. 1 point away. Still needed for them to take the lead. Do they get it? No, that's Bowser cleaning up RCO. It's 7 squads now. That might have been the point. It is NRG in the lead now in the lobby. They are now above ESA. It is only going to be another team from below, and that's Liquid, who can somehow turn this around to give somebody else the victory title after Game 6. But NRG, they want to put an emphatic period onto this. In fact, screw a period, an exclamation point. They put together some of the most consistent performances today in North America. And I love just juggling here in between the high ground and low ground. There is no need to take this space. They're threatening enough.
Keeping an eye on the tracking, the trigger discipline as well. They don't want to attract attention. They just want to keep an eye on what's going on. Sees a play on the roof, doesn't shoot. You're not shooting me, you don't see me. I'm not going to make you look at me. Be busy with other people, and you can see the exchanges that those guys on the roof are having to deal with. In the meantime, NRG purely focusing on placement now. We still have 7 squads left, and they want to be the last ones. Liquid edging forward while they still have their cover. Concerned about a potential drop, but all the teams on the outside as well. It is a scary place outside. Atlanta Premier are down. We move to 6.
Ooh, that's big. Liquid, they need a lot of points to make some type of big push towards second place. But if they win this game, they can do it. Gilder Cincy goes down. It's the punch from Nocturnal. Lobo, what can she do? Trying to shake it off. She's going to go through the bracelet. It'll buy a bit of time. Oh my god, she buys a little bit of time. No, way more than that. She somehow is immune to the damage and gets 2 placements up. That could be the difference in a couple of placements for Liquid. NRG still alive though. It's not 61, it's not 65. James, it's 70 points on the day. They're in the final 3. Make that the final 2 against W. Can they close it out the way NRG wants to do it? The arena, you can imagine, in Sweden chanting their names if this happens live. Nathan going in with the Mastiff. Sweet, full red Evo. You can't see them losing it. I don't want to see them lose it if this is how they've got to go about it. NRG, they are your champions, not just of Game 6, but of the day.
Absolute masterclass from NRG. Disengagement, positioning, having the biggest roof maybe across the map, at least in the final zones for sure. Having so much space, so many potential threats, covering everything, keeping an eye on things, not overextending, using the high ground, the trigger discipline not to engage, not to attract attention, but have the spatial awareness and the readiness to take it to first place. That was perfect from NRG. Absolutely perfect.
And you talk about a team that has been in the conversation of, do they clutch? Do they not clutch? Do they warm themselves up and then somehow cool off at the wrong times? Are they too cool and then warm up when it's too late? This is a team who said, almost like Solo Q Goats, we're going to win and not even have won a game yet and go ahead and finish it off like that in Game 6? Man, oh man, 23 points. They put everybody's mind at ease, say there's no question we're taking the win today. Certainly a chance from Liquid after a great performance, 8 kills, and W to get into that top 2. The 9 placement points helped them grab 14, but it was all NRG to end it.
Consistency is key, and NRG will finish with a cherry on top of a very delicious cake. Really great work from them to finish that off. That was so great to watch. Again, there were just so many little examples about micro decisions. We heard their comms earlier, so we know how prepared they are. They will visualize all the different threats that they have towards them, so they know what they're going to do before it happens. We can see Esports Arena there in 17th place, and they'll be very disappointed considering the potential they had. They started this table at the top, but that's not where they finish after the result of that last game.
And it was really Cloud9 who could have stood in their way. And that would have been, you know, an epic match going into a top 2 finish, just almost like we saw Cloud9 and ESA, and maybe the 4-point switch, the 6-point switch if all members are alive, being the difference between first place and second place. But it's just a testament to these lobbies at how equal things are getting and how harder it is to separate yourselves at the top. And NRG are making big moves. Talk about a guy like Sweet, in-game leading, 7 kills to his name. Rocker holding it down with some clutch plays, clutch revives. And Nathan, you know, the control, the ability, the conversation too, it just flowed.
It really did. And again, going back to the game where they were around a cenote, just preparing to ambush, considering what they were vulnerable to, etc. The communication, the preparation for all the different scenarios is fantastic, and Sweet leads by example there. You can see the 7 kills. But again, the synergy of the team, the discipline from top to bottom is fantastic. They set a great bar for people to try and reach NRG, and today was a great example of that.
Yeah, I like teams that are about it. Their results speak for themselves. The one thing that I could say, having watched NRG here over 2 days, last first split for NA, and then now this first day for the second half of this series, it's just the fact that they're getting better and better, and that's a scary sign. And you do not want these guys to figure it out. I mean, hopping off of playing Elden Ring all week and coming in with a slow start. Now when they focus on Apex, they're knocking down lobbies like this. Kate, that's a problem for everybody else, and not just North America, but heading into Sweden, everyone in the world.
Oh, you are absolutely right. And boy, do I love a world championship. Do I love a playoff? Do I love a regionality that is always going to do some great things? And Stockholm could not be coming any sooner. So excited about that. But let's talk about what we just saw, because I think what's fascinating to me, and you've both touched on it, is that we're here in game number 6, but that was that slow start. We saw 100 Thieves certainly taking an early game for sure, but for the most part starting us off with some of those teams that are on the second page of that leaderboard. So James, as we take a look here in this match 6, and again, I'm going to say highlights, talk to me a little bit about what this feels like. Evan, I think you might have also alluded to it, which was these players are getting used to this, and these lobbies are getting saucy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the points on the leaderboard overall going into this 6th game, you can see there were like 4 or 5 teams contesting for that first place, and I think that it showed because it was a very slow start to the game. People not wanting to overextend, and sure, that applies to the top of the leaderboard for people trying to take maximum points away from the day, but also to the guys in the middle of the leaderboard, just trying to, you know, every point counts. We had the announcement today of the finals in Sweden, and that is something that everybody wants to be at. Every single point is going to be crucial for these teams, be it just a few points at the bottom or max points at the top.
You're absolutely right. And Evan, I want to go back real quick, higher level here, and talk about the one big difference we had today, which was, of course, the map switch up. Talk to me a little bit about, I mean, was the slow start due to the fact that we started on Storm Point? It feels like we started on World's Edge, which for me feels like that should not have happened. It should have been right onto the on-ramp and then a slow decline on the way down.
I feel like what we're witnessing is actually teams who are more veteran, who have played in Apex, gotten a little more comfortable, having a harder time warming up when it's Stormpoint first, and finally finding their flow towards those final games, which is why maybe even in round 1, when we saw NRG come in, they were not as excited to play. They weren't as exciting to watch. And we saw ESA, and we saw these new teams. We kept mentioning these Challenger Circuit teams are coming out of nowhere. I mean, what the heck is this? I think having to start on World's Edge really helps teams like NRG, like Cloud9. I mean, look at the people who are winning here, 100 Thieves. We've got these veteran-type players doing well out the gate, leading the lobby for most of the lobby. And I think that has to do with World's Edge being just a comfort map for them, and then being able to take that, okay, now we're comfortable. Let's take what we're already been doing well and apply it to Stormpoint. A lot easier to do it that way, I think.
Absolutely. And James, as we take a look at these drop spots here on a Stormpoint, talk to me a little bit about our zone pulls for the day, because obviously, you know, we saw a couple of different pulls and a couple that have been a little bit more, that our players have been a little bit more used to, and some maybe they haven't. In fact, I think we saw, who was it, Zach, discover a brand new POV that he was so excited about.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen a lot as we just drill more and more maps of Stormpoint, especially. You know, it's all very comfortable and familiar on World's Edge, but here there's going to be nooks and crannies, little hiding points people weren't aware of. Oh, I can climb up here, things like that. And there's plenty of bushes people are trying to hide behind, even fish, as we saw from Team Liquid earlier on. So I think Furia they had quite a few games where they had long distances to cover, but I think they wanted to cover. They wanted to take a while to get there, as we saw almost always in the zone by replicators and so on. So, yeah, we saw a nice diversity of zones, but definitely people are going to learn the hard way in maybe the different options they could have taken, should have taken, and especially looking at other teams' POVs as well. They may learn about little sneaky positions, off angles and so on, a little bit of height they didn't know was there. So again, as we head towards Sweden, every day of games on Stormpoint is going to be really crucial to get as much intel as you can.
Absolutely. The hype is real, and we are very excited. Speaking of excited, I know everyone here is excited to find out who is on top, though I'm pretty sure, Rain Day, you were absolutely correct with that fast math. And there they are. Rain Day 4, oh my goodness, 16 points ahead of ESA. But let's be clear about something. ESA still did remarkably well in this lobby, considering that everyone else is sort of getting used to the throwdown aspect of these groups.
Yeah, NRG also, you know, helping Cloud9 out a bit by taking out 100 Thieves at 54 points. Cloud9 doesn't really do much in that final top 7 to push themselves above Esports Arena, but I think that just goes to show a team that wins 2 games out of the 6 in the lobby doesn't even come in first. That's an impressive showcase. Not a bad thing from ESA, but just more impressive from NRG across the day. So consistent, very much like I said earlier, like solo queue goats, no need to win until the very end. You guys have already put performances up worthy of a victory.
Absolutely. And, you know, James, as we take a look at this second leaderboard page, I mean, I'm looking at like an LMK who has been in our final circles before. I'm looking at Optimal Ambition, which unfortunately did not have as great of a match day as they did today. Built by Gamers used to be, I mean, in our earlier, like even last week, we're doing things that we're basically playing spoiler to quite a few of those top tier teams.
Yeah, for sure. We saw some very amusing Valcolts earlier on today, which, you know, like if there's a team in a building, I don't think they had a dome either to even make it a little easier to push the door, but people trying to force their way in, and it wasn't quite happening. So we did see some early blasts. We saw some almost griefing as well in the zone. We saw a lot of things happen, like in the flames, everybody taking health damage and camping with health packs. We saw some bizarre stuff today, and I think it's a learning process, especially as you make your way through Challenger. You're going to have to take your beatings from the bigger teams who have more experience and figure out things, but you have to figure them out quick. Because, again, all these points are important. I think we saw Furia with 17 points on the board there, which is better than they were doing earlier. So they found a way to get some points on the board. And, hey, whereas today isn't the best day, who knows about tomorrow?
You're absolutely right. Well, let's take a look at what today has translated to on our overall leaderboards. As a reminder, this is B versus C. Tomorrow we have A versus D again, which will mean this leaderboard will be a little bit jilted right now, Rain Day, but it is a fairly interesting indicator on where some of these teams are. Talk to me a little bit about those color coordinations, because that's going to be very important come Stockholm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, those 10 right there in the 42 range, RCO Esports just out of it, even though they're tied with points. That's who qualifies. Everybody on that right side, teams like Complexity, teams like Sentinels, you wouldn't expect them there. But hey, who would you trade them out with? W has been playing phenomenally. Space Station, we've seen they deserve to be in that top 10. They haven't even played their 4th game. They're already in the top 10. And of course, the likes of G2 and TSM. I mean, give that a little bit of perspective. Space Station kind of staying in that category. G2, TSM, we expect them to be there. So a lot of teams having some ups in the right times. It's really what the next page is going to show us, though, Kate, that is almost a little scarier. Teams like Renegades with a lot of big names, almost in the relegation side of things.
You're absolutely right. And James, I will say one last thing about that first page. Our 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams still there, but they were also the teams playing today. So those particular 4, I'm sure, are helping to shake the boots of the people here and the teams over in our yellow and red spots.
Certainly, and of course the teams such as Complexity and Sentinels have a game in hand over most of the guys above them. So, I mean, you still don't want to be on that side, like, regardless. You want your name to be on, you know, in the right part of the column, but they'll have plenty of chances to do that very soon indeed. So they won't be too concerned, and I'm sure they'll all be confident in their own ability. But yes, you do what if you're towards the end and maybe you don't have the best chance of making it to land. You just want to stay out of that relegation zone. You don't want to have to fight for your place later, because something goes wrong. Who knows? Somebody charge rifles you and puts you in last place. Then that could be it. What did we decide when we want to see the Bocek take out a Valkalt? Was that your idea there, James? Oh, we should have a bounty, yeah. Like if a Valkalt's out, like prop it in the sky, and you get Boceks out of the sky, there should be some kind of award. Maybe even give them a car, because that would be so outrageous. It would be worth it.
The gauntlet has been laid, gang. Everybody, that's how we do. Well, you know, as we know, there is no I in team, but there is an ME. And more importantly, there were definitely some players popping off in today's lobby. But who had the best day? Well, that is for our lovely Evan and James to tell us right now. Okay, Evan, start us off. Tell me who was in your sights today during what is honestly some of the most chaotic gameplay I've seen in a while.
Well, Game 6 decided so much, so it's hard to say since we talked about these people maybe around Game 5. But for me, who caught my eye, it's ESA and Skittlecakes. What I like about what Skittlecakes is doing and what ESA is doing is, A, the biggest wins across the day. 2 wins, more than any other team. Even though they had some moments that they started slow, Skittlecakes decided to be one of the few players who really adapted and stuck with the Horizon, which I feel in Stormpoint is such a valuable legend. You can see it taking out here, hitting crucial shots in 100 Thieves, but that height allows them to third party and create angles against players that they would never normally have. Not only that, I mean, definitely a strong scorer, allowing Noct to do those kind of special moments that he has, but really providing damage and kills in a way that allows ESA to be this juggernaut that they are. And it's all off a pick that no one else is playing in the lobby. That's why, for me, Skittlecakes stands out.
I do kind of wonder if we're going to see some more Horizons after the players have had a chance to do some scrims in between their matches. But there isn't that much time, James, because I know we've got a lot of games happening in the next couple days. But talk to me about who had your eye today.
So, again, we chose this towards the end of Game 5, so props to NRG. But my pick was Nox because of the brutality of the early games that we saw for Esports Arena, especially when they were getting griefed. It was in this scenario, actually, where Albralele was like 50 miles away with a charge rifle, absolutely ruining them, and really gave them low points in the early games. But there was a huge clutch this particular scenario where Nox put Esports Arena in a position where they could make it to the top of the table. That was so important. He put them in a position to win. That clutch was enormous for them. And again, it gave them the keys with which they could get some more points on the board. And again, they put themselves in a chance to win out the day in that last game. Didn't quite happen for them, But without Nox clutches in the first place and the general kills, they never get that far.
Well, let's take a look at how that translates into our kill leaderboard, which is always a great data point. Certainly has shown us some things. And Evan, I'm seeing Sweet here, but you know what? I'm also seeing Noct there, James.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sweet leading the leaderboard. It's one of the reasons why we didn't even need to talk about him, because we knew NRG, Rocker, Sweet, Nathan, they were going to be all in the top 20. That just shows you how good of a day they had.
Yeah, James, I mean, at this point, I mean, I'm just going to put this out there because I think you both had incredible picks and it makes complete sense. I'm going to say Ganja Man. At some point, we should also acknowledge that he was a spoiler throughout today's lobbies. Yeah,
when Ganjaman was on that high ground by the rock, he had I'm not sure what it was, if it was a triple take or something else with the
charge
3x
rifle
on it. The charge rifle, yeah, charge rifle and 3x, and he was having a field day. People found it hard to get away from the Ganjaman, and he made them pay for it. So that was really entertaining to watch. And as a newer name in the ALGS, that is fantastic to see as well.
For sure. Should call that place Fish Farms because he was just fishing a barrel. Anyway, well, one thing is for sure, you got to keep track of these players as they make their way through the second half of this second split. Will we see them in Stockholm? Only time will tell. Man, oh man, today was an up-down roller coaster of a day. Certainly something that I mean, I look at you two casting and I'm like, how are you keeping the saliva in right now? You guys are going back and forth. There's so much going on.
Yeah, we're not. I mean, you should see my desk. It is, I need, a blow dryer on this thing. It's all liquid, just spatter. But, in the in the visuals, right? It's like a slobbering dog. Just,
keep going.
I mean, I have an appetite for high-level competition. What can I say? I mean, I started bowling. Now I can't stop, until I hit 300. It's something that happens inside of me. It's the athlete in me. And, when it comes to Apex Legends, man, I just love what we're seeing. It's just never been more exciting at the top, I think.
Yeah, speaking of excitement at the top, our own T-Squared has one guy who I know will probably stay at the top of today's standings. Rocker from NRG. T-Squared, take it away.
Thank you, Kate. Rocker, congratulations, and thanks for taking the time. I'm not quite sure what the other casters were thinking, man. I had NRG all the way.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. I saw that you predicted us to win, and then the other casters predicted 2 C9 and 2 Esports Arena, right?
Yeah, I think that they're on the esports, arena bandwagon for sure. But I had faith. Let it be known. Let it be known, man. But hey, congratulations again. Now, the big news today, besides you guys doing really well, the playoffs were announced in Stockholm, Sweden. How did you feel about that news, and what does it mean to compete on Apex on LAN?
Oh yeah, super excited. I mean, I could say for all the competitive players, like we've all been waiting for LAN, and yeah, I mean it's just super exciting to compete on a LAN compared to online because it's just like you can't really describe it, like the difference. I mean, I've never even been to a LAN before, but I'm sure it's gonna be insane, just like a different atmosphere,
It's going to be an opportunity to, be there, meet the fans, meet your teammates, and sit there and, play and compete next to each other while going up against the other competition, which I want to kind of talk about. This is going to be the first time that we're going to see the regions going at it in a very long time, right? So how do you feel that North America is going to stack up against EMEA and the other regions, and do you watch the other regions?
I think we're going to do good against other regions. I don't watch much of the other regions, but I watch a little bit of EU. I see that a lot of teams are playing Bangalore, which I'm kind of surprised that Bangalore is meta because I think playing Gibby into Bangalore is very good. So I think NA is going to benefit on LAN playing Gibby because if the other regions aren't going to prioritize playing Gibby, then yeah, I think NA is going to dominate.
Yeah, that is pretty surprising. Do you feel like the meta right now that North America is playing is a little bit stronger? Do you think that Bangalore is not as strong as EMEA may be thinking? Because when you go and you watch how players was able to dominate yesterday, they were playing Bangalore. Almost everybody started to kind of switch over, and North America has had a couple extra days under their belt to currently play with this split. So how do you feel about that, and how do you feel about the current meta?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure most EU teams started playing Bangalore because of Crypto, because Crypto is just a hard counter to Gibby. But there's about, I'd say, 3 to 4 Crypto teams from what I've seen in EU. So, yeah, I mean, I think Gibby against Bangalore is very good, a very good matchup for Gibby. But yeah, I mean, I've never played against Bangalore, so I'm excited to see it, to be honest.
Yeah, we had one Bangalore in the lobby today. I believe that was 6 from Ghost Gaming, and then unfortunately did not work out for Ghost. I know that Fearless was playing it on GeForce. He ended up switching back on over and got off Bangalore. So it's definitely a lot of different stuff going on. There was a lot of Bloodhounds that came out in EMEA, and then we had a lot of, I believe, a lot of Lobas that were going down for North America today. But this lobby obviously was dominated by ESA last time. I got a chance to talk to Sweet, and he said, hey, when we're playing Apex and we're grinding out as a team, no one's going to beat us. What was the major difference today compared to the last time, and how are you guys going to keep that momentum up?
Yeah, so, I mean, like Sweet said, literally, like, we didn't really play much going into the first week. All of us have been grinding a ton these past couple of weeks. Because, you know, or not past couple weeks, but like past week, because we were kind of disappointed with our first day. And yeah, I mean, I think that if we grinded the game prior to that first day, we probably would have won. But I mean, who knows, you know?
Second place in the playoffs for Split 1. The playoffs are coming up soon, in a month. What are you guys going to do in between? How confident are you guys that you can improve from that second place to first place where you feel your team belongs?
Super confident. I mean, I think we're going to win the next 3 weeks. I think we're going to go on a 5-win streak and set a record. I don't know. We're just rolling everyone right now. It's pretty easy, to be honest.
I love the confidence, man. Rocker, I appreciate your time. Any shout-outs that you want to give before we toss this one back over the desk?
Yeah. I mean, shout out to the fans. I appreciate everyone supporting us, stuff like that. Shout out to my teammates, Nate and Sweet, best players in the game. And yeah, that's about it.
All right, you heard it here first. Rocker's trying to set some records with the NRG squad. Kate, Bardoff, Rain Day, take it away.
Oh, man, I do love that throwdown. And I also like disappointment being the fuel for the grind, James. What an interesting... I mean, listen, we talk about that sort of X factor, that emotional factor, that, you know, what's going on outside of these online tournaments to help fuel everybody. And what an interesting little look into the psyche of one of our pro players, some of our top pro players.
Yeah, speaking of fuel, last week Hal said that if you're Plat 3, you got a chance versus NRG. So I'm curious to see if they can use that fuel to get a big run in the coming days and really storm a whole day of games.
I mean, yeah.
Wow. I can make Diamond 3, that's all I'm saying. I can do it.
Yeah, we believe you. Yeah, we believe you.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about something that I do believe, which is what we have heard already from Rocker. Talent predictions. Tom T-Squared Taylor. Come on down here. I know you're not on comms right now, but my goodness, Evan, you got to give credit where credit is due. The lone NRG on our predictions for talent.
Yep.
And here he is.
You know what? Here's the thing. We were 1, 2, 3. Tom, Vicky, and James, and then you and me. I mean, the talent was pretty accurate overall. We just, you know, needed to do a little swapsies. But I like Tom, like, just gloating over this one victory. I mean, is this the same guy who picked Alliance and Na'Vi earlier? Like, give me a break, man.
Right,
you got Rocker thinking that we hate NRG out here. I'm hype casting him, sweating all over my table. We love you. I mean, listen, it's all just a fun game, but we had fun today.
Yes, we did. And the fun, well, it continues tomorrow, gang. It's, of course, North America, but the North American fun, you're coming in for a nice Friday evening ALGS tournament. We got you covered. That's tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific time, 12 a.m. GMT. So either stay up super late or wind down your evening with us. Either way, we're going to be able to showcase groups A versus D in this second half of our double round robin split 2 half. Oh, man, lots to say, lots to do, certainly a lot to see. At this point, you know, we've got game after game after game. Actually, real quick, James, I want to just ask you, our teams, they're playing game after day after day after day after day at this point. How does that change things a little bit in our meta, and how does that particularly change some of this gameplay that we're seeing? Is it a little bit loose, a little bit more saucy?
I think it's pretty good because I think you can quickly implement things before you forget them. Like if you're like, oh, okay, maybe we should try this on Storm Point, trying to adjust and learn something about the new map. You can keep it fresh in your memory and implement it straight away. So I think it's a good thing that they can just drill game after game after game and get lots of information from experience and just try and make the best of it in a short space of time.
You're absolutely right. Under the bright lights, it's always fun to watch that happen, certainly. Well, a huge thank you to, of course, our cast and crew. And remember, if you want to keep up with us on all of the socials, well, we got this great graphic for you that's going to show you where we're going to be. As I've mentioned before, they're doing incredible things on these channels. We're talking about fabulous final circles. We're talking about interviews. We're talking about hearing directly from the players about the plays that they have really showcased here under the bright lights of Pro League play. I mean, if you want to level up your game, if you want to learn a little bit more about your favorite team, your favorite player, there is no better place at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, at Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and at Play Apex on Twitch. And now I get the chance to say a huge thank you to, of course, our cast and crew, the incredible players who have made it all possible. A huge thank you and support from our friends at Monster Energy and Lenovo. And, of course, thank you for joining us here each and every day. So we'll see you tomorrow. So until next time, have a great night.